Ich bin nicht allein, doch fühle mich einsam. Bin 0,0 mit meinen Gefühlen im Einklang. Seh mich nachher, folgt, doch fürchte das Scheitern. Ich tanze auf der Party, doch eigentlich würde ich gern heimfahren. Himmel hoch, jauchzen, zu Tode betrübt. Ich hätte gerne Sonne, doch der Mond, der genügt. Nur weil ich über exzellente Strophen verfügt, heißt das lange nicht, dass mein Herz sich nicht wohl anfühlt. Und ich weiß ehrlich selber nicht, woher das kommt. Auch am helllichten Tage sehe ich alles sehr verschwommen, als hätte man mir irgendwann einmal den Kern entnommen. Ich bin zu lang durch dieses tiefschwarze Meer geschwommen. Ich bin psychisch labil, ich fühle mich wie ein Freak. Nicht gegen die Welt, sondern gegen mich selbst führe ich den Krieg. Mich packt dieses kalte, leere Gefühl nach nem Sieg. Egal, was ich erreichen mag, genügen wird's nie. Doch ich kämpf weiter, mein Herz, mein Weg. Weiser der Selbstzweifler in mir, mein ständiger Begleiter. Doch ich lebe weiter, aufhören ist keine Option. Bekämpfe die eigenen Dämonen und besteige den Thron. Es zieht sich wie ein roter Faden durch mein Leben. Große Taten, wenig reden, denn der Tod erwartet nämlich jeden. Muss der rohen Angst entgegentreten. Mein Herz rast, Erinnerung schmerzhaft. Doch was mich nicht killt, macht mich stärker. Spür die Kraft in meinem Innern, nenn es Kernkraft. Und die Kraft, die mich runterzieht, Schwerkraft. Atme ein, atme aus. Kein Zurück, nur geradeaus. Die Gaffer stehen am Gartenzaun. Wann zerbricht sein Kartenhaus? Der Druck steigt, Lunge fragt, wo die Luft bleibt. Blut, Schweiß und Tränen schimmern leise im Moonlight. Braucht nicht mal eine Sekunde, nur einen Bruchteil. Glaub nicht an gut oder böse, wer ist schon schuldfrei? So fokussier alles in Slow Motion. Heder sehen wie Ameisen aus hier von hoch oben. Zerleg sie in Protonen, dreht sie im hohen Bogen durch die Galaxie weg auf den Betonboden der Tatsachen. Glücksträne folgen die Rückschläge, weil so viele dich fallen sehen wollen wie Hyänen. Sie trauen sich nicht zu träumen, rauben dir deine Freude. Sie haben täglich ihr Leben vor Augen, wie sie's vergeuden. Doch nicht mal einen Tag würde ich tauschen mit diesen Leuten. Sie fühlen sich erbärmlicher, auch wenn sie es verleugnen. Lacht ruhig, ich hab einen Traum, der mir was bedeutet. Los Junge, schau mir in die Augen, siehst du sie leuchten? Bling, bling, ich folg meinem Instinkt, so call me the Kingpin. Trag Gold in mir innen drin, dein Motto ist los, los. Mein Motto ist win, win. Sie nappen mich, kleiner Versager, Trottel und Winzling. Während sie schliefen, hab ich weiter trainiert. Schreib auf Papier, alles was im Inneren brodelt, keine Zeit zu verlieren. Bin schon einmal krepiert, weil das Leben dir die Sonnenseite zeigt und wieder irgendeine Scheiße passiert. Doch der Street Fighter in mir will weiter marschieren. Vielleicht werde ich mich hin und wieder auf der langen Reise verehren. Er hat dich keine Manieren, vielleicht sind sie schöner, größer, reicher, aber im Ich-Sein bietet mir keiner die Stirn. Und ich steh noch nicht am Ende, scheiß aus Männchen mit der Sense. Sag ihm, cancel deine Pläne, warte ich länger auf Geschenke. Ich steh kurz vor der Wende und sie heben erst die Hände für die lebende Legende. War der wortkarge Chorknabe, man nannte mich Laborratte. Habe nirgends dazugehört, Passagier ohne Bordkarte. Ich vertickte Mixtapes aus der Sporttasche. Klick, klick, Papier und Stift wurden zur Mordwaffe. In jeder Seele steckt ein König und ein Feigling. Du musst dich entscheiden, bist du heute Löwe oder Schweinchen. Werde ich mich von den Zwängen in mir lösen, bis ich frei bin? Oder hör ich auf die Chöre, die nur nörgeln, an mir zweifeln? Und ja, zu dem Erfolg dazu gehört natürlich Timing, aber wenn die Chance eintrifft, ja, ich schwöre, dass ich bereit bin. Ich visualisiere, wie ich kill und attackiere, wie ich split und massakriere und ein Gröle wie ein Viking. Lass die Traumata jetzt los. Sie verhöhnten mich als Kleinkind, doch ich löste mich. Ich bin ihnen nicht mehr böse, ich verzeih ihm. Nur im Battle bringe ich sie fürchterlich zum Weinen. Wie ein scharfes Katana spürst du, wie die Wörter in dich eindringen. Das ist eine Nachricht an mein früheres Ich. Die Zukunft macht dir große Angst, doch bitte fürchte dich nicht. Jedes ihrer Worte ist Licht und ist eine Bürde für dich. Doch sei dir sicher, dass ihr Licht schon bald in Kürze erlischt. Und klar hab ich Angst, der Gedanke daran zu versagen, verkrampft meinen ganzen Verstand. Darum warte ich nicht lang, denn ich wachse daran. Ich durchbrach diese Wand und ich starte den Kampf.
It's that time of year, y'all, to separate the elite from the obsolete. You see, anyone can bark from a safe distance. But when them gates open, you find out quickly that not everyone can survive with the big dogs. This year on Street Fighter League, we got what you need. The best pop-offs, the biggest reads, and moments you will never forget. And for the first time ever, we are live all season long. No redos, no retakes, no script. We are coming at you live from Los Angeles, California, and the best players in the world are here. Evo champions, Capcom Cup champs, if you name it, we got it. The moment is here, the time is now, and it gets no bigger than this. This is Street Fighter League.
Coming to you all the way live from Los Angeles, California. Welcome to day one of Street Fighter League. My name is Vicious, here with Ringe to get you guys suited and acquainted to everything going on in what we're about to throw down. We have the teams ready. We have the format ready. We have the prizing ready. But more importantly, we have the games ready.
Indeed, and we are, more importantly than even that right now, is that we are live and in full effect, Vicious. You already know. You heard Rob at the top of the show. We are going to find out all the results as y'all do. It is going to be an amazing time here for Street Fighter League US. The teams are stacked to the gills. I can't wait to see the competition, bro.
Most definitely, right? We are going to get ourselves situated with which teams are going to be coming into this season. We have some returning champs.
Oh, yeah.
We have some usual suspects in the realm of the US, but we also have some pretty decent international presence and some reformatted teams going by different names. However, it's still the same caliber of competition that you could expect.
Yeah, 100%, man. You get anybody who's who when it comes to Street Fighter NA and beyond. They are here, right? As per usual, when it comes to Street Fighter League US, we always got some international spice to add to the pot, which I'm very excited to see, man. It is going to be an amazing time. As you mentioned, returning champs, right? We saw an explosive season last year, right? Filled with the drama. We got a little tease of that at the beginning, right? With Punk talking and stuff, which started the season and ended the season, right? SFL US Championship. He let it know that they are the champs and they are back to defend their title.
Yeah, there's a lot of eyes in regards to tuning into the US scene and just overall the competition, right? It's been talked about at Street Fighter League EU. It's been talked about with Street Fighter League Japan, even in their pre-show segments, right? But it's more so been talked about around the world with a lot of the players really tuning in because this is going to be data going into what's coming up at Capcom Cup, right? This is what it all leads down to.
Exactly, right? This is actually some of the people's last opportunities to make it to Capcom Cup, right? Some of the regional World Warriors are done, the offlines are done, so this is one of the only ways to get to Ryugoku at this point. And as you mentioned, right, there's so many teams coming back. I can't wait to see it. Obviously, FlyQuest has returned in the building. The defending reigning champions with Punk the God, Nephew, Psycho, and Riddles, of course, all back at it. Bandits, of course, coming in very close last year as well. Menardi and Kaba, the staples. They ain't ever going anywhere, right? And, of course, Chris T was on the team as well a couple years back. Came as a coaching role, now in the player role. And they added Boost, one of my favorite minds in fighting games, period. So I think that's not only going to be a dangerous addition as a player, but as a mind to kind of theorize the matchups going forward. We also have Shopify Rebellion in the building with Knuckle Do, Jack, Dual Kevin, and they took Shine from FlyQuest this year as well.
Dude, you broke up the Kimberly brothers? That's actually kind of wild. But just as wild as ever, we have KuaiShou Gaming coming into the scene with Xiaohai, Zhen, VX Bao, and the man who took all of our hearts over at Evo Las Vegas, Mickey. Then, following up after that, we got the Falcons coming in with NL, DCQ, Zhen, and my favorite, Oil King, leading the pack. Followed by one of the newcomers of the block. We got 2-game with Blaz, by the way. We got Shaka, Juninho Ross, and Brian Yob. We actually got the big representation from their region. Then last but not least, the Red Rooster group. We got Mono, Crime in the building, bringing in Chris Wong.
Yeah.
And Crossover.
Yeah, that is a retooled Red Rooster roster. I almost got tongue twisted there. Yeah. But no, indeed, the additions of Crossover, Chris Wong, and Crime, and of course Mono heading the captain spot as he always should. Nah, man, that's a lethal squad. If anybody should be scared of like Red Rooster, like all of the teams are gonna have to look out for these guys because Crime on the team, Chris Wong. I know Crossover is gonna be thirsty to prove himself in an offline, high competitive environment as well. It's gonna be awesome.
Yeah, right. When it comes to like individual talent, when it comes to their performances at the Capcom Capcom Pro Tour, it kind of gets turned sideways when it comes to a team format. There's so much strategy involved in regards to which position you're in. You're either in the home position, you're in the away position, susceptible to the counter picks. But yeah, there's just going to be so much pressure going into it because it's not just going to be on your shoulders alone going forward. This is definitely going to be the biggest group effort. And speaking of, we get to look at the schedule as to how it's all going to go down these next couple of days with our first match. Are you kidding me? Our marquee matchup right in the very beginning. FlyQuest versus Bandits for the big rematch from that season ender of last year's. Then, 2-game versus KuaiShou Gaming to follow up. We get to see the newly reformatted team with KuaiShou Gaming, but the new kids on the block, they're going to be really put to the test. Shopify Rebellion versus Falcons, that one's going to be a banger regardless of how you spin it, and I love that being match 3.
Yeah, and then match 4, we have Bandits stepping back up into the plate against that retooled Red Rooster roster that we talked about, right? All kinds of lethality going on in match 4. And then match 5, to end the day, it's going to be KuaiShou versus Shopify Rebellion stepping back into the field, right? So Shopify and Bandits are going to have 2 matches. They're going to have an opportunity to get a little bit warmed up in their first one, right? But for Bandits, there's no time to warm up. You got FlyQuest. You got the people that sent you home last year at the top of the show.
That's tough.
And fittingly, since FlyQuest are the defending reigning champions, they are the home squad for that match as well.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense. And it's funny, you know, I got to say, first and foremost, dude, retooled Red Rooster roster.
Oh, yeah.
That is hard.
It's so close. I keep messing up almost every time.
I was rather impressed.
Almost every time.
We will get into the format right now, actually. Let's take a look at what you could expect going into it, right? When it comes to the home and away position, we kind of laid that out for you guys in just a bit. But with 4 players on the team, this is how it goes for the first round. Best of 3, 10 points. Followed suit by round 2, same exact thing. Best of 3, 10 points. Round 3 is where the big money is. Best of 5 for 20 points. And then, of course, if there is a tie going into round 3 or towards the end of it, we have our extra round to play off. Now changed up, by the way, following suit with Street Fighter League Japan, it's best of 3 worth 10 points as well.
Yes, indeed, right. Of course, the top 4 teams over the entire season are going to be the ones moving on to the playoffs after we get the double round robin settled, right? Everybody's going to play everybody twice, one in a home position side, one in a away position side, and you can see the dollars on the line, baby. First place, 60,000. Second place, 30,000, and then third place with the big 10 stacks on top of that.
Brother, that is a total of 100K.
Oh, yeah.
I'm no big mathematizer, but damn.
You got it.
That's a lot of zeros on that bad boy.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I'm actually quite surprised. I was coming into this like, it's going to be like 75K again. It's going to be like 80K, 85. No, they upped the hell out of it. That's wild. Is it too late to apply as like a player or a coach?
Can we like sub? Is there a sub?
Is that a possibility?
No, I don't know. Well, Either way, of course, like we told y'all at the top of the show, right, we are kicking this off with a rematch of the SFL US World Championships from last year. It's going to be FlyQuest on the home side, which means they get to counter the picks of the away team Bandits, right? Bandits have an order that they have submitted. All of those players will go in the order that they submitted, and FlyQuest will be allowed to counter pick, essentially, the player that they want to choose to go up.
Now, we've seen the Bandits camp. We are quite familiar with their roster because they had that exact same lineup as last year, but going into it, FlyQuest also getting the reformat treatment. They actually have Riddles up with that. Nephew, Psycho, and Punk are the rest of the teammates for that squad. But this is what the away order is going to be like. Kaba stepping up to the plate first with that Guile, newly reinvigorated, and also, I want to say, like, really emboldened because of their trip to Japan. Yeah. We got Boost coming up with the Terry, who's fully committed to that character, I feel like, as of late. Then Mena RD, and the anchor spot is Blanca, and if need be, if a tiebreaker does happen, Chris T stepping up to the plate in the extra match.
I like that a lot, you know. I mean, just the lineup in general, getting Kaba out of the gate, making people be frustrated, dealing with the Guile is going to be just a good kind of overall cover for whatever FlyQuest wants to send up, right? It's not going to be too much trouble for what Kaba is going to have to contend with. And then that allows them to be a bit more flexible going forward. We got Boost on the Terry, right? Obviously, one of the best minds. I like putting him up early so he then can analyze the different matchups in the later matches if they're necessary, right? And then obviously, Mena RD coming through in the anchor position. You wouldn't want anybody else there, baby.
No.
The Master Blanca. You saw him in the gauntlet against the SFL Japan players. Did anybody take a set? I don't think so.
Not at all. It was body after body after body. And also, the highest that anyone's actually scored against Mena was 2 games out of the 3 out of 5. And that was, I forgot who that was specifically in that long list of players, but there was only one person to do that out of the full list. And you had like elites from Japan facing off against Mena, and you saw the score. It was a ton of 3-0s.
Yeah, 100%. And Chris T, a very cerebral player as well. Putting him in the anchor position allows him to guarantee know who he's going to face if that gets there once the meta match happens, right? He's going to already be able to think about who his next opponent is, even being in that away side. So I like that a lot. I like the order.
When you said cerebral, I was thinking of Professor X and Cerebro. He's definitely the bro of Cerebro. I'll tell you what. He's definitely put it all together. I feel like he's going to be like a very, very important piece, not even just like in the extra matches, but for specifically other matchups going into the other teams as well, because having a Ken in general will always be a strong spot for your team. But going into it right now, like FlyQuest versus Bandits, I'm really kind of curious to see like who's going to be facing off against who. Personally, if it's going to be like Kaba, I always kind of like to talk about this in any format in regards to like any Street Fighter League that we get to cover. I think going up against Guile, I think Nephew would be the perfect fit. I think him getting past projectiles is pretty good in terms of like being able to perfect parry his way in and also use those expensive normals to kind of like pretty much like catch Kaba off guard. But for the rest of the teams, we'll get into that in just a bit. In the meantime, we do have our interviews ready with Rob TV and the leader of FlyQuest, Punk the God.
You're back here on Street Fighter League US, and recently you just came back from a trip over there to Japan. Your whole squad went over there. Whose idea was that, and how did it go?
I'm not really sure who idea it was. I don't remember. It was me or Psycho, I think. And I think the training went really good. I think for Riddles, it helped him a lot. Psycho, I think it just helps him stay sharp, and Nephew is Nephew. I don't really think Nephew needs a trip or anything. I think he's just, he's going to do his thing no matter what.
So, you bring up all the players you have on your team. You guys did switch up your roster a little bit this time around. You got Nephew, you got Riddles. What went into the way that you structured your roster this season?
Well, obviously, we got Psycho back again this year, and of course, we have Nephew now, which is a person I always want on my team, right? We just couldn't get him last year because of some stuff that was out of our control, but this year, and then we got Riddles, which is, I think he's been just playing really good this year, qualifying for EWC through the LCQ, getting top 8 at UFA right after. So, I feel like he's just been having a crazy few months recently. So I think he's a good player to have right now. He got a lot of good momentum on his side, and, he's just been playing really good. So I'm just excited for all the people on the team this year.
Okay, and you personally, right, as the captain, if we officially have that term now, I'm not sure for this season, but as the leader of the team, you recently made a switch from just Cammy, now you're picking up the Ed too. What went into that choice?
I just think Cammy's not that strong anymore. She got too many nerfs, and they just don't give her any buffs at all, so I feel like I have to switch up. I was doing pretty bad this year, so I think something had to change.
And you qualify, speaking of that, you talk about your results, right? So going into the China premiere, you needed to get results at that event to qualify for Capcom Cup, and you actually did it. How nerve-wracking was it going into that event, and how did it feel to qualify in the clutch?
For me, I wasn't actually too nervous going there. I felt good since Viper had came out, and I had Viper there also. So I had a lot of confidence going there, especially since I got to play a lot of Japan before the trip, since I was there before China. It just made me more confident going there. And then when I saw my pool, I feel like I had a good chance to actually qualify for Capcom Cup. So I went there. I had pretty good confidence, I would say, going to that tournament. I mean, I had to fight after my, but I somehow conquered them, and I got it done.
And, get it done. That's something that we see Punk the God do time and time again. Of course, this is an EVO champion, and as well actually won Street Fighter League US last year. We saw you guys cooking up over there at Capcom Cup.
We beat y'all team, too, in the finals. Don't forget that.
What you mean my team?
2-time.
Who?
We beat y'all team in the Street Fighter League finals. Don't forget about that.
Oh, relax. I think it was only one time. You sound crazy. You talking about Team Gale.
That was the finals.
That's it. That's enough for this interview. We're going to go ahead and send things over to our commentator. Boy.
The ever-confident Punk the God. I got to tell you what, you got to be confident to rock the Celtic shorts while Jalen Brown is rubbing his hairline across the entire league. But that's something we'll talk about another time, right? Right now, we're going to get into that FlyQuest versus Bandits. We've seen the order with Kaba kicking it off. Who are they going to send up? They said Riddles, and I like this, right? Yeah. I like setting up one of the Terrys just because you can kind of get below the sonic booms via the round waves, right, and the power waves and whatnot. So it's going to be something to look out for. His own way to kind of combat the projectile projectile warfare that Guile brings.
And I know this is like a matchup that you've actually had a lot of experience in terms of commentating as well. Like we had this exact matchup, Terry versus Guile, a bunch of times over at the FlyQuest fight series on a weekly basis. This is one of those things that are just really, really specific. Right? I was talking about Nephew coming up in regards to like his defensive prowess. I think like he's really, really strong when it comes to actually nullifying projectiles with his perfect parries and moving on to enclose the gap and use some of the range that Jury has. But this one's just as good, right? Like why even try to risk any sort of like perfect parry when you could go band for band with fireballs just to like get that out of the way in general, right? Like one less thing to worry about. If you could prevent Guile from throwing out Sonic Blooms consistently, you've already won half the battle, in my opinion.
100%. I think that's a huge part about shutting down Guile, or at least making the Guile player frustrated, right? We always just want to get players out of their comfort zone. That's one of the primary ways we can really start digging in and getting people who might be comfortable in a matchup to get uncomfortable, right? So Riddles has a couple of ways to do that with the Terry. Obviously, like we talked about the Fireball War. But one of the big things with this matchup, I think, as well, is Terry's ability to convert efficiently, right? Without using too much drive rush meter. We always highlight like crouch medium kick target combo. It's not hit confirmable, but it does allow you to extend if you know that crouch medium kick's gonna hit without using drive meter. And then you could use that drive meter to do OD power wave, stuff like that that's gonna nullify Guile's Fireball game even further, right? So I think definitely staying ahead when it comes to the drive rush is gonna be big for Riddles if he manages to do that. But let's get into it. First match of SFL US 2025.
Already out the gate, we have the projectile war coming in between Riddles and Kaba firing first. Now, actually, the upside down kick as a counter hit. Riddles maybe a little bit weary, trying to get like a counter poke game going, but now Kaba, as soon as he gets that first throw, establishing the pace yet again with the fireballs. It's up to Riddles to really close the gap, but Kaba's not going to let him.
Yeah, Riddles has been pretty timid so far, right? He's now trying to swing a little bit harder, especially with the drive rush, clipping the backdash at the very end.
And I like that too. Crouching medium punch to start off. Kaba actually flexes the parry just a little bit. Riddles wasn't ready for it. You can't escape with a level 1!
Shut it down in time, bro. The round wave coming through again. That's plus all day. It's like plus 9 in burnout. You ain't going nowhere. The crack shoots as well. Just chipping away at this life bar until the inevitable, DI, burnout, no meter to defend yourself. Riddles first round.
I really like that from Riddles too. Really making it a tough choice, even after like the standing heavy punch, right? Like even if you decide to wait a little bit and then go for the DI, you're building some meter for yourself and having them kind of like think about what's coming up next regardless. You get the punish counter on the way through. No extension, actually, a little bit too far out for the second jab. He could have gone right into the rising tackle.
Yeah, exactly. I think he just wanted to kind of squeeze all the juice out of the meter that he possibly could, so he tried the extra jab, but as you mentioned, could have gone directly into the special. Oh, but that is what we were talking about, right? Whip punish, utilizing the target combo as well. Don't spin that meter. Clean link off the punish counter stand medium.
Extra frames on that one, by the way. Even more time to get that confirmed. Burn Knuckle coming in from left field. We get the forward throw. A couple of more sequences. Riddles can get it. Gets the counter hit against Kaba. A delay upon the delay. Really well placed so far.
That was the Hezi. That was the Luka Doncic right there. We're changing our tempo. We're changing our pace. Nice stuff from Riddles right there. Slight delayed jab. Opening it up, Guile. And the XCR Kaba going to be going to the Bandit side, try to get some advice on what to do going forward, because this is still first to 2 territory.
Can you believe as soon as that trade happened, some people thought, oh no, we just let go of like a bunch of people for this Luka trade? I'm like, are you kidding me?
I remember that Kizzy tweet. Shout out
That's
Kizzy.
all I think about. Okay, shout outs to Elder, actually, for bringing for rehashing that.
Always bringing it up, bro.
Like, Kizzy, you're our boy and everything. But come on, man.
Come on, man. But either way. So we'll see what adjustments Kaba's going to have. Riddles, to me, started a little bit timid, but once he was like, all right, now I'm going to settle in. We're playing Street Fighter. Like, let's forget about Street Fighter League. Let's forget about this whole team aspect. Let me just play my game. And that's when he looked a lot cleaner, right? He was able to really get in Kaba's face, nullify a lot of what Kaba wanted to do. Picked his spots well with the normals, right? We saw him fishing with the stand roundhouse a little bit. We saw him snipe with the crouch medium kick. So as long as he's still playing his game, it's going to be up to Kaba to make some adjustments.
All right, let's see if he can set the pace for himself and reclaim where he was at in round 1 of game 1. We want to go as far as possible when it comes to these games, because honestly, it's like this could be a grand final scenario anywhere, even like within the top 8 at the very least.
Damn! And, you know, we're used to seeing Kaba bust out with the OD flash kicks, but still he hasn't actually brought it out one time here. Takes the throw for his life, but the perfect comes through anyway. KuaiShou to take up the space perfectly.
This is so well played so far. And again, that aggression, just raw burn up. When you saw the screen shake, he was going to be plus. Speaking of plus frames, it's so difficult after the drive rush. It is a true strike throw scenario. It's pretty much a big guess at Riddles. He's been correct majority of the time, checking Kaba on defense, multiple avenues, getting shut down. You got to go around the block, especially when you throw out the OD flash kick. Double perfect to start it off. Game 1, flawless coming in from the FlyQuest camp. What a showing by Riddles in his debut at Street Fighter League.
I was going to say, first ever match in Street Fighter League, and you double perfect Kaba. Look at the smile on Punk's face right now, bro. He was like, this is the guy I added to the squad. Let's get it, man. Oh, what a performance, right? We saw it even in the first game where he was able to use like the meaty round wave in the corner, right? The round wave, when you perfect parry it, you get the freeze, but it's still a projectile hit. So that's why I shut down that level 1 wake up from Guile. And then in round 2, or excuse me, game 2, we talked about it. Like, Kaba is we're so used to seeing Kaba just bust out with the OD flash kick. Never really hesitating, doing it nice and early. That's what I was just talking about, right? With the power wave shutting down the level 1. But we're so used to seeing him be a bit more aggressive and willing to bust out with these reversals. And we didn't see any of that. The only reversal we saw was at the very end, of course, right? When you hold back the whole time, you're expecting the opponent to defend once, thinking that you're going to flash kick. They never do until the moment you finally do it. And then, of course, steals the double perfect. Very unfortunate for Kaba, but what amazing reads from Riddles and being like, just because it's my first match of Street Fighter, I'm not going to be timid. I'm not going to play defensively. He just got in his face and didn't let up.
Dude, and even if he did, it was a very short moment in that very first round. That handshake was over and done with. That was more of a fist bump when it came to the introduction for those two players. But 10 points on the board for FlyQuest, the current champs of Street Fighter League US from the previous season, going up against Bandits. But again, we have so much more to look forward to as Boost is going to be stepping up to the plate with that Terry.
Yes, indeed, right. So, again, Bandits being the away squad, they sent Kaba up. FlyQuest decided to counter with Riddles, right? Now they got Boost coming up next. Who does FlyQuest send to the stage, right? They still got Nephew, they still got Punk, and they still got Psycho, all waiting in the wings.
That's kind of tough, right? Going against the Terry. I wouldn't mind the Kimberly pick.
Okay, yeah, I was going to say, I think you want Psycho either now or in the 4th position, right? Because like Kimberly, obviously, in 2 out of 3 is so potent. She can just overwhelm and smother you out of the gate. But it is going to be now instead, as Vicious highlighted. We got Psycho going up against Boost, so we can see if the Kimberly can kind of thwart what we just saw from Riddles with the Terry. Man, oh man, that Bandits jersey's clean, too. I like what they brought.
That was just about to say,
yeah,
man.
they brought to the table. Boost looking good in it as well.
I love seeing Boost more often than not, right? Like his transition over from Ken into Terry has been quite a productive one in regards to like his overall performances within the United States, right? I don't think he has like that opportunity to travel overseas as often, but when he does make his presence known in those weekly events, it's definitely something to really take note of. I think his Terry is like pretty much evolved to a point where he's really, really comfortable with and also like prioritizing that character as his main. But you talk about someone with vast improvement, like exponential growth. Psycho is definitely in that category as well.
Yeah, that's a great point to bring up, right? Both of these players have taken tremendous leaps when it comes to their competitive viability in Street Fighter 6. Boost is one of my favorite players to watch, period, like in the entire world. Love the way he approaches the game, the way just in general, the different things he thinks about. He thinks about a lot of stuff that even elite level competitive players kind of throw to the wayside. So I just love seeing all the little nuances and character and player specific counter strategies that he brings to the table. And then Psycho on the other end, right? Psycho challenged himself at the beginning of Street Fighter 6. He's like, I've played against Pug too long. I've played against all these elite players too long. I've played Street Fighter itself for too long. It's time for me to step up, and boy, has he ever.
I still think about that video he put out. He's like, my credentials are strong. You're damn right they are. You gotta have that kind of confidence, because when you're around that competitiveness, when you're around like top tier players all the time and you get to practice with them, you gotta make sure that you can still hang with the big dogs, especially in League. And honestly, in his rookie season, a phenomenal job. He was getting so many points. I think he was in contention for like top 3 most points earned.
Yeah, even super clutch in Ryugoku as well, right, in the World Championships. Right there, you can see Boost already off to the races, checking the drivers, but Psycho, nice job avoiding it. And then Boost, not scared to let it fly early.
Dude, all of these reads, all of these counter plays from both ends have already got me excited, right? There have been really, really solid call-outs against each other's defense and offense already, but it really is going to be the first act. We got the cancel, a slight exchange, but way worse off for Psycho. Although still maintaining the corner positioning, it's going to be just fine. We get the step, the overhead as well, applying pressure with delayed crouch jabs, excuse me.
Indeed, right. Almost caught Boost, but it was just a trade. And then again, just pressing off the plus frames. So many callouts here. And speaking of which, gets the power bomb and the Hezzy, but it hit. Oh, so unfortunate for Psycho, not expecting the jab to connect.
That was a good call out. I mean, like, even from Boost, right? Taking the risk of even throwing out a button to get counter hit like that. I don't think that was going to be intentional from Boost, but he's going to be swinging regardless. It was more so up to Psycho to recognize if it hits or not to get that conversion.
And establishing the power wave early. Oh, but walks right into the Kimberly neutral. That stand medium kick drive rush into the level 3. Let's get that install going. I like it nice and early as well, because ideally for Psycho, you go to around 3, right? So build up as much meter as you can.
I think she's got the only super that really kind of breaks that rule of like, hey, you want to make sure it kills, right? Like having it out this early is pretty much instrumental towards her success, in my opinion.
Yeah, Boost with a big neutral jump, right? Kimberly's love fishing with that stand fierce, one of her favorite buttons. He's trying to catch it again. This time, Psycho waited till he landed.
I like that also being 9 frames, but the low medium kick actually getting the conversion. Level 3 incoming. This is going to be pretty explosive. The rising fang, it should kill.
Yes, indeed, the level 3, it's gonna be enough. Beautiful stuff from Boost on that routing as well. He needed to specifically pick a certain route to build that bar, and he got on the very last hit. Well done.
As wild as they were swinging in the very first round of game 1, you can't really knock it off against Psycho, right? He is contemplating just a little bit, maybe trying to change up his style, but at the same time, it was very ambiguous as to what either player wanted to do, or at least how they wanted to approach the matchup. Yeah, 9 frames to stuff out that driver, standing heavy punch, putting in work thus far. Psycho successfully getting Boost into the corner, but we've seen, even in the previous game, Boost has done a great job of contesting himself, or contesting the opponent out of the corner, and we see it right now.
You can see Boost pressing buttons on the plus frames, right? That crouch beam kick from Kimberly is plus on block, even more so with the drive rush. And again, now just harassing. Beautiful spacing trap right outside stand fierce range.
He is so ready for that range as well, but now the slide sneaks up on in there, does get a throw. Psycho, how do you bring Boost back into the corner, but more importantly, how do you open up this man? His defense has been so hard to catch. The throws, that's going to be doing it little by little, but sooner or later, he's going to get out. OD rising tackle, that's going to be parried on the way through. Drive rush fierce, punish counter. Insane looking at match point.
Incredible performance from Boost so far. Like, just extremely right on almost every read. That time, though, Psycho whiffs one stand medium kick, gets Boost to press to whiff punish the second one. We got a quick drive reversal, though, get the bomb away. Try to bait something out, does so with the elbow, just right outside the burn knuckle.
He goes for the throw. Hella damage incoming. This is the momentum that Psycho was looking for. We get the Azuna drop. That is way off the mark. Psycho wasn't even within the vicinity for that rising tackle to connect.
Yeah, light rising tackle right there. Extremely fast, extremely quick recovery too, but Psycho still managed to punch it in time. Very nice stuff, not getting lost in the lights. That was very much a surprise option from Boost right there.
Damn, at the very edge of that slide, still being able to link that crouching jab. Off to the races we go with Psycho. Boost, although making a little bit of a jump back to kind of clear that space, clear that air. Psycho still was in hot pursuit, but backing away, now we get that big opener. Boost being able to jump out the level 3.
Of another Hezzy right there too. You saw the drive rush plus frames from the Fears. Did a slight micro walk in the crouch medium punch, opens Psycho up. Oh, but Psycho, the sweeper spawns. Huge.
As soon as you see green, just throwing it out there. That was a very ambitious slide. Full punish counter, or at least a decent punish counter at that from Boost. Just one more throw will do it. But the overhead, just within range. A big rebuttal from the Bandits camp. We're tied up. One set apiece from both. 10 points on the board for Bandits.
Man, Terry Bogard was like, this is Street Fighter League. I'm here now, baby. Both games won by the Terry players. Boost and Riddles taking the dubs for their teams, and now Mena RD, bro. The reigning, defending EVO and EVO Japan champion coming up to the plate now.
I'm so glad that Boost added the extra part of his name, Bruce Lee.
Yeah.
I feel like that was the big opener we had when we got introduced to him in the competitive circuit. Like, this guy's like Bruce Lee, right? It was either that or Bruce Wayne, depending on which type of play style shows up, right? I feel like he's concocted a really solid strategy towards Psycho, right? There's a lot of preventative measures, and even so, if you can't stop him from pushing you into the corner, he didn't take that much damage from that pressure, although it shows up on the replay as such. But outside of that round, I think he's done a great job of calling out some of the offensive sequences from Psycho, either being able to counter poke or even jump out of the corner to reset the pretty much positioning for himself.
Yeah, he really like honed in on the fact that Psycho was going to want some big haymaker type hits, right? We saw him challenge plus frames multiple times, just throwing out his light and counter hitting the option that Psycho was presenting. Even though Psycho was at plus, he was just going with something that was a bit longer startup, that was going to give him a better reward than something like a light kick or some type of a tighter gap would have. So just great identification from Boost on that and was able to take it. Very nice.
Low-key kind of sad because I was expecting it. I was hoping it would go to like a tiebreaker scenario to see like all 4 players play. Yeah. That's something that we're going to get introduced to eventually if we do have that tiebreaker spot, is that all players will be playing if it comes down to the tiebreaker. But, I mean, it's hard to call. I mean, this is already pretty tight-knit. This is the tie right now, but one team is going to be walking away with 30 points in their first day.
Yeah. And FlyQuest, they're going to have the choice between Nephew and Punk, right? This is going to be the deciding match. As you said, we don't get a tiebreaker because it's already 1-1, and they are sending Punk, the Kami-sama himself, up against Mena RD. It is going to be a hell of a match. You already saw, of course, a rematch of our finals, literal final battle in the SFL US 2024. So I can't wait to see it. It's one of the most legendary rivalries of modern Street Fighter, and we're going to decide these two. Yeah, it's going to be amazing, man. These two are going to decide who takes it for their team and really sets the tone for the rest of Street Fighter League.
Bear Savs in the league top left. That is for sure. I'm never saying that again, by the way. I just had to do it. I had to do it for my boys up at the top, right? Yo, Toronto.
Shoutouts Drew, you already know.
Shoutouts Drew. Shoutouts Cat. Everybody, Toronto fam, stand up. You already know what it is. So, as you had mentioned it, easily one of the most legendary rivals we could ask for. The question that comes to mind, which character comes up to the plate? We've seen the throwdown between Mena's Blanca and Punk's Cammy majority of the time. There's a new weapon on the battlefield, though, for Punk, especially with how much he's honed that character in Japan, brought it over to the Chengdu CPT premiere. Sea Viper is definitely a possible and potential threat, but we'll find out. It's going to be the Cammy. Okay, I like this. It's totally fine.
Okay.
If need be, the Sea Viper is there just in case, but we'll see if that's going to be a possibility. Again, Men RT coming in from a giant hot streak against all the Japanese pro players. He's had quite the destruction of bodies during his time there. So let's see. Punk also spending a lot of time in Japan, but right now, Mena's throwing out everything rather early. The drive rush overhead getting the big open for Punk. Now locked down in the corner temporarily. Mena in a really safe spot to catch anything that comes his way.
Yeah, I like that. Mena after the knees this time immediately presses the light kick because Punk at the beginning of the round actually did a shimmy off those knees beforehand. This time though, just outspacing Punk perfectly. Everything that Cammy wanted to press got punished.
You're absolutely right. Having that space that far away, too, to contain Cammy into the corner in case she goes airborne, plenty of time to actually react to it, that is really, really tough to kind of get around, especially with Mena at the wheel.
Yeah, we see the medium kick already, anti-air dive kick, right? The roundhouse can do it as well from Blanca. It's not that easy of a matchup for Cammy, man. I definitely still think it is slightly Blanca favorite.
Yeah, he was definitely talking about it outside. Like, I don't think there's like a lot of good matchups, and I don't think there's a lot of bad matchups when it comes to Cammy. Yeah. This is coming from like Punk himself, right? But now Mena RD, he's proving that this might just be real tough to manage at the very least. Mena RD being able to jump out the rest of it. Level 3, the big fella, the Savage Beast, getting the first game. But again, this is going to be best of 5. This is going to be first 3 for 20 points. So there's going to be a lot of adaptation coming in between the two.
Yeah, you can see when he anti-airs Cammy in the corner like that, which is when a lot of the time she wants the dive kick, right, to catch like one of your buttons, get a punish counter, something like that. Like that back medium kick is going to shut that down from a lot of range. And then being able to hop cancel off of it, right, means that you immediately have to deal with a mix-up. It's not just getting anti-air.
Really tough decisions to make. And it's hard to even justify trying to jump out of the corner. This burnout is going to be so pivotal for Punk right now. To add 0 bars as Mena RD, you could get that DI, which you do successfully. Charge up that hooligan, bring down the axe, spend the rest of your drive gauge. I don't even think you need level 1. Perhaps you do. Uppercut, perfect calculation. What a rebuttal. First round of game 2 for Punk. But yeah, man, looking at the amount of control that Mena RD had in game 1, you have to also note whether or not he's going to be charging down. I think that up ball is going to be a big prevention tool from even trying to jump out. But even so, back medium kick being able to stop that. Even Roundhouse very active on that one. But now Punk off to the races. Dash up, OD up ball. Mena RD had to take that risk. Nothing of it on the anti-air. Very tough. We get a big punish counter. Yo, sneak it in!
Oh, yes, indeed. A little DI reset on him real quick, Punk. Nice job, too. That charge hooligan built her so much drive meter, right? Before that charge hooligan, he was actually below 3 bars, but that charge hooligan put him above it, giving him the double drive rush combo, which means the kill is there. Beautiful stuff from Punk.
Damn, dude. 2 rounds straight from both ends.
I'm loving the way both of them are playing, honestly. There's already so much like back and forth and decision switching. Like at the very first knockdown from Punk to Mena, Mena did the air Blanca ball. This time he does up ball invincibility because Punk did the crouch fierce, which would catch a jump back up ball, right? Like it's so sick to see these two play.
Oh, back to back. Back medium kicks being able to take your turn. Mena just outside of that range. Crouching medium punch for the punish counter against that whiff grab. Little fella coming out to play as well momentarily. Let's get that electricity going. Charge him up.
Oh, and just caught him low right there. Punk looking to escape. The backdash, maybe jump either way, or you just thought an overhead was coming, but the throw is there to follow. Grabs the button that Punk woke up with, and Mena RD right back in control.
Just that 1 bar apiece. Just to take note. That sweep. Not too big of a punish counter. We do get the perfect parry. Drive, rush in for that punish counter. More so to bring Mena RD into this corner, right? Let's see what the defensive options are going to be like for Mena RD. Finds the mark with the crouching medium punch. OD ball into the lightning beast. Let the little fellow rock.
That crouch strong. It's
Oh
been
my
a little
God.
bit, but the overhead comes through. Tag team back again with that one. Send him out. Oh, the trade combo as well. Cammy, don't go Nico Harrison on us, girl. Oh, man.
Too late.
Oh, man.
That was messed up. He did forward ball, down ball immediately within the perfect range for max distance overhead for little fella to clean up the job.
Yeah, there's been like such sick nuances from both of these players, honestly, in this matchup so far. We even saw the crouch fierce work out because Mena RD probably woke up with an air Blanca ball attempt in that last round, but nonetheless, it did not discourage him. Mena's got control again here, already knocked down in the corner. Give me the plus frames, you ain't going nowhere until the pop-off.
I wouldn't mind like Punk trying to contest that, right? He tried to just now. Mena RD had actually done a few times over, back medium kick into back medium kick to take his turn. Now this is going to be hefty. Dump out the rest of that drive gauge. No level 1 necessary. Just build up your bar and end the round. Look at that match point already for Mena RD.
Yeah, it's been an explosive set. Oh, and then the drive rush load has started off as well. Mena taking it back right now, willing to spend all that drive meter, but this is how confident he is, right? The throw is a long animation as well, which is giving him back drive meter in the process.
Damn. And that was a very meaty roundhouse and the perfect parry on the way through. Plenty of time to adjust to it.
Bro, he is just flowing right now. Like, the buttons have been perfectly timed every time. And Punk, you can see 2 buttons whiff by him and not whiff punished.
Oh, not going for the lightning beast. Is he going to pay for it?
Finally, we get a little bit of offense from Punk. We get the dive kick on in. Mena, though, yeah, he's scheming on something, man. Could feel it in the air.
Oh, and I like that jump. Again, no charge coming in from Mena RD, so he's going to be cleared for takeoff at least to even throw out a normal or even a dive kick. But now the Lightning Beast does come out to apply pressure, blows up the drive reverse on a very sharp angle. My man Blanca doing the math.
Oh my goodness, bro. Geometry major Blanca? Give this man to a billiards table, bro. He's about to rack him up. That was so clean to dodge the drive reversal. Not only dodge it, but punish it outright. And Mena RD continues just his reign of domination this year and takes down Punk 3-1 to secure Bandits the W.
There's a lot to digest within those sets of games. In terms of like the back and forth and the decision making, right? A lot of it revolved around a lot of the plus frames that Mena RD was kind of laying down, but like going right into how we finished off game 1, very commanding 2 rounds, then the immediate rebuttal coming in from Punk. I think that was just more so like blessings from the round start, right? It's just more so who gets to get started, and also like how fast he got Mena RD into that burnout state. Very uncommon. That mix-up was nuts, by the way.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, just getting the overhead in the end, putting another doll down right there, preventing the corner escape as well, and then baiting the DP out. Like, Mena was just flowing, man. It felt like one of those matches where he couldn't make a wrong decision, and then what an ending this was, bro. Easy dodge, easy clap. Mena RD, incredible. Yeah,
incredible performance and incredible form. That is for damn sure.
I didn't notice that they actually had the Lee on the back of Booster's jersey.
Yeah. I was like, yo, that's a new addition. They got to have like a patch for that specifically
to
interchange Lee and Wayne. I'm telling you, man, Hey, Bandits camp, hit me up. I got some ideas.
Just on the phone real quick, but Bandits is going to take the first game right with a 30-point total. Incredible showing from the whole squad right there. Boost and Meta getting the dubs. Kaba finding his footing a little bit right. It was a tough draw with him against Riddles, but nonetheless, I know he'll do damage in the future.
Man, what a match to kind of like go through on the very first day of Street Fighter League, the very first match of the day. I feel like I'm already spent. I'm not going to lie to you guys, but I mean, it's tough to even try to counter a roster like that, right? Kaba being sent up first, Boost afterwards, Mena RD always going to be in the anchor position. This is where I feel like the season is most pivotal to throw out your anchor spot, your most dangerous anchor player position, or anchor position player, more often than not throughout the entirety of the season. If we see Mena RD up there every single time, I would not be surprised. Same goes for Punk, right? Like you cannot afford to lose any points with how things go by the wayside when we switch it up to the double round robin to the second half of the season, right?
Yeah, exactly. And like, there's so many little things that can happen, right? So many unlike predictable variables that could start happening when it comes to all of that. So yeah, I get it. But right now, we're gonna go to Rob TV with an interview at the entirety of Bandits. Let's get it.
And that is how we start off week 1 of Street Fighter League. Team Bandits coming back stronger than ever. Mena, I actually have heard through a little birdie that this might be a little bit of a flu game for y'all as well. Some of y'all a bit under the weather, but it looks like you're making no excuses.
No, not at all. You know, I gotta respect the competition, and even if, you know, we're feeling under the weather, we gotta bring the A game. It is what it is, you know. It doesn't matter. As you saw last year, a very bad season, but I still made it to the grand finals. I still performed. So it doesn't matter how bad I am at the moment and how bad Bandits is, we're still gonna perform.
Okay, and in that first match, your first match of Street Fighter League, we're immediately getting Mena RD versus Punk the God. I would say, at least for the average mortal, that's a lot of pressure for both of you guys. What does it mean to get that dub up against, I would say, probably even your main rival?
Yeah, honestly, he could be my main rival. You know, sadly, you know, Kakeru retired. Shout outs to him. But at the end of the day, I think that it's a lot of pressure. It is, but I enjoy the pressure, you know. At the end of the day, if you don't enjoy the pressure, you're not going to be able to perform in a match like this. But the bull only comes out in a match like this.
Okay, now please pass that microphone to your left side so I can talk to the man himself, Big Boostington. Boost, you go out there, absolutely cook up with the Terry. How confident were you going up against Psycho in that match?
Very confident. You know, went in with a plan. You know, with the footage I studied a lot of footage, like dozens of matches. Just went in with a plan, with my notes, just executed them. And whatever happens, happens. But you know, that just so happened to end with a victory.
Okay, and Boost, one more thing I ask you about, because I do believe you are the mad scientist. You and, of course, your brother Paladin as well. We know you guys got a YouTube channel and everything. Yeah. How important has Paladin been for you as far as your prep when it comes to Street Fighter League or as a player in general?
Well, as far as, like, he hasn't really been doing much. Like, he's been kind of stepping away from the game lately. Like, he's not in the regional finals. So he doesn't have much reason to like grind that crazy, but yeah, I still have a lot of faith in him. You know, that's my boy. So yeah, he's like me. He's maniacal when it comes to the preparation with the game and just the mindset of don't let anybody outwork you.
And you know what? So far, we, of course, are seeing exactly how that works out. The mad scientist and, of course, Team Bandits overall starting out with a 30-10 victory over FlyQuest. And we're going to see if they're going to be able to keep that up. Let's go ahead and send things over to our commentators.
No matter the weather, no matter the pressure, they're still coming in to perform, and don't let anybody outwork you. Well said from 2 of the 4 candidates coming in from the Bandits camp. I am very impressed with how they've grown as a unit, also as individuals, but coming in fresh and really invigorated. I mean, like, slightly under the weather, but still fresh enough to get a big W against their rivals here in the league is rather impressive.
And it makes so much sense to me that Bandits went after Boost to pick him up, right? Because if you've heard Mena talk about preparation in the past and whatnot, he's like, when it's tournament time, when I want to make sure I I'm all sharp physically, like on my execution and whatnot, it's about 50-50 how much I watch and play. If I'm not trying to be sharp execution-wise, it's about 70 I watch, 30% I play. And Boost is one of those other players, right, that reviews VODs relentlessly. You heard him. He's maniacal about the details. So that's why I think it's such a big pickup in a team environment like this, where you get to share notes, share strategies, have somebody that's going to constantly review other teams, right, and bring those notes and thoughts back to the rest of the squad.
I'm loving that too. Perfect synergy amongst that group. And obviously, we still got so much more to look forward to in regards to their overall season. Same coming in with FlyQuest, but also the rest of the teams. But again, a lot of this would not be possible without the help and support coming in from our sponsor for this season of Street Fighter League, one of them being Asus. We got Asus in the building, being able to elevate your viewing experience with the Asus ROG monitors, featuring stunning visuals, ultra-fast refresh rates, and ergonomic designs. They're perfect for gamers and professionals alike. Visit asus.com to find your ideal display today.
And then, of course, we got Brook Gaming holding us down as well. You know what it is. Know them and love them, giving us an opportunity to play on whatever we need to play on. Wingman FGC2, play your way. Seamless PS5 and PC support for over 150 wild controllers. You're just plugging in game, no problems, no hassle. We also got the Gen 5X fighting board, the heart of the next-gen fight stick, fully compatible with PS5, Xbox Series X and S, delivering seamless performance and low latency. Everything you could want, built-in assist features, making it easy to craft your ultimate fighting weapon as well. And then, of course, the Brook Fighter Start Burst, a new all-button controller for next-gen consoles. It is an all-button arcade controller designed specifically for the next-gen gaming consoles, right? So it's going to work on your PS5, your Xbox Series X's, all of that. It supports the latest platforms on the market, including full compatibility with all PS and NS2 games.
Damn, you got the entire armory. Well, guess what? The armory is open, and also, so is the sale. We got Street Fighter 6 on sale now. The base game, by the way, 50% off. No better time than now to hop into all the action. In fact, scan that QR code for me real quick as we get ready for our next couple of games. But again, this is the best time to hop in on this deal for Street Fighter 6. In the meantime, we're going to get prepped and ready for game number 2, match number 2 with 2Game and KuaiShou Gaming. We'll see you right after this break.
You ready? Top player, repeat.
Continue on the scene. With their poisons on the menu.
No mercy for you.
Ready? Then show me.
All right, let's get it. Game over, yo. Too easy. Beast mode, baby. Sure thing. Let's dance. You know what they say. If you rock the boat, prepare to get washed. Let me play.
Make way for the ninja side. Domo arigato. Drop the booty. Behold. Psychomantic stage. I'll make you proud. When poison prevails, it's a wonderful feeling. I have you. Another mission awaits. Do you plan to fight us all? Target acquired. I'll show you the power of my company. Now you understand. Don't underestimate you. Are you ready yet? It's go time!
One of a kind.
Welcome back to Street Fighter League US 2025. Of course, we already kicked it off with a rematch of the finals from last year where Bandits got an early vengeance, right? But it's a long season, and obviously they're going to want the title to really claim that spot at Redemption. But of course, we're going to be moving on to some of our new participants here as well, right? We got 2G coming in the building and going up against KuaiShou. Ooh-wee, this is going to be a barn burner, bro.
Right. Just in case you hadn't been introduced to the teams yet, I know we kind of like ran through that a little bit, but let me get you guys reacquainted, right? We got two games. Blaz, Shaka, Juninho Raz, and Brian Yob. Now, these guys, I feel like some of them might have fallen under the radar, but one has been a standout player all over the world, gaining quite the popularity for very good reason, right? Our runner-up of Capcom Cup in the previous year, Blaz, has been nothing short of phenomenal. But KuaiShou Gaming, we talked about them as well a little bit. We got Xiaohai, Zhen, VX Bao, and Mickey, right? We have some really important components to Street Fighter League in regards to the competition, adding that flavor of Mickey to come in for this team, this newly reinvigorated team. Is going to be quite the formula for disaster for a lot of unsuspecting teams this season.
Yeah, absolutely, right. Getting that new perspective and having it be a young player like that as well, it brings a whole new vibe, a whole new aura to the team, right? It definitely will allow them, I think, to come at this with a fresh mindset and really be like, all right, all those other SFLs in the past, whatever happened, whether they were successes, whether they were failures, that's all gone now. This is a new spice, a new type of flavor to bring to the table. And yeah, with Mickey on the squad, it is going to be very dangerous. Like, I'm very interested in where they're going to put him, right? If he's going to be like a starter that really just wants to catch people off guard or what. And we're going to get into that by looking at the match order here. So let's take a look about who's going to get sent up. And it is going to be Mickey to start it off. That's what I feel like, right? He's got that new blood aggression. He doesn't know what consequences are, bro. And all those players that don't know what consequences are the scariest players to go up against. So I love that they put him first, followed by VX Bao, of course, going to be rocking the M. Bison, has been looking very stellar on that, with Xiaohai, of course, the reigning, defending EWC back-to-back champion on the Mai, with Shen playing that tiebreaker role.
Damn, dude, that is a wild statement to make, dude. Back-to-back EWC champion Xiaohai. Not only that, but he has been everywhere around the world playing multiple games and still maintaining that Mai. But we have our new challenges on the block, right? Although they are pristine and prestigious in regards to that roster with KSG, let's take a look at the new kids. We got 2G standing by with Rob TV and an interview with Blaz.
Since we are live for the first time ever with Street Fighter League, I can ask you questions that are current event topics, especially with this one, you're at the center of it. Why do you think that kids like yourself are able to dominate so much earlier in the world of Street Fighter?
Okay. Él lo que dice es que como esta es la primera vez que Street Fighter League es en vivo, pues dado a las recientes cosas que están pasando en la comunidad o en los eventos, ¿cómo tú estás pensando referente al tema de que jóvenes como tú estén haciendo este ruido, este desempeño en lo que son los eventos de ahora?
Sí, lo mira.
Sí, sí.
Es que no lo había pensado. Yo pienso que como hay más niños jugando, por ende hay más niños que pueden ser fuertes. Y yo opino...
No está bien. I mean, you're gonna...
No sé.
Es lo que quiero saber, ¿verdad? Porque tú piensas que... ¿Por qué piensas que los jóvenes están performing, saliendo tan bien? ¿Por qué le está yendo tan bien ahora mismo a los jóvenes como tú? O especialmente tú como ejemplo.
Es que yo pienso que es porque ahora los niños tienen más oportunidades para jugar, tienen hay más comunidad donde pueden desarrollarse, tienen más tiempo, más apoyo. Y pienso como ahora hay más niños que me pueden ver a mí como inspiración, a otros niños como Hinao o Kraime, pueden sentirse...
It's okay to be nervous, bro. You good.
So what he was saying is that he thinks that the reason like young prodigies are doing exceptionally well now this season is obviously it's more accessible, the game. There's more kids actually, or people that are young interested in the game. There's more communities like in Chile, like the community is very strong and they keep doing events and even making newcomers, like people that are inspired because of him now they have like an academy also in Chile. I don't know if you saw that they went to Evo France, but now there's a lot more players interested in that, and players like Hinao and Kraime that came just at the same time he's playing. So he feels like there's more accessibility, there's more way to get the information, there's more ways to play, to find out about the game and learn. And he feels that that's something that's helped out the young generation to like be even stronger because of the access that they have.
And with that access, they have been doing amazing things. This player right here to my left is, of course, the future. I know it, and everybody at home knows it as well. First time on Street Fighter League, and we're going to see exactly how it goes down. Let's send things over to our commentators.
I'm so surprised every time I hear his voice, man. I thought he was going to hit me with a baby. Lock them doors and turn the lights. Anyways, so I think it really comes with like the byproduct of legacy, right? When it comes to like having this upbringing for the younger players, it's established because of those legacy players. It's not necessarily like, oh, these kids are just like mad good. There's actually a lot of the foundation and groundwork put before us by the people who really gave a damn about the game, about the community as well, because it's not even just a game anymore, right? No. They talked about it with Chile. They have their own like camps to figure out how to play the game at a very effective level. It's just how much passion is being put in for these kids. And I will say, not having responsibilities is a dope time to get yourself into the competitive range. Let's get into our match. Game number 2, match number 2 between these two titans. We got Brian Yob going up for 2G against Mickey of KSG.
Yeah, Mickey's going to be one of the young guns, right? He's only age 16, but Brian obviously pretty young himself, 22 years old, so both of these players here. But obviously the teenagers are the ones that are thought of to be the prodigal sons, right? We got the Mickeys, we got the Hinaos, we got Blas and Kraime and all these incredible young players. Obviously Ending Walker, I mean, he might be 20 now, but obviously we saw him in Street Fighter V as well. But just incredible performances from these young guns. But Brian Yob has been around the block for a while as well, right? Always a staple in his World Warrior, always one of the top representatives of Brazil, so I'm excited to see these two clash. He's going to be bringing the DJ to the table up against Mickey. I think DJ's got some merits in this matchup. A lot of his buttons can kind of just automatically stuff these dive kicks that Cammy wants to do, especially that stand medium kick that he seems to be harassing with nice and early. Tried it again there, but got counter poked.
Funny enough, like even outside of this range, he still kind of threatens with the fireball game or the feint if need be to kind of force an error. But this is right here, that pressure you were talking about. When it comes to close quarters combat, there's so much ambiguity towards the movement of DJ where he kind of like pretty much shimmy with his sway, add in some extra damage, and also kind of steal turns with the forward medium kick if need be. Not necessarily steal it, but also get a frame trap going to be specific. But again, Brian Job doing an excellent one at getting Mickey down to near critical.
Yeah, off a sick conversion off of a forced knockdown juggle point when he stuffed the hooligan as well. But right now, Mickey, he's still in it. He's got plenty of magic. Oh my goodness, never mind. That is a mundane pixel. No magic to be found. Brian Yob taking the first round.
Regular old pixel, huh? Yo, Mickey looked up in disgust. He's like, come on, man. How did I not see that coming? He didn't even blame Brian for that. He was like, how did I not see that coming?
Gotta look inward, right? The self-reflection.
Nice punish counter conversion off of the crouch jab. Nice and easy. Still damage to be done. And also the big jump in. We talked about some of the normals DJ does have. They could be extensive, but man, do they take a little bit to recover.
Yeah, that was the exact normal we highlighted, right? That stand medium kick. Doing a great job in the matchup, but at that time just got exposed heavily. That's plus frames, and Mickey's just going to take the throw for now, right? Knows that he's got a gigantic life lead here. Cool, calm, collected defense. Just walking out of the plus frames and getting the check.
Excellent call out too. The perfect parry, being able to walk right after, or at least walk out of that range. Pretty important for Brian getting that first throw. Sunset heel. Come on in. He's actually still got hit with the rest of it. That standing heavy punch just clipping Cammy right into the grill. And checking the space, did you see it? Again, no budge from Mickey.
Indeed here. Oh, just tap the parry that time. Nice link off the counter hit, stay medium punch. Mickey, quick recognition on that one. The processing speed is always something to be highlighted.
Dash on up, we get the perfect parry, going for the side switch. Just right back into it. No, it's a fight for positioning.
Legit. Who's gonna maintain this corner here? Beautiful DP on the sharp knee. Oh, Brian though, not afraid to press buttons back. He's gonna empty out everything. Right now, putting the full 3 meters. Mickey is gonna live here. Brian's gonna build a little bit of drive meter back. What's this land scamming gonna be?
Dash up to plus frames. And you try to throw. Mickey not satisfied with his ender, by the way.
He knows it's not going to kill, right? Even with CA, and I think even a drive rush cancel extended wasn't going to kill either. So I think he's just all frustrated by the fact that he's going to have to do one more neutral interaction, and Brian beaten to the button with the crouch medium kick.
I'm not gonna lie, I feel every person playing ranked right now get frustrated by that sweep. That thing is mad fast, actually pretty deceptive range, and it being the final hit for the round feels awful sometimes. But man, what a great tool to check walkbacks from DJ. And what good recognition coming in from Brian Job, not only to test what Mickey has in store on defense, but also kind of trying to really fight for that positioning. I think that's super important for DJ to smother any character in the corner as soon as possible.
Wow.
But the switch up to Mai immediately.
Interesting to me. I'm wondering how this is going to work out, because to me, Mickey is like the best like OD dive kick reversal player in the business. And I feel like that's what leads to a lot of his success. So putting that on the bench here, I'm excited to see what he's got with Mai. Right now, though, and already neutral jumping some of these big options that Mai has. That was not supposed to happen for Brian, but
definitely
it's okay.
not. real swing and a miss from left field.
Oh, just, a little off the timing. He was close to even with punishing that wake-up button for Mickey.
Yeah, you already see a different type of pace being set against Mickey because of the Mai threat, because of the fan threat specifically. But now, once he's gotten that out of the way, drive rush to kind of check Mickey. There is an attempt at a parry, but still trying to create some space for himself. There hasn't really been any big conversions that's like typical of Mai after setting up the fans. I think that's Brian Job doing a really cognizant effort to make sure the fans are not as much of a threat.
Yeah, this is really great spacing. Oh, but what ATI? What? How did you bust that out right there? The Sway Funky Slicer gets countered. This is going to put Mickey back in the match. Oh, the overhead tagged him as well. Get into that level 1. Actually, yes, indeed. Yes. Okay, yeah.
A little extra 300 damage on top of that as well. Mickey pulling it out when he needs to in regards to the mix. Getting that overhead. Actually, that was pretty much a link towards the rest of the combos, but that's the first big conversion that we've seen from Mai.
Yeah, it's interesting because like Brian was in control of most of that round, and I've talked to some people. What a sway feint right there to bait out the parry. Ooh, and then the hezzy to blow him up as well. Brian here, he's snowballed in this corner. OD, that's the plus frames right there. Try to get with the target combo. Oh,
I like that. Utilizing the feint Sobot.
Yeah.
More often than not now. I like that. Forcing Mickey to really make some critical decisions on defense. We do get the jump, getting smothered, getting eliminated with that DP.
Here, and then Brian right back in Mickey's face right here, right? Trying to nullify that fan range that you highlighted earlier. We're going to not let her just do stuff for free. But got counter hit there. Nothing to follow up. Mickey was pressing.
First time we see control coming in from Mickey. The parry attempt. Punish counter yet again from Brian.
And it's going to keep Mickey so low on the resources, right? He's actually going to drive reversal. That means no OD fans. He doesn't have an install either, but he goes into the level 3. That's big damage here. That's going to put Brian low and really drain his drive meter heavily.
There's still a shot. We still critical territory coming in from Brian. Any big conversion to the critical art, unless Mickey has something to say about it. The fierce to the fan, tying it up 1 game apiece. And Brian immediately going to the bench.
Indeed, I'm interested in seeing specifically how 2Game does against the plethora of Mai's that I'm sure they're going to see over the course of the season. Because I've talked to a couple of different people, and in like the Latin America regions, Mai is not as popular as she is in a lot of the other countries, right? And I'm not sure if it's like just players don't want to play her there, or if there's some players that are really strong against the character. Like Brian Job looked strong against Mai in that situation. There's been theorizing that Luke does really well in the matchup as well, and they have really strong Lukes. Juninho Ross obviously plays a really strong Luke on this team as well, so that's something that they might be saving for either Xiaohai in the future or maybe even in the set.
But who could expect getting this Mai treatment earlier on, like a preview of what's to come in regards to the anchor spot? This is crucial and critical data coming in for the 2G squad, but a little bit of a timeout to see what needs to change. Much more of a different pace. The neutral jump again paying off, leaving himself at a +2 spot to allow himself that time to act. He actually was able to connect that crouching medium punch for the side switch, but it was so temporary. Mickey now back in control, or so we think.
Oh my goodness, yeah, just again trying to up the tempo and just outside the range to get the punish that time. And actually just takes the throw. Mickey was so close to getting burnt out. Ooh.
Not a tool, man. Give me that punish counter. The rest of the damage coming in, no matter the scaling. Excellent rebuttal. Match point now for Brian.
Huge for Brian right there. He almost let that round get away from him after having a lot of control. He's able to get a clutch parry to ensure the victory. That's plus frames that Mickey just respects.
Ooh, what a stop. Medium punch also being cancelable, just stuffing up that driver is one of the biggest things you need against someone like DJ. But more importantly, Kageru no Mai, we do get the install. Double jabs to kill frames, we do get the forward throw. Now it's pressure with the fan. And more, very important tech for Brian, but still can't get out of the corner. That's gonna be enough. The fan just missing the mark intentionally for Mickey to bait out that parry, driving on in for the rest of that.
Yeah, everything just went wrong for Brian, and Mickey capitalized perfectly, right? He really utilized the drive advantage to his favor, and just in general, getting that install in so early. Brian now, he's really trying to harass with the Sunrise Hill, finds it there.
Unfortunate it was off the target combo to get that counter. Really can't do anything much after that.
Yeah, and that time, Mickey not ready to capitalize off the fierce Brian. Forcing the issue like he's done all sets so far. So many throw loops. Mickey this time busting out.
For life, by the way.
Yeah.
If that got blocked, he would have got smoked. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? If it's something that is, if there's a little reluctancy from the side of Mickey to even tech, you got to keep going for it. You could do it again. That's the tech now. Mickey, he's on to the throws. Punish counter!
Oh, Brian, he's been tempted. Fade. He tried to reset it with the overhead to get the kill, but great block.
Uh-oh.
Another harassment right
Level
there.
3! The champ!
Brian, what a clutch out up against Mickey right there. Definitely got scary for a minute, but I'm telling you, man, I feel like these Latin, these South American countries, they got something cooking up against this Mai, bro. And I hope we get to see more of it throughout Street Fighter League.
Oh, we definitely will. I think there's a plethora of different Mai's that can step up to the table throughout the entirety of the season. But again, having two already from the side of KSG, we're seeing the side choices from Mickey. And honestly, I think that was just like the luck of the draw. I mean, like them being on the away side, they are vulnerable to the counter pick.
Yeah.
Brian had much more practice against the Cammy, much more of a comfort type of style against Mickey's Cammy in comparison to the Mai. Granted, he still got the job done, but it was more so on the lacking defense from the side of Mickey to make those type of reads, those big reads against it though. It's difficult against someone like DJ. He could blow you up severely with any type of punish counter. Out of the way, crouching heavy punch, you're dealing massive damage.
Yeah, it was so sick to see the different things that really let Brian succeed in this matchup, right? Obviously, DJ has a pretty potent fireball, so he's kind of able to combat Mai there in a little bit better than a lot of other characters. But it was a lot of the hard callouts as well, right? Like the neutral jumps on the stand fierce. We saw that hit multiple times. In addition to that, we just see him like stay at this range where he can harass with a lot of the Sobot kicks as well, making sure Mickey either gets space trapped by some. That time he was a little bit too close, right? But he made sure to just stay at that harassment range where Mickey never felt comfortable being able to throw fans. And again, that even set him up for the eventual chip kill. So beautiful, beautiful gameplay from Brian.
Making sure he doesn't stay off the mark. I like that. The first 10 points coming in from 2Game on the home side. Now it's just a matter of who comes up next. But I do believe, yeah, if we're looking at it, KSG, they have VX Bao coming up to the stage next, right?
Yes, indeed. And Juninho Ross is the one that's going to be set up against VX Bao and Bison. I like that. Shaka 22, their other player besides Blas on this team, is a Dawson player, and I don't think Dawson has much fun up against Bison personally.
No.
So, yeah, I definitely like them throwing up Juninho Ross here, who I'm expecting to bring a Luke to the table, which I think does fight Bison a bit better than the Dawson.
Yeah, and he's been, if I'm not mistaken, still sticking with the modern Luke. If
okay. I do not recall that.
I haven't been fully updated, but I do recall seeing him very early on, and actually in this particular season, still rocking it out with the modern Luke in some of the weekly events. But I mean, if he had gone full classic, I don't blame him. Medium kick is also pretty solid, like being able to space people out. But other than that, like Luke, he's been built for modern regardless, right? Like that whole mechanic was like kind of built around Luke, so he's not going to be missing out on too much. I still think he gets what he needs to get in regards to being able to outspace opponents, really apply pressure. I actually want to know more so if VX Bao is going to be able to handle something like Luke, because I feel like Luke in general have been kind of a pain in a lot of like the Asian country sides.
That's true, right? Yeah, exactly. Definitely Luke still a little like not too prominent, but the players that do play him have a lot of success in the Asian region still, right? So yeah, it's cool to see. We even saw that at the Chengdu Major with one of the players like being very prominent with Luke as well, with the grand finalists. But in general, yeah, I want to see what he does against the Bison. I want to see if like a Bison kind of influences the control scheme that Juninho Ross picks, right? Like maybe he plays both now, and maybe he picks the modern to have answers to like the slower startup stuff, like either Psycho Crush or even Stand Heavy Punch from Bison, right? Being like way up there, even like a reactable like for parry. But obviously with the modern, you'll be able to have a lot more options. But it is going to be classic with the Luke, it's looking like, at least from our HUD, yeah.
Man, all right, you got me.
But he might, he just might be that comfortable now where he's like, all right, I got the reactions are there. I'm used to seeing everything within the game, right? Because, of course, like when it comes to fighting games, that's a huge thing when it comes to reactions. The reactions get better because you get used to seeing stuff and get used to expecting certain things. So you might just be able to make up for those modern losses with his classic gameplay.
Yeah, so outside of like the mechanics of the controller scheme itself, right, one of the biggest things I do enjoy about Luke is his pressure, right? He gets the knockdown immediately into Oki. One of the biggest things that we highlight against Bison is his lack of defense outside of having bar. But if you play such an immaculate offense, you don't really need to worry about it. Up until this point, Luke is always going to have like some sort of contesting point against any character. He has Oki uppercut, right? He has plus frames to get his offense started with crouching medium punch, and also he's got the range to contest against a lot of the cast.
You can see the damage on DDT being so potent now that I crouched light kick for 2 bars. That was a good damage for Luke, right? So definitely efficient conversion from Juninho Ross. And right now, it's really led him to be quite in control up against VX Bao right now.
Oh, I never really thought about it that way, right? I mean, if you're going off of a light and you instead go for a drive rush, cancel, that is 3 bars for the type of damage that you might similarly get. So that's a really good call.
Yeah, like that combo right there was pretty much the same damage he got off the crouch light into DDT starter.
Yeah, and it's not like you're sacrificing any type of Oki. Like, you won't get the same type of like corner carry to it, but it's still like pretty significant off of that knockdown to get your turn started. Damn, son. What a conversion.
Oh, my. Bow! The banana clip combos from VX Bao. Okay.
Uh-oh. We got the perfect parry. Sweet chin music.
Right upside the temple right there. Put him down. He's got the mine on him as well. That perfect parry to blow everything up and save his drive meter. Huge for Juninho. Gets the spine buster for the lead as well. Try to slide Hezi, but Bao's not biting.
Kind of tough to even try to anti-air for that angle. Forward throw. One more for an overhead perhaps. He's trying to jump his way in. It's throw again. Juninho Ross. 2 rounds straight against VX Bao.
Right, yeah. This is a huge look for a Team 2 game right now, right? After taking the first game, they have a chance to get a 20-point lead with Juninho Ross coming through, taking the first game. VX Bao got a whole lot of characters up his sleeve, and the Mai is here yet again. But he started with the Bison, man. Hey, does everybody on this team have a Mai?
I think so, 100%.
Jen probably does, right?
Yeah.
I don't think he's going to play it, but he probably does have a Mai.
Dude, so after that pick was highlighted and chosen for this matchup, Juninho Ross had a slight smile.
I'm telling you, bro. Like, these guys, they know how to fight them some Mai.
Yeah, and we talked about, like, the potential, right? This has been, like, a highlighted discussion for Japan, specifically, between, like, getting Luke out there for Mai. But right now, wake up level 1, push Mai, offer me, at least get yourself a lot of space outside this corner, contest against the fans temporarily. VX Bao, although a little bit on the deficit with the drive gauge, this conversion is going to be even bigger for Juninho Ross. I'll hold that point a little bit later, but damn, look at the damage output.
Oh, my. No. The suppressor, and then you want to get loud, the bait out afterwards. Juninho Ross 1 round away.
Damn, we're just holding on to that one. That's pretty good. The suppressor in case you want to get loud.
You know this,
I'm glad you're here, man.
Thank you, bro. I'm glad to be here.
I'm genuinely so happy that you're here. Holy, that was good.
Level 1 already as well. The install here. VX Bao's got to bring himself back in, right? He's going to be able to burn Juninho Ross out and go immediately for the DI. Did not try to milk the bar whatsoever.
I'm a fan of that. You know, you still got some life to live. You get yourself full drive gauge instead of spending at level 1. I like this. You don't have to struggle as much. Forward throw. Drive rush on in there, perhaps. Back roundhouse, still trying to check. VX bow out of the way, getting the punish counter, dump out the rest of it. Let me get that DP. 3 bars to VX Bow's name.
Not as easily, you can't as easily get away with whiffing that crouch medium punch on Luke as you once could, right? So the second one, VX Bow, beautiful whip punish, keeping himself in this match. Oh, you ain't going nowhere. Attack the legs real quick.
Way less than 3 minutes, I'll tell you what. 3 bars on the side of Bones, level 3! He's on classic, I swear to God!
I was saying, man, as you get used to stuff, you don't need those monitor reactions anymore. You make up for it. Oh, man. Oh, that's her jump out, but VX Bow was not taking a throw on landing. He could have because he empty jump, but the CA confirm off the Fierce, sends it, and this is going to change the course of the round.
Damn, that's a lot of damage. Sweet God almighty.
What? For 1 Fierce and a CA. Oh, jump, but yeah, it was a little bit too far. OD for the plus raise, and Juninho Ross takes down VX Bow 2-0. Telling you, man, these are players from Latin America, from South America. They are cooking when it comes to this My matchup. You saw it. We saw Mickey try to switch to it in the beginning up against Brian Job, shut it down. We saw VX Bow switch to it up against Juninho Ross, shut it down. What a start for 2 games.
The rookies of the league with a star-studded lineup already making a huge statement against one of the veterans. And now it's going to be Blas coming up for the anchor spot.
Wow.
As if we expected anything less, right? But taking a look at the replay, the full control that Juninho had against both the Bison and the Mai. Take a look at that. You saw him just waiting it out against VX Bow, throwing in that standing light kick. Very risk averse and also really trying to play that counter poke game, but overall, his defensive decision making so sound. But who needs defense when you have such a smothering offense just like that?
Exactly right. You really, I think, highlighted it perfectly with the fact that Luke getting Oki off damn near every hit really allows him to smother Bison. So VX Bow switched to a character with an invincible reversal, right? But we saw it get baited out. And just in general, what Mai wants to do, he nullified a lot of, right? I love that as well. Using the OD Sandblast in the corner, jab quickly afterwards. Just in general, making sure that he didn't give Mai a lot of gaps to play with, and then really nullifying that fan space. That's something we saw from both Brian and Juninho Ross. They never really played at that spot that Mai got to comfortably throw fans at. Just a really great job prioritizing where to be against a very potent character.
Buckle up for this next one, ladies and gentlemen. Another Mai coming your way, but it's in the hands of Xiao Hai.
So I was going to say, now it is time. We got a rematch from SFL World Championship already, right, with the top of the show with the Punk Meta match. Now we get a rematch of EWC Grand Finals with Xiao Hai versus Blas. Oh, this is what Street Fighter League's all about.
Brother, this is only day 1.
Day 1!
I can't really emphasize it, but I've said it in previous seasons. It only gets better. It's crazy how that's held up, honestly. That came from the top of the dome.
I remember
but here we are now, man.
It really does only get better, man. So let's talk a little bit about this, right? Blas obviously has been a phenom this season. Has gotten second place at Capcom Cup, got second place at EWC, has gotten multiple top 8s, has won tournaments. It's been an incredible showing from him so far, right? And on the other end, like, he's just everywhere. And on the other end, we got Xiao Hai, right? Xiao Hai picks his spots. He's a busy man. He's got a lot of things to do, right? He's a Street Fighter's not the only thing on his docket. So he's splitting his time here and there. He's a married man as well. He's got to be a loving husband, right? So there's so many things. But when this man comes out to play, he puts everybody in a bag. Packed them up, won EWC back-to-back years, the first ever EWC back-to-back champion. Like, it's going to be a clash of 2 players who are at the top of their game.
I was going to say, as a sidebar, there's nothing more loving coming home to your wife with a brand new trophy.
That's what I'm saying, man.
Yeah, that's pretty good. He'd be collecting the bag pretty significantly. I mean, Xiao Hai, again, although like he's had such a pristine record this year, he has never been a slouch in regards to every game that he's played throughout the years, right? He has been a staple in the FGC for not only his region, but also coming in to the United States a handful of times, actually more often than a lot of the players within the States themselves, coming in for these top spots, coming in for these premier events. So it's a very, really big contrast in regards to what we're seeing between like Blas and Xiao Hai in terms of travel, in terms of experience, but the results are still so damn close to each other.
Yeah, and it's like, it's funny how much these two actually do have in common, despite having like such a different age difference and obviously from opposite sides of the world and all that. But for those back in the day, when we first got introduced to Xiaohai, he was of similar age to Blas,
That's
right?
facts. That's
he
facts.
was playing at a younger age even, and when he started getting into international competition and all this, he was a very similar age. He was a young prodigy himself. So it's so sick to see kind of this, like, maybe a rivalry start to blossom with like Xiaohai against somebody that he used to be.
Yeah, it's funny enough, like all the young kids, they be stepping up to the OGs nowadays,
Yeah.
and even back then, I'm just saying, it's been a thing.
You know, it's kind of been around this whole time.
Yeah, you know,
I gotta say, 100%.
There's a guy named Justin Wong that might know a story or two about doing that kind of like whoop-assing at a young age. But anyways, we are gearing up for our final match, the anchor matchup. Again, you guys want to take advantage of all the promo codes that are going to be happening all weekend long. Asus-SFL, definitely a great one to kind of start things off with the Asus, the official monitor of Street Fighter League. There's so much going on in the works, even with SteelSeries, right? The most winningest headset going on in the fighting game community. And also, I wouldn't be surprised in the entirety of esports at this point.
I was going to say esports definitely in the building. Corsair, we're going to show off their new leverless controller a little bit later as well. Beautiful stuff. You can see a graphic for it on the screen right now, but we got one in full effect that we're going to show off later. And of course, 10-0 in the building.
Right on!
Bringing the best FGC apparel known to man, including that Akuma Heaven shirt in gold now. Stop, bro. There's a crew neck, by the way. Let me fix my face.
Even the pin was all gold and
Ridiculous.
decked out. They're big fans of Akuma. You can see it, right? The beads on the right. That's coming soon, by the way. Not available just yet, but what is available is the entire armory that Brooks has been supplying for years now, by the way. Brook converters have been such a pivotal thing in regards to like a multitude of different events. Like, you never know what you're going to get. Like, I feel like sometimes, not even just within the CPT, but within like fighting game season in general, it's a box of chocolates. Right?
Yeah, 100%. They're always making sure they stay on the forefront of everything, of course. And by the way, there are tickets available right now to come watch in person for the SFL US, right? If you're in the Los Angeles area or are planning a visit, there's a QR code. You can go to Capcom Fighters Twitter to find out all the info about where you can get your tickets. And just come on down, man. Come through. We got so many days of this action as well, all live and in full effect as well. So it's going to be a beautiful, beautiful couple of weeks, because we obviously have the first 4 days from Thursday through Sunday, but we got a December stint and, of course, the finals in December as well. But it looks like we are ready to get this anchor duel going. Again, it's going to be Blas, Xiaohai, best of 5, and Blas is bringing out the Sagat.
That's right.
Let's go.
There was an exhibition. There was a tournament going on. Blas had actually been dominating with this character to contest against the rest of the meta, right? One of the biggest things we were looking forward to is who Blas is going to pick for Street Fighter League. This is an excellent first choice. At least so we think right now. Xiaohai has been laying down the pressure. Back-to-back throws, already putting Blas into the corner, and also trying to outspace the guy is rather difficult. You see the big fella coming in with that crouching heavy punch, and look at the damage.
And that's one thing that Sagat opponents demand. Like, you have to be on point with your whiff punishes, because if you're not, his buttons will reach your whiff.
It's awful. In terms of, like, the terror he brings, awful. If you're piloting Sagat, you feel great.
Whoa. Even there, he thought Xiaohai was going to cancel that parry to a drive rush. Didn't give it to him, but he still found the burnout against Xiaohai regardless. Oh, the Tiger Nexus harassment coming in hot and heavy. Oh, the super!
No way!
Blas tried to ODDP to guarantee the chip. And Xiaohai's like, yeah, bro, I've been around that block before.
That's wild. What a time to spend that level 2. I mean, it was do or die, essentially.
It was.
Like, the fact that he was willing to risk that level 2 already, because he's like, if this hits, I'm killing you.
Yeah.
That was a great assessment from Xiaohai.
And I wonder how it would have played out up against the level 1. Maybe Blas was like, okay, the level 1 won't be that bad, but not taking into consideration level 2. But right now, the level 3 just came out from Blas. Huge damage here and corner control.
55%, excuse me. With Blas now in control with his corner. Throw does get technical. So in the range that I feel like Sagat has a little bit more advantage of outside of the fireball.
Oh, the big heavy DP right there. Long startup. Slightly miscalculated from Blas.
Power touch to the west side. Xiaohai applying the pressure. PD overhead does get perfect. Parried. Forward step kick. Back to back. Tony Jaa, eat your heart out. Let me get that level 1 if need be. You already know it. Is it going to be enough? You're damn right it is. That is the king.
Mine's got beyond CTE. I don't know what the next step is, but after that combo, that is a beyond concussion protocol, bro.
Damn, son. And she's back for a 3rd round.
Ooh. Yeah, and again, a huge jump in as well. It's been where Xiaohai has found some big open up so far. So they'll be baiting out the heavy DP, but Blaz now baiting out some whips. He's done that a couple of times himself. Nice challenge.
Had to do it in between, right? Didn't want to fall susceptible to any of the follow-ups afterwards. If you get caught standing and the roundhouse version comes out, you're still going to have a tough time with Sagat taking his turn. So at this moment, Blaz, he is at critical. He only has 2 bars to his name. Xiaohai just needs one more throw if he can land it. He has 3 left in the chamber for some of these fans.
Yeah, Xiaohai's doing a good job of being a little bit more active now. He's not just staying timid. Challenges after that, knowing that it wasn't a plus frame Tiger knee. Nice recognition from Xiaohai.
Bro, his demeanor, he's like, it's just another game, bro. Like you have to adjust to what I'm bringing to the table, man.
Yeah.
I love his demeanor, bro.
Yeah, it translates to in-game as well. Like, Xiaohai was willing to press buttons in dangerous situations, and he definitely didn't let Blaz just bully him, right? Sagat bully game is some of the best in Street Fighter 6. So you can't just sit there and get manhandled by this dude.
And you saw it too, Tiger Knee being able to close that space, and also being at the right ranges to get plus frames. You see the screen shake. It's his turn again, and it's so dangerous having to block a standing medium punch, being +2. There's so many follow-ups that he could frame trap you with.
That's why Xiaohai is really trying to fight out of this corner, but he ran into the crouch strong with a buffer behind it and baits out the ODDP Blaz. Off to the races now. Oh,
damn. I love that addition to the HP Tiger.
Yeah, so clean right there. Xiaohai finds his gap though. Protecting his drive gauge in the process with some clutch parries. Backdash gets chased down, and the level 1 is one to put him in burnout. Huge pursuit from Xiaohai. Oh! That chunk that the DP does, bro. Violent.
Off of lights as well.
Yeah.
Ain't no better way though. I think that's exactly what Sagat's design is intended to be like, right? Making sure any sort of opening hurts. He's not gonna be like the fireball monster that we know him for. No, make sure to utilize his full build as a Muay Thai user, right?
Precisely, bro. You can't throw no tiger shots in Muay Thai. I'm out here doing it for real now.
He throws a real tiger. What if he does like a tiger summon, you know? I like that idea.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Blaz right here, though. Found a good idea of his own. Spin that level 3, put him really low on the drive meter. That's not going to matter to him. Yeah, beautiful timing on that as well. Not worried about running into anything. And right before he could get any meter, Blaz. What calculations from the young man, bro.
To the sternum. That is wild, too. He did standing roundhouse. Normally, that's a 2-hitter, but he canceled off of the first hit right into the drive impact to ensure that it connects.
Yeah.
That is genius. I don't know if any other normal would have been like enough of a gap, like if it maybe to kind of like press a button or not even press a button, like throw or anything like that. So roundhouse being just enough and also not build that meter, that single bar from Xiaohai, that was genius.
Exactly. Like, he literally had put him as close as possible to getting 1 bar without actually giving him the bar. Man, yeah, the media stuff from Xiaohai right there. We got the corner scenario.
Overhead, doesn't get checked this time. Not too big of a conversion, but still the positioning is way more important than the damage dealt from that single instance. Xiaohai covering the escape. Doesn't matter if he comes back up. OD uppercut.
Oh, and then actually using the roundhouse, that definitely blew up Blaz's traditional delayed defensive timing off a drive rush cancel, right? A lot of players usually have a timing that they'll press something against a drive rush cancel, but you just gotta find out how to exploit it.
Parry on the way in. This is gonna be just for the install, right? The damage not gonna be like too subsequential or at least too bad for Blaz, but I'd much rather have like this fully stocked up Mai to bully with the fans first and move your way in. What a punish.
Yeah, I like the fact that Xiaohai really prioritized getting these flame fans early. You need it up against Sagat, or else, yeah, you really can't just measure up to his projectile game. But obviously with the fans, she is going to be superior.
Final stock, being able to hold on to it. The punish counter was there, at least for the follow-up against Blaz's button, but not going to be anything too crazy in terms of like the damage output because Xiaohai was just out of range. And now stuffing out, what was that, the low step kick?
Yeah.
Reload again.
Well, that's huge for Xiaohai. He's going to have throw option as well. Here, try to slide hezzy, but Blaz has been so disciplined, and he cannot find this jump out, though. I love the way Xiaohai has been locking down this corner until now.
The back throw. Ooh, you can't do the option select against a crouching heavy punch cancel. That's critical on territory. He actually steals the round back. Bro. What an excellent choice.
She's dead? No,
she's hella dead.
Necessary.
She's hella dead, brother.
Yo, the damage output on Sagat. He did not need any drive rush extension. No OD move, no nothing. It still killed her from like 50%.
What a beast.
That boy's the king.
That guy's a unit. That guy's definitely a street fighting unit. Oos.
Oh, goodness, built like a fridge.
Pretty much. Tool industrial sized.
Oh, doesn't get caught that time, right? Nice little discipline from Blas to switch up his fuzzy timings.
Damn, built like a fridge. They got plenty of those in what is it, World Tour mode?
Yeah,
those guys are devious, by the way. They got Roombas in those fridges. Anyways.
Cool. The rogue Roombas, bro.
Dude, those guys killed the crap out of the World Tour.
Nice job using the frame kill with Tiger D as well.
Oh, too far.
Texas, yeah, just outside the range.
Let's see, Xiao Hai. Oh, you got whip punished off of that? That is a real lengthy fella. Crouching medium punch?
Bro, this man Blas knows all the routes with Sagat. That's another kill combo. This time via the level 2, and he's got a 2-1 lead in the set.
Damn.
He's like, damn, it's first to 3. Indeed it is first to 3 for the anchor matches.
He's like, I thought we got that already.
Yeah, he was definitely ready.
That's a sign of a rookie right there. I love that for him. He was like, yo, is it 3 out of 5? Are you sure?
That was good stuff from Janino Ross right there.
That was pretty sick.
Oh, but
Brian,
now
Yob, Shaka, all of them. They're like, wait, it's 3, right?
It is indeed.
Janino's like, man, these kids, dude. Like,
and then we heard some character selects, but Xiao Hai is gonna stick with the Mai here. Oh man, can Blas do it? He sealed this last match here.
What a significant change-up from what we've seen them duke it out on the EWC main stage up until this point. Yeah. The counterpick into God, it's so well placed.
Oh.
I don't even know if it's like a true counterpick, to be honest with you. It's just more so like a different choice from Blas.
100%. I think he's got merits in the matchup, but yeah, I couldn't give you a hard number. That is for sure. Right now, though, that crowd's strong. All the numbers Blas is seeing is this damage output,
this
bro.
This guy is sick.
Oh, again, not canceling the drive rush, right? A lot of players have opted to just let go of the parry rather than canceling the drive rush.
Oh. Damn, I like that! Kicking the hell out of the fan and also right into the side of Mai. You know, now that I think about it, that last instance that we saw Blas actually use his drive rush cancel, there's a lot of normals, or there's a decent amount of normals that Sagat has. It's like the heavies, and also crouching medium kick is a great one to kind of close the gap with. It's kind of tough to contest whether or not like Sagat is actually option selectable against these drive rush cancels.
True. Yeah, 100%. And it's just that's one of the strengths of playing a newer character like Blas is doing right now. Xiao Hai, though, does find the clip into the OD extension. Now we got level 1. Fans are there. Blas willing to spin into his R to burn himself out.
Ooh, great block on the overhead. Still susceptible to a lot of chip damage incoming, perhaps, but no, it's going to be the drive rush straight up. Xiao Hai still has an install to him, by the way. Is he going to double up? Yes, he is.
I like it.
I like that.
Yeah, prioritizing the win condition, right? You need those Firestock flames.
Excellent bucket again. The overhead's not going to find its mark just yet. Yo, this is critical territory for Blas. He has critical art on deck. A single hit will do it. He still got 3 bars. The jump in against Xiao Hai. He dashed up right into the elbow. Bang!
And that's going to be it, Blas. You can see him getting up already. He's like, I know my damage. 3-1. 3 Mai's up, 3 Mai's down. Incredible performance from 2Game. And I'm telling y'all, we highlighted it at the top of this set. As soon as we saw the first Mai, we said these Latin American countries, these South American countries, they got something cooking against this character. And you can see they didn't drop a game to her.
That's wild. Janino Ross got up. He's like, come on, bring it in.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
Come on now. This is a team effort. Bring it in now. Blas. Exceptional performance, ridiculous growth in regards to his characters. This guy has it all, and even the people in the stands, even the teams in the stands are like, damn, dude, this guy came to bring it all. The whole team came to bring it all. Our first official shutout of Street Fighter League this season, 40-0. In the hands of 2G?
In the hands of 2G. They're the first 40 bomb of SFL US. You gotta love it, man. Coming through with so many of the rookies, as you mentioned, right? Shaka's never been a part of it either, right? It's like a whole team of debuts here for Street Fighter League. Amazing stuff. Obviously, we didn't get to see Shaka this time, but Blas, Brian Job, and Juninho Ross, what a way to hold it down and let everybody know there's a whole new threat in Street Fighter League US.
Man, I can't wait to see the rebuttal, right? Again, this is double round robin. Both teams are going to have to face off against each other eventually in the future in December. But I got to say, what a showing coming in from Blas. There is so much tech, I want to say like technical knowledge going into the way that he approached the matchup, right? His spacing, phenomenal. His understanding of like what normals he can get away with to driver so that it prevents the option select from coming out, great. His damage output, his routes in general to get that damage output, at a different level.
Man, and you know, I'm so glad you highlighted the point about like, I can't wait to see these two teams play again with the side switch and all that. I don't know how much that's gonna help KuaiShou because they all played Mai against 3 different players and all lost. So this is definitely going to be back to the drawing board and have to come up with some fundamental different game plans because it was a DJ, a Luke, and a Sagat, all 3 different players who were able to vanquish that Mai across the 3 different players from KuaiShou. That is a wild way to get this game cracking.
We got to send Jen up there, baby.
Yeah,
if they get a home side advantage, which they will in their next come around, Jen's got to be the difference maker.
Yeah, absolutely right. You got to imagine. Man, oh man, I love Jen. They're one of my favorite players out here, so hopefully we do get to see him. Yeah, legitimately, just like a really cool dude. So hopefully we get to see him next round, next match from KuaiShou Gaming. But man, what a statement, right? 2 games to come in here like this. 4 debut players, 3 of them playing, all getting W's. The first 40 Bob. Not only a statement for themselves, for everybody else to take note of, but that's got to be a huge confidence booster, right?
Oh, absolutely, right? Like it's one of those things that's just so many uncertainties when it comes to being in a team format, right? They all represent themselves individually. So this is going to be like everything they need to study up on and also kind of like go with going forward for the rest of the season. So we do have 2G standing by with Rob. Let's get a word from our big 40 ballers.
And just like that, 2 game in their inaugural Street Fighter League match in their debut 40-0 victory. Of course, I'm joined here with the victors, starting with my dog, Junio Ross. Ross style, looking very effective in that first match against Biggs Bao. Take us through it.
Oh, yeah. I used the Ross style. No, we studied our opponents because we were the home team. So everybody studied very hard, each one of the opponents. So we knew somehow what to do, yeah.
You know, some people probably would have considered you guys maybe the underdog going up against a team like KSG. Were you aware of that, and did you look at yourselves like the underdogs?
This is just the beginning for South America. We came to stay, and I have to thank you everybody because everybody that is involved in this for us to be here. So 2 game, Capcom itself. And there's a man behind everything. It's called Joe. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe. Okay. I know you're hearing.
Shout out, Joe. Okay, now I gotta ask you. I actually need you to translate for my brother Bloss. Bloss, you just had the EWC Grand Finals run back up against Xiaohai. This time you go with the Sagat. Did you learn something from your EWC match, and why did you pick Sagat?
¿Entendió?
Give him the mic too for that part, yeah.
Pues sí, en la WCA cometí muchos errores que ahora no cometo. Por ejemplo, antes hacía mucho backdash o no hacía algunos golpes y con Sagat. Y ahora que sé más el matchup, lo puedo hacer mejor. Y elegí a Sagat porque tiene mejores normales, tiene mejor neutro, tiene más daño. Y pienso que es un mejor matchup que Ryu también. Y ahora que sé mejor el matchup, no creo que me vuelva a ganar con Yomei.
Yeah. He said now he's not doing the same mistakes that he did before, like backdashing, and he knows now what he's doing right now, and he thinks Sagat is better than Ryu, maybe other characters, much better. Yes, because he had better neutral, better fireballs. Yeah, he's saying good things about Sagat, yes.
Whoa, hold on. Everybody on Twitter up here complaining about Ryu this whole time, up playing Ryu and complaining about Sagat. Every Sagat player, be quiet. I'm tired. Zafrino, Jibbo, all of y'all. I got trash to talk after this. But I cannot get out of this without talking to Brian as well. This is your first ever match here at Street Fighter League, and you go ahead and take down Mickey. So I just got to ask, how was your first match?
Eu estava bem nervoso por estrear essa participação da 2Game na Street Fighter League, porém a gente estudou bastante os oponentes. A América do Sul tem menos experiência em campeonato internacional, porém a gente tem um grande volume de jogadores. A gente conhece os personagens, porém não conhece os estilos. E para se preparar para os estilos, a gente viu bastante partidas dos nossos oponentes. e foi essencial para ter uma boa estreia aí na competição.
He was a little nervous because maybe the first time playing on Street Fighter League, but everything went well because again, he said we did a very hard study for our opponents, and he said that in South America we have many players. However, there are not many styles, so it's hard sometimes for us to adapt to these new styles because maybe our region we don't have those styles. It's far away. We cannot play online. Maybe with North America, but the other regions, Central America. But he said that we studied very much the opponents, and that gave us some edge.
Okay, and that edge clearly was felt by their opponents. Just like that, 2-game, 40-0, the 40 ball up against KSG, and we're about to see just how far they can take it. Let's go ahead and send things over to our commentators.
We told y'all, man. We told y'all at the top of that set that LATAM is cooking against Mai. If you look at the results of that region, bro, the Mai's are getting drowned by everybody else. And you can see it full effect right there. It's not just, oh, their players aren't up to par with Mai. Nah, that region is extremely strong. The players of Mai in that region, extremely strong. But they have prepared these guys here at SFL for the rest of the world's Mai's as well.
I mean, they're not only like churning the pot right now in terms of like the competition, they're doing so on socials. My man said, yo, Sagat was the choice for me. He thinks he's a little bit better than Ryu right now. Granted, it's within the context of the matches. But, dude, the fact that Rob called out the other two, that was unnecessary roughness. Come on, Rob. I don't have to take you 15 yards out back. That's actually kind of rough. You know, I'm a big fan of Zaffarino and Zero, mind you. Those are our guys. But, I mean, all things considered, who would have thought the new cats on the block scoring a 40 bomber? 40 bomber. That is so uncommon in the likes of Street Fighter League. Even in the first day, couldn't ask for anything better.
And look at that, right? You heard some of the players talk about, right? They might underestimate us because we don't get to play with the rest of the world, yada, yada, like that. That's just a testament to get your butts on the game and get your fingers off the keyboard. That's all I'm trying to say right now. But, of course, we got plenty of stuff here to put your fingers on when it comes to the gaming side of things, right? Like, of course, Bao right there, Steel Series in the building. Always bringing the best headsets in the business. You know what it is. Pro players have won more prize money using Steel Series gear than any other brand, and they are the most winning brand. And yes, Vicious, not just FGC history, but esports history.
That's wild, dude. Absolutely wild. You know, we've had a lot of support going through the years of SFL, but none like this one. The Nova Blade Pro, the official controller of SFL Pro US. Be sure to check them out. The official leverless controller for this season. Again, you can sharpen your reaction times with the Nova Blade Pro and rapid trigger technology. In fact, we do have that in our midst at the moment. We are actually going to be able to check this out. If you guys switch over to what we got going on right now, what's really kind of sick, you can hear that bad boy, right? Like,
yeah.
That sounds mad nice.
I was going to say, we're about to end the stream and put on a 2-hour ASMR loop of the Corsair leverless.
We could, right? I mean, like, in terms of like the flashy design, I like that. I enjoy that a lot, right? We have like the RGB
guy here.
Being able to like have that from the button so you know it's like activated too. But like, I feel like there's a really good like sensitivity point, like, or at least a point of activation that feels really great on it. But also, there's so much utility to this bad boy. I was actually quite surprised. I had no idea there's like extra buttons for the utility. You know what's phenomenal? If you have practice mode, you have like the shortcut settings. You want to go like record, playback.
Oh, the macros on the side.
Playback, whatever, right? You have like reset matches or even like reset your positioning. Pretty godlike, I gotta say.
I like
really
that
want to
a
check this
whole
out. Can I have this?
Well, we're gonna see. We're gonna get Vicious on the horn with some Corsair representatives. See if we can get him hooked up. In the meantime, we're gonna take a quick break. Don't go anywhere because we'll be right back with more Street Fighter League.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Repulsor blast! Unity! Repulsor blast!
If our meal is to survive, our people need help now. I will not idly sit on the throne as our nation faces its death.
Our village has long kept these canines as our wards. This is a threat to our very way of life. You're not the only one here who's curious about Lady Amara.
The future of Azuria rests on your shoulders, and you sat yourself down right in front of an assassin. Are you out of your mind?
The Living Mountain. Yamatsukami.
Right back into it. We got game number 3 between Shopify Rebellions and Falcons Gaming. My name is Vicious here with Ringe to bring back the very third match for the season after what was a kind of big blowout. A very surprising blowout at that.
Wild, 100%. And just to clarify, also from that Blas interview, I got some word from some of the Spanish-speaking homies that the Sagat thing about being better than Ryu, I think was specifically for the Mai matchup.
That's why I said within the context.
Yeah,
I
exactly. Within
sure.
the context of the match, not just in general. Just want to make sure everybody before.
Yeah, thanks, Rob.
They start getting out of hand. I know how quickly things can blow up via the discourse. But yeah, incredible performance by the entirety of the team, not just Blas, right? But yeah, man, we're going to be moving on to look at 2 more teams, I believe. And before we get any of our run backs, it's going to be Shopify Rebellion versus Falcons. Ooh-wee, with Falcons being the away squad, right? So they're the ones that are going to be setting up the order that's going to be locked in, while Shopify Rebellion has the privilege of choosing which player they want to set up for the matchup.
Yeah, a little bit of a change-up in regards to the Shopify Rebellion group, if I'm not mistaken,
yes,
with the addition of Shine, right? We mentioned that a little bit earlier at the top of the show, but it's going to be Knuckle Duel, Kevin, Shine, and Just a Kid. Whereas on the side of Falcons, it's NL, DCQ, Shen, and Oil King. Former champions, by the way. Don't forget that.
Yeah. Do not forget that these guys have already reached the peak when it comes to Street Fighter League US, and they're going to attempt to do it again Let's see if we can get that order as well. I want to see what exactly Falcons is going to be bringing to the table here. And in terms of the order, DCQ, Mr. Easy Cake himself, going to be starting things off with the M. Bison. Always like DCQ because he can have a real aggressive side of him, so him being the point for the team, I'm a huge fan of. Backed by Xian in the DJ position, while NL, the Capcom Cup qualified participant, in the anchor position with the Oil King Terry there for the tiebreaker if necessary.
Damn, what a picture coming in from Oil King. My man's like, shh. I'm going to be the extra man. I don't want to hear none of this. But funny enough, we've had like championship caliber teams before. I mean, obviously this one being one of them, really trying to reacclimate themselves within the meta in terms of like their character choices and also how they've played in the CPT. But we have someone who's also been involved in that meta throughout the entirety of the world and has always been in a very big spotlight for a very long time from a very young age. Surprise, surprise. We have Knuckle2 actually standing by with an interview with Rob TV representing himself in Shopify Rebellion.
Every season of Street Fighter League, you always seem to have at least one of your homies, like your real life friends, on your squad. Why is that the case? I know with me, it was because I was there to carry you.
No, I think it's pretty important to have team synergy because, you know, every year we try to have the most broken team and sometimes the language barrier does really come into play. So this year we got all Americans and we're all friends. So it's just, I'm curious how it's going to play out, but it worked pretty well for FlyQuest, you know. I
don't like how soft you hold the mic.
What you mean?
Like, you don't hold the mic like a grown man. You know what I'm saying? I can see your play style.
Make it worse. Come on, let's go. Hurry up. Get this interview going.
So, this year's Team Shopify, y'all actually just now went over to Japan. What was that trip about? Well, why did you go over to Japan?
Yeah, we just want to do something different. Just boot camp in Japan and get practice that we can't get in America. So, like, we don't have a lot of JP players here. We don't have a lot of Elena players. So we just went over there, got the practice we could get, and to our surprise, like a lot of us did really good versus like the top Japanese players. So it's a really good confidence boost, and I feel like we're coming in at the best shape that we possibly can. You know?
So you switched up your roster a decent amount this season. What went into that? How did you go about scouting your players?
Well, Dual Kevin's a staple. You know, Shine, I teamed up with him in a different game, Street Fighter 5, twice or 3 times actually, and it was with you as well. So you already know how strong Shine is, and Jack, you know, he's like a wild card. He could beat anyone on any given day, but he can also lose to anybody any given day too. So
you the realest guy. Yeah. Okay, and last thing, when it comes to you personally, I feel like we've recently seen you, I don't know, maybe take the ankle weights off. It seems like you're playing your best Street Fighter 6. What goes into that, and how confident are you personally going into Street Fighter League?
I'm pretty confident. I would say the biggest motivator is probably my wife. Like, every time I take a L, she's always like encouraging me, keeping me in check, telling me if I really trained hard enough. I'll be like, yeah, maybe I didn't, you know. So yeah, I will say she's a big reason why I'm doing so good.
All right, Knuckle2 Dang, Capcom Cup champion, back at Street Fighter League with Shopify Rebellion, trying to throw down and see if they can win their first Street Fighter League US championship. Let's go ahead and send things over to our commentators.
All right, shouts to Wifey Dude, bro. I'm keeping the man
Wifey
Dude, keeping him in check. That's what I like to see. I also like to see the idea to boot camp in Japan, right? Fighting games being mostly a solo venture, you don't get to see as much boot camping as you do in like other team esports, right? So I really like the idea of going out to Japan, checking it all out, right? Of course. But I believe we also have another interview ready with their opponents, and let's go to Rob and Oil King.
We've seen you do it all on Street Fighter League at this point, you and your entire team. You've won a Street Fighter League US championship before. Is this the year where you do it again and actually take the world championship?
Yeah, I would say, yeah, we will. We won. We won it. We're hungry. We will buy it.
Oh, you hungry?
We will try our best to win this season.
Okay, and where's that hunger coming from? You know, at this point, all of you have a whole lot of accolades. Why are you so hungry this year?
In last season, Street Fighter League US in playoff we got third place. Of course, third place is not close enough, but I think it's pretty close. So this year we want to come back.
Okay, and when you say you come back, I mean literally you keep bringing the exact same team back every season of Street Fighter League. Why is that?
Okay, usually the different season in the team will like try to change your teammate, try to upgrade, change something. But just like you say, we won before. We believe each other. We believe we can do it again. So that's why. And we are really brothers, you know?
Really brothers. Okay, and brotherhood, definitely one of the most underrated aspects when it comes to winning in Street Fighter League. Now, looking at these other teams, who do you think is your biggest challenge on paper? Which team is the hardest for you guys to beat?
Okay, to be honest, okay, this season have a big change, right? Before we are always like 16. This season will be 17. And you can see every team, the member, right? It's really hard to say. I will say this season will, no matter for us, for the viewer, will be very exciting because everything is very strong. You know, you see the bracket. You see, okay, like today have a 5 match, right?
Yeah.
So hard to say which team can win. Everything have chance to get 0 point. Everything have a chance to get 40 point. So it's hard to say.
Very stacked from top to bottom. I agree with that analysis, and that is why this is likely to be the best season of Street Fighter League US to date. We're going to see exactly what goes down with Oil King and the rest of the gang. Let's send things over to our commentators.
So we got ourselves an established order with DCQ, Shannon, NL. It's going to be Shine coming up to the plate first with that Kimberly representing Shopify Rebellion. Now, I got to say, it holds a lot of truth in regards to the order that they've picked, the players that they've picked season after season being consistently, right? Or being consistent, excuse me. So I'm not too surprised. I'm actually, I forget that they got 3rd place in last season. They were there in that finals, in the live finals over at Capcom HQ. So if any team can find themselves in that playoff position again and possibly take it, it's this team. These guys have a championship under their belt. And it's no surprise to see these guys still shaping themselves to be highly competitive. We saw them over at the Chengdu final. I think all of them were in attendance for that exact major as well. The only thing I will say, although there isn't really like any sort of upgrade to consider because they're all very strong players, I will say it's kind of a downgrade to not see him in shorts anymore.
I know, man. Oil King, what happened, bro? The new era. Bring back the old. But it's okay. We'll hopefully get to see him flex his skills in-game in the tiebreaker match. But right now, they're setting Shine up to deal with DCQ, which I think makes sense. A lot of their other characters have prominent projectile-based games, and obviously Bison's got good anti-projectile tools. Shine on the other end. Kim, I mean, you ain't going to do anything to those cans when they on top of you, so like the idea.
Yeah, so we'll see if that mix ever actually comes into play. Right now, DCQ has actually set the pace quite well. Up until this point, we see medium kick as the counter hit, an excellent tool to both counter poke and also initiate. This is going to be a little bit tough to manage. I feel like closing the gap. DCQ's been rather active, and just like that, as soon as I said it, the curse comes in.
There was a little weird jump that, like, DCQ just ended up getting hit afterwards in front. Maybe you thought it was a bit ambiguous. But either way, we are fighting tooth and nail in this round so far. Nobody's got anything significant. DCQ, oh! Got caught for a second there, and Shine's immediately going to take that scramble for the corner.
Oh, damn, son. We do get the counter hit. We get the conversion as well. DCQ just one more touch away outside of the throw. What's going to be? It is going to be the throw yet again. Drive rush forward. No real attempt at trying to get out of that one.
Being prepared to do scissor kick after the run follow-up was so smart from DCQ, right? Oh my goodness, and now whip punishing the stand medium kick. That scissor kick counter hit the stand medium kick last time, so DCQ's doing a real good job kind of game planning around the Kimberly so far.
Oh, trying to get a parry attempt, and I'm glad that he went for a longer startup button, right, with the back roundhouse to continuous pressure. DCQ, that was a good call, but right now, okay! Nullifying both cans! Kim is completely dried up, at least in regards to like the mix of potential now, but the overhead instead, she's like, you know what, I'm not gonna rely on the paint.
Indeed. Right now, Shine gonna be able to get himself a little bit back into this match. Level 3 install. DCQ's got so much meter though, you still gotta be careful, right? Applying the pressure, even a run stop in his face right now. Oh, and then the tip of the low, catching him off guard, Azuna drop. Gonna put DCQ low and dead. Ooh. What routing from Shine.
Just enough damage in the Tatsu towards the very end of it. Sit him back down. Fierce as the opener for DCQ yet again. Forward throw. Shine. He's going to be stuck in this corner temporarily. Trying to move out of the way. After that back roundhouse, that medium punch was such a good choice to catch any sort of delay or any movement, really. The bomb! Help me out! Bam!
Love that from DCQ, right? Not going with the anti-air, just letting the mind do the heavy lifting, getting out of the subsequent follow-up to the jump-in. Oh, drive reversal baited and punished. Perfect for DCQ to put an exclamation point on game 1.
Oh man, he's swagging out. You know, lately he's been actually rocking a lot of these button-up dress shirts, and I'm quite the fan.
I like it.
He's not even trying to rock the jersey. He's just trying to like be here for business mostly. But I mean, good recognition overall. Like when he has that bomb applied and he knows what the timer is going to be like, he's like, you know what? I don't think I need to really try to anti-air this person. I don't think I really need to worry about it too much. And also the times he does steal turns off of like I want to say like off of background. Background house is a pretty decent tool to start off your media with. You can frame trap with like a crouching jab, etc. It's like something smaller, but standing medium punch, what is that, like six or something
so.
like that, right? So that being like a 5-frame normal afterwards is a pretty decent tool to kind of keep your opponent locked down. But outside of that, I think his amount of control, like him picking the right spaces to anticipate Kim's potential trajectory is really important. Whether she goes for a full jump, whether she goes for like an elbow drop afterwards. Like you notice, DCQ would throw out a light as soon as she lands, just in case to be prepared for whatever it is that Kim decides to throw out. Like longer range, like it's gonna stuff it out as a counter.
Yeah, absolutely. Doing a lot to not let Shine get started, right? I love the fact that he hasn't really been messing with a lot of Shine's jump-ins because of that elbow drop threat. Right now, though, oh, no, the elbow on the ground as an anti-air as well. Wow, that's the medium kick at the edge of the foot.
The drive reversal going to be absorbed with that parry. Excellent decision making from DCQ. It pushes her so far away that he's allowed to pretty much gain his drive gauge back and not really be feeling the repercussions of letting out that drive reversal, right? Counter hit.
It did. Again, that was the same thing we saw in game 1 as well. Shine keeps trying to press buttons after the run follow-up, and the scissor kick just beats whatever Kimberly tries. DCQ, double drive rush. He's on set point just like that.
So confident in his demeanor, the way he's been stepping up to the plate against Shine thus far. There hasn't really been any big deterrents coming in from Kim to stop Bison from moving on in. Ooh, wow. That was slick. Yo, that Fierce was just, it was just a mirage. You never saw it.
Legitimately, right? It was all part of the plan to get Shine to press the button. With punish was just a little bit too late, but we do see the counter hit this time. Oh yeah, let it fly, level 3. Obviously, we've talked about it, right? One of Bison's big weaknesses is his lack of reversals. So if Shine can start running him over, this is where he needs to be. Oh, no biting, though. Such disciplined defense from DCQ.
Just uses the movement back into the other side. Shine applying the mix off of the anti-air. Punish counter, nothing too big out of it, possibly out of range for either medium punch or medium kick, sorry, or Fierce. Just enough, though, for that conversion. He actually had plenty in the tank to convert off of. But either way, Shine fighting back.
The quick little neutral jump into the same medium kick. Again, catching DCQ on the very edge of the button.
Oh. So scary, too. You see DCQ kind of like walk up in that space and he immediately backs off.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't even want to try to press the button. Knocks him down with a jump. Fierce. The air-to-air does connect. And now the pressure off of that. The bait coming in from the throw as well. Knock him back down with the Azuna drop, kicking back up. We get this can set up.
Oh, and again, this time the jabs from Shine as DCQ lands, and again, just going all the way through, taking the game and tying up the set. A little bit of a heartbreaker for DCQ because this all started with a head stop that didn't come out, right? He actually got like a rising jump light or whatever it was.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, and I have to assume that was supposed to be a head stop. So I was unfortunate for him, but it happens in fighting games. One wrong move, you can get smothered, snowballed on, especially against a character like Kimberly.
We see Dual Kevin immediately hop off the bench to lay down some words of wisdom against, or at least for Shine against DCQ.
Yeah, because we've seen that a couple of times with like Shine doing the run follow-up, like the natural follow-up that frame traps off the Fierce. But as soon as he lands, he tries to press that medium kick. And DCQ's just been scissor kicking as soon as he's done blocking. And it's counter hit the stand medium kick multiple times. So,
right,
yeah, I wonder if Dual Kevin's highlighting that for him a little bit. But at the end of the day, that wasn't something that caused Shine to be at a deficit enough to lose the set outright, right? It's 1-1, so maybe he can do some type of adjustment right there. I don't know if like neutral jumping in time will be enough to dodge the scissor kick.
Sure.
That'll probably still get clipped. Yeah,
I think so. I think it would still get clipped. Like you've noticed, it's reversal timing every time from DCQ. I'm thinking maybe potentially there could be like a parry, perhaps, right? Like a tap parry. Maybe that'll be in consideration going forward. We'll find out. The tick throw right off the bat. DCQ rather aggressive as he should be. Back to back. The Taibo flex, and now the target combo overhead.
Again, just starting to smother Shine now as well. Oh,
what in the hell?
He had a plan for the elbow drop. The crouch medium blows him up, returns the favor for a perfect.
Wow. You don't get to see that many normals contest against an elbow drop
No.
like that. Mostly it gets cleaned up majority of the time. That is crazy that they actually got a quadruple bomb kind of thing, or like a quadruple swipe, excuse me.
What in the world, man? And now the bomb going off again here. One more. Oh, man, even trying to bait out a reversal right there. Quick little drive reversal, speaking of which.
I like him doing that against the scissor kicks as well. Being able to lock down or at least get away from that bomb. Elbow drop coming in. There was a counter hit. ECQ beating Shine to the punch because of that angle that he came down on with that elbow. No way, dude. A double perfect.
Another one. Our second double perfect of the day, bro. Incredible stuff right there as DCQ clutches it out. And yeah, man, really, that was a get to the first hit and never let your opponent play again. Incredible, just overwhelming offense that time from DCQ. We highlight the fact that Bison lacks some defense, but so does Kimberly, right? Obviously, only reversals with supers and whatnot. She can get smothered just as easily, and that's exactly what we saw.
Damn, son. DCQ. Always making a fashion statement and also a big Street Fighter statement. Being able to rock it out with Bison, also having the backup JP if need be. But I love them setting out the big guns first. I think his overall presence on offense is just much more difficult to kind of catch up with. He could throw out the typical stuff in regards to what you could expect from Bison to initiate his offense off of like +1 from the back roundhouse. But as of the follow-up, it's so ambiguous, right? There are moments where he does double back roundhouse. Sometimes he'll back away. Sometimes he'll throw you, right? Like that ambiguity leads to decisions like these. Shine opting to go for that drive reversal and getting severely punished after that, right? Like even taking to the skies, we saw that elbow drop get severely punished in a way that we're not used to, that we haven't seen before.
Yeah, and such unique like a usage of different tools from Bison as well. Like with the Stand Fierce, right? We never really see Bisons with Stand Fierce like that because it's such a long-range normal. Usually it's pretty easy to get into that spot to make the opponent block, but he was intentionally doing it from so far away that it was whiffing, and it caught Shine a couple of times. Yeah, this was a ridiculous combo,
Did you see
bro.
that? That is insane. The bomb activates, then he gets to reapply. This guy's a CS player.
That was so clean, man. Then DCQ, he just reacted on the whip button jab right there. Of course, the whiff lights, to react to them, you're never really going to punch them outright, but you will beat your opponent to the next option more times than not. And he just caught Shine trying to walk away after his whiff jab. So great stuff from DCQ right there to put the first 10 points on the board for Falcons.
Now we got Sien coming up to the plate with that DJ right off of the Falcons bench. But Shopify Rebellion, who are they going to send up? Like we have Dual Kevin as a possibility coming up. We have Just a Kid and Knuckle Dew up left.
Against the DJ, we are getting the Dew. Knuckle Dew is coming through. Captain decides to take on Xian. Probably the most familiar with DJ because he plays the character a lot himself. So maybe just that's what they feel most confident in. Dual Kevin as well as Jack, maybe not as confident in this matchup as Dew is. But also, I'm not sure what Dew's going to play. Like, whether it be the Guile or the DJ or the Mai, right? Mai's been the character he's been playing with the most successful. But we've already seen one DJ able to take down Mai today. So let's see what Dew's going to bring to the table here.
He also has Cammy under his belt.
Of
like,
course,
as
how
of
could I
late, he's
forget?
been doing that specifically for certain characters. I kind of wonder if that's going to be the case for this matchup. I'm not too sure. I don't know if like the Mai pick would be something he would want to face off against, considering his comfort factor or comfort. I want to say like his comfort choice against this matter because he knows how to play DJ pretty thoroughly, right? Like pretty early on. But I'm genuinely at a loss in regards to what character could be on the table for Knuckle Dew.
Yeah, he got 9th at Evo France, was it, I believe, with the Mai. So I think that might give him enough confidence to just like go outright full force Mai for the time being. But we shall see. We're going to find out soon. Oh, it does look like it is going to be the Mai.
Right on.
According to the graphic, that's what we're going to start with. But we've already seen, right, DJ has some tools, especially if you can get to that range to nullify the fan game that Mai wants to play to make her life hard. So, yeah, I'm very interested in this. And obviously, Xian is always prepared, right? One of our greatest lab monsters to ever exist in fighting games. So, a lot of the time, you're never going to catch him off guard with, like, cheesy strategies or something that's, like, easy to implement. He's always going to be prepared for all of that. So, this matchup against Mai is going to be no different.
We'll see how it's going to be like settled in right now. Sien having a good amount of experience, I feel like, against a lot of the mainstream Mais that we encounter in not only his region, but also having access to the Japanese players in a more convenient manner, right? I'd imagine he's got a good amount of experience for this matchup specifically. It's just a matter of whether or not he can execute, right? As we get ready for that matchup, here we go. Knuckle Dew versus Sien. the Mai versus the DJ.
Ooh, boy, man. And yeah, I mean, so what Dude's been confident, right? The Mai has been performing. He's been performing on the character Xian. Going with one of his tried and trues. The DJ has been a staple character for him since Street Fighter 6's launch. So obviously back into this position in SFL, familiar spot with the team that he's always had at his back. Let's get into it right now. Big fan of Dude using the green Mai as well. Sponsor coordination right there. He knows what's up.
That's like the default for DJ, no? Or at least he could have done the same thing. But Xian's got to go with his tried and true color, right? That's just mostly how it goes. There's a lot of green on the screen.
That's right. Gonna put more on it. Best believe. I think Problem X said that during like the beta. Put the green on the screen. I remember that.
I like that a lot. With all the drive rushes, for sure.
Yeah, exactly. DP right there on the sharp knee. Oh, the fan. Perfect parry at the first part, but you still got to deal with the second part.
Yeah, it's been mostly Knuckle 2, right? Setting the pace. Majority of the time, it's been space to create like the fan pressure, drive rush right afterwards. There hasn't really been a big response from Xian. I think he's been playing a little bit too passive in regards to what we experienced in the previous matchup between like 2G and KSG.
Yeah, exactly. In the 2G match, right, our DJ player like really got aggressive. Stayed in, yeah, the Mai's face that time. Coming up just a bit short on that drive rush attempt. The jab was just off the mark.
And this is the pressure that we were looking forward to again. Knuckle Dew really starting to show that example of why Mai can be so suppressing, or at least so dangerous and hard to deal with within that neutral space. We do get the sway, we slice him up, Sobot into a +2, and now checking the walk back, full conversion. This is going to be all Xian for the first time in this set. Obviously, it's only the first game, but still, pretty decent lead. Finds himself in the corner yet again. Knuckle Dew found an escape. Up until that point, just right underneath the jump from Mai. Level 2 incoming. As long as he doesn't drop this, we can get the spring kick ender for that extra damage. You already know he's got the beat.
Yeah, I know this man got rhythm. He got a few kids. But besides that point, right, Knuckle Dew, yeah, he got a few. The, like, furry kids, you know?
Ah, I see. I see.
The pets. Oh.
Gotcha.
But right now, yeah. Right now, though, Knuckle Dew is going to cash out big level 3. It's going to put Xian very low on the drive gauge here. Oh, this is a tough spot to be in, bro.
You know you scared the hell out of me. Like your actual kids? I believe the hell out of you, by the way.
Just the furry ones, the millennial children.
Gotcha.
Oh, the DI and the perfect to shut the door down. Knuckle Dew bouncing back. It looked like Xian had figured it out in that second round, but not just quite yet.
I feel like you see like the pensiveness going into the first game. I think that's been the biggest highlight. I think there's nothing really much to kind of quote on that outside of Xian allowing Knuckle Dew to get started. I think that's the most dangerous thing you could allow for someone like Mai. You have to at least contend the space to have her second guess when she could throw the fans out, right?
Yeah, 100%. It just feels like Xian's normal style was a little bit rough with the way Dew's playing right now. I feel like Xian's trying to listen in on some of the advice. Yeah, I liked the way we saw the 2G representative play earlier, where it was just a lot of getting in his face. Brian Job, right, was just getting in the Mai's face a lot, like really nullifying that space, harassing with Sobots, harassing with stand medium kick, throwing out the big air slasher to kind of nullify some of the fireball presence as well. Just feels like Xian's been a little bit too passive, but we'll see how the adjustments play out here in Game 2.
Round 1.
Let's find out. Stand jab to kind of check immediately in case the drive rush does come through. The green is on the screen for the side of Xian, but backing away. Again, now he's in a much tighter spot in comparison to the previous game, right? He's in a range where he can react to a fireball and also maybe zoom on in there. Counter hit. We do get the target combo as well. Backing away just in case. Ready for a whiff punish.
Nice guy. Immediately challenging afterwards. Smart stuff from Dew. Backing off. See if Xian would have busted out with his own reversal, but nah.
Not at all, man. Oh, I thought it was going to be fast enough to connect. Either way you spin it, Xian at a slight advantage. We do get the bait against the parry now in burnout. This is pretty critical, all things considered. Xian can burn you out with the rest of his drive gauge because of that factor alone. We got the heavy air, the OD air slasher right into the Sobot for that big chip damage. Yo, shout out to Mono, by the way. I think he's one of the first to put that out there at the very beginning of Street Fighter 6, by the way. But Xian pretty much made it his by mastering the hell out of it, using it more often.
Yeah, it was so sick when you have your opponent burn out like that, just trapped, taking the chip damage. Oh, but dude, not definitely laying down on that one. He says, you can't trap me. Oh,
Damn!
Double up on the fierce, plus the forehead twice.
The double, quadruple fan. Dude, and the punish counter. Chip is imminent. Yeah, you could do the same exact thing you saw from Sid, although it's not going to be as tight of a gap. Still being able to back away, get the anti-air, catch the escape option. NuckleDu looking on match point.
Indeed, and now Xian does get the throw off the plus frames. Oh, try to air the knee. No anti-air that time, right? He didn't have the down charge, so no up kicks. He was walking away.
Oos. Did you get that sweep as a punish counter forward throw now? Dance on in there, the dash. A little bit too soon. Xian getting punish counter after a poorly timed throw.
Yeah, very unfortunate. He's in complete control of that round until this point, and now we get the anti-air, knowing that he was going to use the knee to dodge the fan. Oh. Sneaking a throw from here. Air slasher, but oh my goodness, jumping in after the fan as well. Deuce pressure. Oh man, it is mounting right now.
It's kind of difficult to deal with. Back-to-back throws. You can do it again if need be. Looking for a bait this time. Stuck in the corner. Xian is going to be backing away. Heavy air slash, OD air slash yet again, excuse me. One critical art, one blow from Xian, the trade-off. He could have had it. That was it. No, and he went for the upper, the machine gun upper. Xian, he had the trade combo possibility. He had the potential to go into the OD Sobot and then finish off the rest of that round. That is mad unfortunate. The idea was there off the back roundhouse trade. I've seen that succeed for him in other avenues, but here at Street Fighter League, swing and a miss.
Yeah, that's rough, man. He was definitely looking for the trade anti-air, right? I think he could have gone with a different option that would have been a bit more clean, that he would have, like, won outright, but it would have just knocked NuckleDu back into the corner, right? That combo, he was looking for the trade just to get there in time to combo afterwards, and it definitely would have done enough damage to actually win the entire round. So I love the swing, just unfortunate, came up with a miss there. That happened to Xian a couple of times in this round. We saw like an unfortunate mistimed throw that started NuckleDu's whole round offensively. Just a couple of errors. Yeah, you see right there.
It was
the OD machine gun funk.
It was the sway, right? OD sway does like the little
OD
uppercut.
sway, that's what it was.
For some reason I thought it was background house, but yeah, OD sway does cause that little uppercut to happen.
Yeah.
Rather inconsistent in regards to like full on anti-airing, but in regards to like the trade value, the trade potential, it is so good. So we saw that attempt, man.
Yeah.
And like,
it was a good idea.
It was an excellent idea for sure. It's just a matter of timing in regards to the pickup. So that could have gone off the wayside. But as it stands right now, 10 apiece for both teams. NuckleDu securing it for himself for Shopify Rebellion. Now going into the anchor spot. No tiebreaker again? Come on, guys.
Yeah, no tiebreaker.
Come on, man.
We do not have a tiebreaker. The only one where we had the opportunity for it was that 2G versus KuaiShou match that turned into a 40 bomb instead. But it looks like for NL, the Akuma qualified for Capcom Cup. We're going to set up our own Capcom Cup qualifier on the side of Shopify Rebellion in Dual Kevin.
Right on. And no ambiguity in regards to the character choice. It's got to be the Rashid.
Yeah.
That is the staple for someone like Dual Kevin, as he has been working this character and reinventing himself every single season, every single region that he gets to participate in. I'm actually rather curious to see how this is going to step up to NL's really sharpened Akuma.
Yeah, 100%. This is going to be a fun match to watch, just to see the shape of both of these players and how in-game ready they are. Obviously, Dual Kevin has been grinding nonstop, right? I think that the most successful Rashid this season, right? A lot of the other Rashids either switch characters or haven't had as much success as they wanted. Obviously, shouts to Big Bird, who did qualify for Capcom Cup recently. But besides that, didn't have as much of a season of success as we're used to seeing from him. Dual Kevin, still here, right? Made top 6 on the leaderboard, qualified via the offline grind and just the consistent success. You gotta love to see it. Well, and now he qualified a couple months ago, right? Where he got second place at CEO, I think it was, where Lashar had already qualified, so he got that spot. So it feels like NL's been a little bit flying under the radar more so recently because of his qualification already. So I want to see how prepared he is for somebody like Dual Kevin, who's been grinding nonstop.
I wouldn't be surprised if he actually fought off against them even like at CEO on the way to that top 8.
True. I
want to definitely check out that record overall. But as it stands right now, Dual Kevin in the anchor positioning against NL. Both teams tied up 10 apiece. Now, talking about Rashid, I feel like in regards to where we see him at from like a general standpoint, I feel like there's not a lot of people trying to excel with this character as often.
Yeah.
Not really brought to the table at like certain premieres. There have been like a really big shift in the meta in regards to the characters we see quite often. Rashid still has his presence with a handful of players, but just not as often.
Yeah, he's not as oppressive as he once was because of like the lack of Oki off OD, spit mixer and stuff like that, right? Obviously the throw loop toned down as well. So it takes a little bit more neutral victories than it did before, and Dual Kevin, he's been finding those. Nice conversion as well. Fun in the midair, juggle point. A little hezzy on the crouch medium push. Got the counter hit, but nothing afterwards.
Pretty even in life right now. Dual Kevin, I think he just needs one normal away to get himself into that W. But NL, pretty much the same thing, right? We talk about conversion, we talk about like single hit ones too. Akuma definitely has that type of potential, but it's a little bit more access in comparison to Rashid, standing light kick into the cancel, trying to drain the rest of that gauge. That could have been so severe if NL had committed to the low medium kick drive rush cancel. No DP, no attempt at all for an anti-air. Dual Kevin moving on in, forward throw, first round.
Yeah, I love the way Dual Kevin ended that round, really. He stopped playing a ground game. Like, he harassed a little bit with stay medium kick, but that was about it. Yeah, right there, like you see the harassment is coming in hot. Now he gets the counter hit. But beyond that, he didn't want to play that ground game with Akuma, right? He'd rather just set up like the super jump. Are you ready for this? Let me get in close quarters. Right now, that beautiful punish counter link from NL.
I like that, taking note of that medium kick spacing, right? Dual Kevin is not shy to actually whiff it in front of your opponent, because if you're not ready for it, he will be able to counter pull. But damn! Over the wind, straight to the chest. Falcons NL with a huge rebuttal.
That was big right there. Perfectly spaced jump. No category 5s.
He's not even taking shelter. He is the threat. What is happening?
Okay. Yeah.
I freaked out, man. Just went right through the body.
My brain definitely short-circuited a bit. I'm not sure what happened. Oh, yeah, he tried the sweep, but NL, he wasn't looking for Dual Kevin to respond immediately, right? So he wasn't ready with the whip punish of his own. Dual Kevin now gets the opportunity. Oh, tried to catch affliction, and he caught him standing up eventually. Double drive rush combo, empty the meter, and because this is Akuma, guaranteed dead, brother. No question about it.
Damn, what a conversion, I gotta say. Dual Kevin just using the entirety of that jar of sauce, just emptying out the drive gauge, emptying out the level 3, finding the correct routes, all off of that safe jump setup that he had initially. That was really, really well done from Kevin. If anything, in terms of consistency, this guy's got it. Like, he's gotten every single route down pat for any occasion, and it's quite impressive.
Yeah, I love the way he harassed NL at the end right there as well, right? He was like, I'm going to keep this compact, I'm going to keep it quick, I'm going to keep it so you have to think about something and change your defense, like, within heartbeats, right? We saw the crouch light kick. It's like a jab, and then just a micro-wall crouch light kick again, and it caught him standing perfectly. So then well calculated by Dual Kev to know that he can get the kill off that as well. Just immaculate play.
You know, one of the biggest things that we kind of highlighted in previous seasons when we first saw this team come together was like what the language barrier is going to be like amongst all 4 of them. So I was actually kind of curious, at least 3-1, I will say primarily. But I mean, like, the gameplay has just been so universal and so well developed lately that there are like certain ways to kind of get your message across. And I think like NL definitely strong enough to pick up at anything that gets put down in any language, genuinely. So I'm actually quite impressed to see like how they've all come together and really established themselves as brothers, as we heard in the pregame interview.
Yeah, well, King said we're brothers, man. We are ride or die. This is the squad. And yeah, they definitely, I've communicated with NL enough.
What in the world?
No, but he needs to communicate with his controller a little bit more, apparently.
My man was upsetting spaghetti. Oh, it's all coming down. Dual Kevin, make it hurt. Oh, and it's 0? Hold up. Hold this DI. Let me get that win. Nobody's going to jump on in there. Nice and easy. Dual Kevin singing his way towards at least the second game.
Yeah, for real. The good thing for NL is 3 out of 5, right? Because that snowball could lead to a whole lot. But gets the punish on the roundhouse attempt and baits out the OD spinning mixer. Wait a minute. We might take this second game for ourselves by the end of it.
At least he got the punish counter this time, right? Not going to let it fall by the wayside. So much damage was left on the table in that previous round. Make it hurt. Damn! Conversion off of the lights too, nice and easy. Dual Kevin committing to the throw. Akuma was mad for, but to be fair, I think it's because of the backwalk speed.
Yeah, 100%. He's so fast, right? That time NL tried to jump over one of the whirlwinds again, but Dual Kevin this time kind of schemed on it, right? Allowed him to DP right back.
The back throw, we get control for NL. Kuma doing a great job of keeping majority of the cast in the corner with a plethora of different normals, forward medium kick being one of them, but forward fierce for sure. I've definitely witnessed a ton of ranked players just throwing out fierce with zero caution. NL, not gonna be on that variety, right?
Yeah. I love the fireball and the jump in as well, catching Dual Kevin. We know that Rashid has a tough time anti-airing, right? So, but again, the empty jump. And Nell's parries, man, they got thrown multiple times.
Uh-oh. Get the GDS, the Great Desert Storm. How do you contest against him? NL forced on defense. Good. Not going to use any sort of drive reversal. He's just toughening it out, but we do get the big opener. Dual Kevin dump out the rest of that gauge. What happened?
I thought we were going to see the GDS followed by the SRK, but instead, we're going to see the level 3 from Akuma, the CA version as well. You can't block me.
Strongest fingers known to man. Like I broke the guard.
Wow, and yeah,
unbelievable.
Bet on the crouch medium kick as well. I thought he was going to do some type of fireball shenanigan to cover the level 1 and then get some chip in, but believed to just straight up the crouch medium kick, send the drive rush after.
I think there was going to be, I was thinking of like what other opportunities Dual Kevin had to go into the target combo to launch up, or at least to go into like anything ending in a mixer into SRK.
Yeah.
There was a big opportunity there to finish it out with a level 1.
Yeah.
What went wrong?
Very surprised because you highlighted perfectly. He's almost like always on point with the routes, right? That's one of the only times I've seen his routing suffer. So that was very unfortunate for Dual Kev. But now we're back in 2 out of 3 territory as well.
Cool. Yeah, that was actually mad far for him to catch like the Demon Ray dive kick.
Yeah. Establish one throw. How many are we going to establish? Oh, tried another one, but Dual Kevin quick with the defense, but a little bit outside the range.
God, that just so much push on that too. OD spinning mixer, finding the mark. Dual Kevin, temporary solace. He is still rather close to the corner. Any single conversion that Akuma can get could also lead you to that exact same position, or he can bully you back into it with the lights and also the walkie that he has. OD!
Oh, and now, what perfect usage of the projectile priority system. OD fireball, deleting the whirlwind, recognizing that it did, and comboing into the level 1.
Swear. Also ready, very potent with the anti-airs, and now even more so with the punish counter on the way in. A couple of frame kills, and now still trying to find his shot, drive reversal to keep him contained. We do get the burnout successfully. There is 0 to his name. He's not gonna go for the splat, is he? He is, and NL actually willing to spend level 1.
Yeah, this is a tough spot for NL, right? Because he was still so far behind, but it looks like that level 1, oh, my payoff. What a cancel to the DP, but he got caught off guard. Dual Kevin with the wake up drive rush, was not expecting that one. Oh, and he gets the DI as he got a stride meter right before Dual Kevin's impact connected. What an answer from NL.
And you can't mash it. You can't mash it either. You have to wait for that moment to actually get the drive gauge.
You can, because you will get a fierce or a button instead if you try to mash it before your drive meter comes back. Excellent highlight, Vicious. How did you time it like that, brother? Lightning in his eyes.
These guys are swinging.
Yeah, you got to.
He's like holding his chest, bro. He's clutching his chest. He's like, damn. I'm nice.
Yo, son, like how locked in do you have to be? He got that the moment his drive came back. Wow.
Any sooner, any later, he would have been dead.
Literally, like a perfect time, like he found the gap that he had to shoot. Wow. So legitimately. It's been an amazing day 1 of SFL already. And Dual Kevin most likely holding up back right there. He got clipped by the overhead standing, so either that or backdash.
Excellent composure, at least from the defensive end, but Dual Kevin, he's taking up so much life against him already, but the punish counter coming in, looking to equalize that life bar against NL. OD uppercut, he doesn't give a damn, son. He was well within his rights to let off such a risky play out.
But now, oh my goodness, he's been so good with a life lead this set. So patient, picking his spots. That stand light kick has been a mean harassment tool, as it always is.
Oh. And the away side looking rather sharp this whole day.
Yeah. It's time to cut off on the pass a little bit. Kev, yeah, man. NL, right, he's got a lot of these ODDPs baited out, so now he's starting to wake up with buttons thinking Dual Kevin's going to bait it out because he has been in the past.
Now we get a full-on conversion, close enough to get the forward medium punch, excuse me. into the Eagle Spike. Perfect parry. The side switch is going to be so dastardly against Dual Kevin. We get to harass with the fireball. Move on in. Drain some of your drive gauge off of these fierces. And these are chunks at a time, by the way. A single hit conversion for Dual Kevin will force the burnout unless he's forced to block the entire time. You see a couple of parries coming in, but he's still below that threshold. Perfect parry against a Cyclone and a perfect punish going into it with the drive impact. Although the scaling is here, the most important thing is this corner control.
Yeah, and now just going with that combo, I think, to build back his own drive meter, take up the time, right? They didn't want to get cheeky with a reset or anything like that. Oh, and then finally just walks up and jabs him instead. Catches Dual Kevin's option, and now just running the typical corner game. Well done, man, to bring home the victory for Falcons.
A real big slaughterhouse in all 3 matches thus far. No different coming in from Falcons. 30 points to Shopify's 10. Hopefully, they get to keep up that momentum and keep their promise in regards to where Oil King wants to take this team for this season. They want to bring them back to the promised land, but even further beyond into a championship. As for Shopify Rebellions, again, they were slow to start last season, but they really shaped it up in the second half. There has to be a point where they need to kick it into gear right now unless they want to face the same repercussions as last season.
Precisely, man. It's got to be a big wake-up call early on, right? And Team Falcons, it's a big confidence booster, right? You heard Oil King talk about it when he came in on the interview with Rob. This is the year we get our second title. We've come in, same roster every year. The camaraderie, the brotherhood is there, and even beyond pretty much every other team, because it's been these 4 for multiple years at this point. And man, what a way to bring this home. I love the way they ordered everything as well. NL, the true anchor in the spot right now, considering he is the Capcom Cup qualified player. Just so sick to see.
Dude, truly, man. You see this matchup, the way it unfolded. NL taking a lot of big risks on defense, but it paid out severely against Dual Kevin's pressure, because when you talk about, oh, I forgot about that significant drop. We didn't even catch the end of that replay towards what happened with the drive gauge and the last-ditch effort to get that DI from Dual Kevin. But either way you spin it, right? We talked about how dangerous Rashid's offensive pressure can be, but NL's decision-making on defense, technically, I want to say that's a defensive call.
Oh, man, like literally the moment he got that drive meter back, I need to see that. It's super slow-mo, frame by frame. Oil King just standing up. Just standing up with the pose like, yeah, bro, we can't lose. Oh, man, and then, yeah, a little hesitation right there from NL, blowing up the timing Dual Kevin tried to defend himself with. And, man, yeah, they're definitely bringing home on that one. Hugs all around.
I love that coming in from Oil King, too. So ecstatic to see it right now. But as it stands, in regards to like matchups, we've talked about what happens between the rounds. The first round, 10 points being acquired from Falcons. They fell short in just a little bit towards the Cien matchup, but then really bringing it home towards that anchor match, scoring 30 points total, right? This is what the format looks like overall. This is something you got to get used to throughout the season in regards to how the point disparity works. That anchor match is ever so important, but leading with that momentum of round 1 and round 2, just as imperative to find your team success, or at least bring yourself into a playoff positioning, right? Every single W counts in regards to acquiring all of these points, right? Although it's a 10-30 deficit for Shopify Rebellion, these 10 points are still going to be so monumental towards the end of the season when we get to the second half of the double round robin.
Exactly right. We go by total points, and the top 4 teams are the ones that advance to the playoffs, right? So every point matters. That's why we're like, damn, the 40 bomb, bro. That's not only a huge boost to 2 game, but also KuaiShou like getting 0 points today. That is like a rough spot to get into the playoffs going forward, right? You need every bit that you can get. So when you do be on the outcome of those 30-10 wins or those 40 bombs, then those extra 10 points that you got along the way really propel you into those top 4 positions. But yeah, man, it is wild seeing this. And I believe we have Rob ready with our winners, Team Falcons. Let's go.
Yeah, I know. Okay, and just like that, Team Falcons comes through and gets their first dub. I guess the first thing I want to ask you about NL is that you guys always have the same team together, and usually you start off losing in Street Fighter League and do good later. How does it feel to actually win your first match?
I really hope this winning, because this is our new record. Always our first is losing, so gloomy every day. And in the end, we are good, but now first is good, so this year may be better than before.
Okay, and you know, if I'm not mistaken, Did Oil King rub your belly before the match? Did that happen? Or what's that about?
When I rest, he say so. He use belly is more feels comfortable, so he recommend. Yes.
Okay, all right, and you know what? I recommend that officially. If the pros is doing it, definitely rub your homie belly before his match, and it might get him a W even over elite players like Dual Kevin. And now, if we could please, Shin, I guess you could even translate for us with DCQ. DCQ, of course, you're one of the most dominant players that we always have here at Street Fighter League. Just take us through the win that you had up against Shine's Kimberly.
说实话，我没有想到会是 Shen 来打我，因为我们当时都对策觉得会是火舞来，对。但是因为之前我跟贤也打过这个金波六，我觉得还是比较有信心的。
He didn't think that Shen would come. We thought that Mai is gonna come because there's a lot of Mai over there, but he's still comfortable with fighting Kimberly because we practice.
Okay, and of course, all of that practice, it's been so many years of this exact same team staying together, the longest tenured team here in Street Fighter League, and we are seeing the power of brotherhood. Team Falcons officially 1-0 here at Street Fighter League. We're gonna go ahead and keep on with the action. Let's send things over to our commentators.
Does rubbing bellies do anything for commentary?
I don't want to find out.
Okay, fair enough. That's a good point. But yeah, incredible stuff from Team Falcons. Whatever you got to do, whatever superstition you subscribe to help you win, I always encourage it. So big ups to Team Falcons. It's like we talked about.
Does this count?
The brotherhood, yes. Gotta find something to rub, that's for sure. But Team Falcons, obviously, the longest tenured team, as you heard Rob talk about, right? The brotherhood that they have is clearly exemplified, and not only just seeing them together right there, but in their gameplay. Everybody is so invested in every match. You saw Oil King get up from his seat in a power pose when we got that DI counter at the end. So I just love seeing the camaraderie between that squad. And hey, off to a great start. Hopefully that means, it's not like a reverse where it's like great start, troubling finish.
Dude,
you know what I mean? That wouldn't be good.
And that's like the exact confidence they need. Like even NL, he's taken note of previous seasons. They've gone through like the worst of it in certain seasons, and only to come out on top. Like when they had like that first half of nothing but zeros and tens or whatever, and they ended up winning that season.
Yeah,
that is kind of ridiculous. Seeing them out the gate getting the W, they've really elevated it this year.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, SFL wouldn't be possible without our lovely partners and sponsors. And of course, first up, we got ASUS in the building. Unlock your gaming potential with ASUS ROG monitors, perfect for both console and PC gamers. They offer stunning visuals, fast refresh rates, and ergonomic designs. Exclusive discounts available on asus.com to level up your setup today, or scan the QR code on your screen right now to learn more and use that code ASUS-SFL.
And you've seen all of the players representing themselves throughout the entirety of the U.S. and some from around the world. These guys have brought so many different peripherals. Well, guess what? The Gen 5X fighting board, that is the heart of your next-gen fight stick, right? Fully compatible with both PS5 and Xbox Series X and S. It delivers seamless performance and very low latency. Super critical, by the way. It's got a built-in assist feature that makes it easy to craft your ultimate fighting weapon. Again, the Armory is open, being a full-on official sponsor of Street Fighter League this season.
Yeah, latency. You know what? I'll get to that in a minute because 10-0 right now is bringing y'all the hottest merch, the hottest FGC apparel in the business. You can find it all at merch.10-0.gg. They got titles. They got clothes from all of your favorite titles, and obviously including Street Fighter. All kinds of great stuff with the Akuma Heaven. This got embroidered crew neck. And by the way, the embroidery on the 10-0 stuff is premium. You know what I'm saying? It is not just like, not ironed on or any of that nonsense. It is legit stitch. It's a high quality embroidery. Big ups. Anytime you get a piece of material from 10-0, you know it is going to be top tier.
And they always throw back to the classics, right? You see the third strike pins. I'm a huge fan of that as well. But also, you never skip leg day when it comes to Chun-Li peripherals, or at least Chun-Li t-shirts, right? That's definitely not optional. But I gotta say, merch.10-0.gg is where you need to go to pick up all of these, right? It is a restock on the leg day graphic team for very good reason. That thing sold out like crazy. I know James Chen also has one of those bad boys.
That's so good, man. Definitely. Well, we're going to give you all a chance to go to merch.10-0.gg and browse their very plethora of apparel and material, right? While we take a quick break here at SFL and be back with more Street Fighter 6.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Workaholic Director of Siren Holdings Research and Development Department. Grace Hill is nothing but a cover story. Crimson Viper. My code name. Stay out of my business. Could you just, like, give up now? I have other work to do. A B+ for effort. Let's rock. You're not half bad. Even messed up my makeup.
Crazy.
Of course, you guys have been world champions in the past. How are you feeling about your squad and your chances going into this season?
Honestly, first thing is I'm very grateful to be back. I don't take this opportunity for granted. And I feel really good. You know, I feel like we're the best team here, and I feel like we're going to perform like that.
This is only Boost's second time being on Street Fighter League. He wasn't here last year. I think it was 2 years ago that he was here. We haven't really seen Boost on a stage like this outside of that. What gives you the confidence in him to perform on a stage this big?
The confidence is that he got my team, you know, holding him back, and he also got me by his side. We got him, so Boost alone and Boost with Bandits is a completely different beast.
Man, you walk in here with a different type of energy today, man, RD. As soon as you walked in, even before the interview, I normally see this type of energy from you near the finals, right? We're only getting into week one. What is your mindset going into this right now? It seems pretty serious.
Honestly, my mindset is I don't want to lose a match. I want to win 3-0. I want to win 40 points. Every match is the finals for me.
And you were just over there in Japan. Your whole squad was over there. And I think that you guys ended up winning pretty much all of your team matches. Is that true? And even yourself, I don't know if you've seen, there was a tweet showing your personal matches with all the best players in Japan, and you seem to dominate everyone. So tell us about that.
You know, I did pretty good. I went with a very good record, and we beat everybody. But at the end of the day, it's just practice. To me, we didn't do anything. You just got to win this.
Man, we see we see the fit. You know what I'm saying? We know about all of your championships and all that. We know you get to the bag. We know what's up with men in RD. What motivates you now?
Honestly, my main motivation is my team. I want Bandits to win. I want them to be world champions, especially in that beautiful stadium in Japan. And, you know, I want to give Chris T and Kava their second ring and boost his first ring. I think there are a bunch of good players, and now with the opportunity to qualify for EWC and for Capcom Cup, I'm counting on that. I want to get them there, so that's my motivation.
Okay, y'all heard it from the man himself, at least in Rob TV's eyes, personally, the GOAT of Street Fighter, the man himself representing Team Bandits, Minna RD. Let's go ahead and send things over to our commentators.
He wanted to put another ring for the rest of his teammates. That is a godlike statement to make, and as serious and professional as his demeanor is, I'm so glad that Rob's like the only person that could like crack it a little bit, like actually get like a smile out of him. He's like, "You're swagging out, man. Champ, you got it in the bag. Like, what you on right now?" And just that smile. Really, really great to see in terms of like his attitude, his presence, and also most importantly, his gameplay. They're facing off against Red Rooster. This time they have the home field advantage. Granted, it didn't really matter what side they're on, right? They still managed to get the W with their very first match against FlyQuest. Now it's a whole different beast, or animal in general. We got Red Rooster coming up between this team and like the other teams that have been newly reformed. This has actually been quite the change-up as we have crossover. We do have KuaiShou as well, Chris Wong, and Mono leading the pack.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what order they bring into the event right now. Going up against Bandits, who obviously have the home field advantage. And it's going to be crossover on the Mai to step up first. Chris Wong on the Luke in the secondary position. And they got all the faith in the world in the young gun, KuaiShou, in the anchor spot. That 3 out of 5 match belongs to him and the Ryu. While we got Mono in the extra slot as well. And of course, even though a lot of the Red Rooster roster has changed, the captain himself remains the same. Let's go to an interview with Rob and Mono.
Red Rooster is back here on Street Fighter League, but it seems like the focus might be a bit different. Did you have a different focus when it came to constructing your team this year?
Oh yeah, by far. Obviously last year we didn't have like the best performance, but this year we definitely were like scouting a lot with the players, and obviously newcomers like KuaiShou and Blas, which are like, last year they made some waves, this year they're still making good performances. Chris Wong as well, and Crossover finally got his visa, and like I've always said that Crossover is a really, really talented player. He just haven't had the chance to travel. And what's funny about this is that it's their debut for all three. Like it's their first time here in SFL, period.
Yeah, so you know, this time around when it comes to Red Rooster, of course we know that the team is based out of Puerto Rico, but it appears that maybe you're not focused on region and focus more on best player available. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I mean, we're focused on the level, obviously, because we really wanted to like obviously have good representation, good character variety, maybe top tiers. Because I mean, the team has Mai now. We have 2 Mais, Luke. We have KuaiShou has like 4 characters. And then you have Aki Bison, which I'm playing now. Like, obviously, Aki's not like one of the tops, but I do have a Bison now. And yeah, region, like, it's not a full Puerto Rican team. We still have Latin America representation because we have Chile and we have Dominican Republic crossover. And Chris Wong, like, he's really, like, the communication with the team has really been cool. Like, when I started to talk to them before, when we already knew about SFL and we were scouting, they obviously were very enthusiastic. Very willing. They actually, Crossover and KuaiShou came to Puerto Rico. They went to First Attack, but then they stayed a week and we were training and we were talking. Chris Wong wasn't able to make it, but he was always like trying to follow up with us on Discord and stuff. So it's been good. Like, I feel like the team is very well, good sync.
Yeah, the synergy is right.
Yep.
Okay, and you brought up somebody from Chile, the young dog, KuaiShou, only 14 years old. How are you getting him prepared? Do you think he can handle a moment like this, his first Street Fighter League?
I honestly think that kid has no fear. So I feel like nerves will not be the issue with him. Like, he's always, because you've seen him in the tournaments, like he's always like happy just to be there, happy to just be playing. So I feel that nerves is not going to be an issue with him. And obviously, he was very talented. Like, he got top 4, I think, at CEO, made EWC. He's top 2 with Blast in Chile. Like, the player is just so good. He got second at First Attack. Like, I feel like he's gonna do so well. And the same with Crossover. Like, I'm actually happy that he's here because first opportunity, he's always shown that he's in that caliber, and the fact that he's here, like, also makes me very happy.
This team from top to bottom is looking stacked, loving the character and, of course, the player composition, and they are absolutely fearless. Ladies and gentlemen, a retooled Red Rooster. Let's go ahead and send things over to our commentators.
And Crossover, I love the fact that he highlighted the fact Crossover finally got his visa, right? Looking to break the ankles of all his opponents going forward. It's going to be an exciting one. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I think we got word that Crossover is going to be starting the match as well, going up against Bandits Boost. And again, you heard Meta RD talk about it, right? Boost alone and Boost with Bandits is an entirely different beast. But one thing that remains true is that this dude is a lab rat. He is always in the training mode. He is always reviewing VODs, not only trying to figure out characters, but figure out players as well. So it doesn't surprise me that they send Boost up to go up against Crossover and the Mai, right? He's going to be playing in the weeklies all the time. He's probably fought Crossover plenty of times. And just in general, when it comes to Mai, I have the most confidence in Boost being prepared for the character.
No doubt, right? I feel like that's going to be something that needs to be talked about in regards to like keeping up with the meta. A lot of these players coming into it, that kind of talk, I feel like goes, I want to say like, it's hammered in more often than not. Like, it's kind of easy to just say like these guys are prepared for it, right? It's just another thing to kind of show it. And honestly, I'm starting to really feel confident in saying that these guys are well prepared for each other in regards to the meta. There have been a lot of crazy results thus far. Like, although like some have been blowouts, like 30-10, that's just the nature of the beast when it goes like back and forth between 10s and then getting that 20-point ball game. Don't let the actual number of the score fool you. A lot of these have been rather close, with the exception of the first 40 bomber that we got from 2G. That was quite unexpected. But these guys are well suited and well prepared for the meta. In fact, they are like reinventing the meta with some of these picks and the way they've been playing.
Yeah, 100%, man. You can see Boost just ran over his opponent in the first set that Bandits had with the Terry, right? His character definitely a prominent player in the meta right now, and I'm excited to see how he deals with the Mai. Again, this is another character where we talked about with the low projectiles in Terry, the power waves and the round waves being a little bit tricky perhaps for Mai to connect with. We'll see if Boost has the type of the stuff that Blaz was showing off, where he'll like punch the fan into some follow-up button to get some type of punish counter, something like that. If anybody's going to have those besides somebody like Blaz, it's going to be Boost. And on the other end, we'll see how Crossover, how comfortable he feels in this scenario, getting to travel for really the first time. Let's get it, man. Boost and Crossover, game one.
I know for sure we've actually had like Crossover going into pretty consistent matches, not even just like on a weekly basis, but also being a part of First Attack, right? One of the biggest events in Puerto Rico, and also being a part of like his own scene with Blink Respawn. He's gotten so much practice and so much time to really flesh out the way he wants to play Mai, but it's really up to Boost to see if he can step up to the challenge, which he has done so far. Again, this is the second go around for Bandits today, but now we're seeing so much more activity coming in from these projectiles.
Yeah, consistently just trying to power wave him down right in that range where Mai wants to throw these fans, right? And yeah, that's the thing with Boost, is that he likes the light rising tackle. It's so fast, has a really disjointed hitbox out in front of him to check the Mai, but Crossover hasn't fallen for it yet.
Just like that, Boost really able to command the round, at least within a certain range, to let some of these projectiles rock. Ryu Enbu getting punished severely for the round. Nice and easy for Boost, putting himself into that first round.
That tip of the crouch medium kick, man.
Oos.
Oh, nice. And again, just that slide hezzy with a micro walk forward after the fears.
God damn, the pressure, even from further out, standing like it just at the tip of that hitbox.
Indeed, and hey, that's exactly where you want it to be for the tackle follow-up, right? You get an extension afterwards like we saw. Crossover, got a big break though, getting the back throw. Now he's got the corner. Needs to make something happen though.
Oh, no! Severe error. You might, no, you're hella dead. Not even might. It is guaranteed, brother.
Oh, the power geyser. We only need the twin. Not even getting to the triple geyser yet. My goodness, though. Yeah, that was unfortunate for Crossover. You obviously know he wanted to walk up and do a button, but input stored behind lock and key at that point. He ended up coming out with a special, unfortunate drop for him.
The immediate consultation towards Crimey.
Yeah.
By the way, my man is about to lay down the law. He's like, things you need to look out for Boost. I'm actually kind of curious, and I wish I could get some like time to pick Crimey's brain in regards to like his perspective on certain matchups, because I would love to have this on the comms. But as it is, man, it's really difficult to kind of like get yourself out of that moment and figure out what needs to be done. So I love Crossover taking the time out to consult with his bench.
Yeah, especially it seems like Crimey is kind of talking and maybe even a philosophical aspect to him, because this was not like a short, here's this tech piece of info, right? That was quite a lengthy kind of monologue that Crimey gave towards him. Now Chris Wong also giving some quick tips, right?
That's godlike, by the way.
Yeah, love seeing the language barriers overcome by the language of fighting games that we all know and love.
Yeah. And Chris Wong's been spending a lot of time in like some of the CPT premieres that have happened in the United States as well.
Yeah.
I do get a couple of chances to talk to him as well in regards to like his switch over between like Luke and other characters. So, I mean, he's gotten a lot of my experience. In fact, has also changed up in using Mai every so often. We saw that over at the Chengdu premiere. So I love the fact that we're getting like the double team advantage, or at least the double team in terms of advice from both Crimea and Luke. Chris Wong. I might as well call him Luke Wong at this point, dude, because like he's still my GOAT for Luke picks. Sorry, Triumph.
Right now, Boost did manage to get the first dub, right? And that's what I was talking about, the light tackle. It does such a good job at stuffing my approaching. It's obviously a big risk, but it's something that a lot of players do not expect you to bust out.
Right now, Boost a little too shy off the mark. Was it a timing issue? I think it was.
Seems like it. Both players pressing their crouch medium kicks, trying to find the open up. Oh, and again, this slide walk forward. The way Boost kind of like alters his rhythm in his ground game, I mean, it's one of my favorite things in fighting games, period.
I like that, countering the projectiles with your own OD, the roundhouse. Damn, son, that's mad far. The projectiles doing a lot of work to keep crossover contained.
Sneaks to the roundhouse, but he can't get anything afterwards. And Boost just doing such a great job staying at a safe space to harass with. Not just throwing fireballs either, but switching it up between fireballs, normal and a fireball cancel. OD fireball to once again out-prioritize the fan.
And also kind of throwing out that strike throw scenario with the drivers forward into that fierce +5. OD rising tackle. Crossover has not found the momentum he needed. And he's also getting pushed back a lot of the times with some of these normals, whether it's medium punch or standing fierce, getting outright punished. Boost with a substantial lead now with the burnout. The damn match point still from downtown. Damn, son!
Oh my, oh, I thought that was about to be, knowing Boost, that was a frame kill setup on that, but he ended up dropping the combo after the first hit anyway.
I was going to say, is that hella meaty for you to get a link off of that?
I was going to say, I think that was all intentional until the drop, obviously. But I think that those first couple of whiffs were part of the plan. I love the fact that he just sent the DI immediately as well. Not only was it ambiguous spacing, but also like it just eat the super. It's not a big deal.
I was mad surprised. Dude, max distance. It's such kind of crazy.
He didn't send the driver's cancel. Oh, and then the crouch medium kick target combo afterwards. Boost takes it 2-0. Both his sets so far today, I believe, won 2-0. What a showing for Boost, man.
The Boost man?
The Boost man.
Hell yeah, dude. I like that. Boost. Phenomenal player. And you know what's crazy about that too? As good as he is, right? Rocking 4-0 thus far, he's got such a mechanical and maniacal mind towards Street Fighter that he could go in as a coach or even like as somebody to rely on in regards to other perspectives. But looking at the replays, he's just been in complete control, right? There wasn't really a lot that Crossover could do while in this corner. It's not to say that there weren't any options, but like in his mind, the plethora of options right now were just getting shut down. There were so many options, I mean, so many spots where Boost would throw out fireballs to the point where it would actually catch your jump even before it even gets to be executed, right? There's been so many times where Boost has just kept Crossover grounded consistently.
That's why I love Bandits picking up Boost, because we know that Boost's mind for fighting games is like one of the most advanced out there. He thinks about so much. He reviews so much footage. He takes so many things into consideration. And Mena RD is a very similar player in that aspect, right? He also is one of the most studious players in the business. So combining these two players, I mean, yeah, I would feel like everybody else is in trouble, not only because they are two phenomenal players on the sticks, but just their minds. It's going to be so tough with all of the advice that they're going to hand over to everybody else. Also, it puts an extremely big smile on my face just seeing the Dominican Republic flag on the back of Boost's jersey. Like, Boost repping the DR is so sick, my man, with Bandits.
Yeah,
putting the 10 points on the board. What a start. And now Red Rooster's got to go up against somebody else. I forgot who they're bringing up to the table next, but it's going to be somebody interesting, that is for sure.
So it's Chris Wong who's going to be sending by with Red Rooster, and he's got like both Luke and Mai setting up for himself. But in regards to the matchup at hand for Bandits. I'm actually kind of curious to see if we'll see maybe like a Chris G for some of the Luke play. I mean, we've seen him represent himself well in the World Warriors and play off against some of the more aggressive Lukes in that area. And it is going to be Chris T. That is the precise call that we were looking forward to. It's going to be the Ken coming in from the bald man himself. Christopher Tatarian. It looks good on him, bro. I'm allowed to say it. Absolutely. I don't know if anybody else is, but I got those credentials.
I cannot pass judgment. But I'll say it looks better on him than it would on me. I'll tell you what. Right now, though, Chris Wong obviously going to be one of the premier players out of his region, right? Obviously got second at the very first Capcom Cup for Street Fighter 6. Has been holding it down on the Luke for a little bit, experimenting with some Maya as well. But it's interesting that Bandits, who reserved Chris T for the tiebreaker match, at the beginning actually sets him out, right? They have the home field advantage here, so they're confident in Chris being able to thwart the Luke, and we're going to see who is the superior Chris at the end of this match.
Damn, son. I didn't even think about it that way.
Yeah.
I was thinking Luke again. Luke Wong versus Chris T. Ken Tatarian, actually. It should be.
There you go.
If anything. But, I mean, it makes sense. I think there's a lot of experience coming in from Chris Tatarian in regards to like, the Luke-specific matchup, and even so, like, throwing out Kaba out there, I don't know if that would be as effective, right? Because there's a potential my pick that is backed up not only with the Luke, and then you don't want to sacrifice or like even compromise having Men RD in any other spot other than the anchor, right?
Yeah, precisely. So I'm loving this shot, and just in general, getting Chris T in the mix early, maybe getting him a dub, or even in just a match to get the feel for and get him going as an actual player in the series is huge, I think, as well for Bandits going forward.
It's throwing me off that it's the intro song as the battle stage music. It's the second time I've been thrown off, but either way, I like that pressure. I like that conversion from Chris. We do get the forward throw, drive rush on in, crouching medium punch to start, true strike throw mix-up.
Yeah, now Chris Wong not gonna try to get too aggressive, right, when he's below that 3-bar threshold. Didn't want to overextend or be overzealous, just playing timid, playing clean. Oh, especially with that ODDP to check the Jinrai.
A little precautious coming in from Chris after that stand jab off of the drive rush, by the way. Looking for something big, but Chris Wong instead finds his mark, lets the level 1 rip, and gets the first round.
Sorry.
Nah,
I get it. Like, this happened to me the other day, too, and I was like, what's happening? But ODDP immediately upon the drive rush, right? Gonna test that, make sure Chris Wong keeps the gap tight.
That's a rock. This is out the damage, and I like him just going for drive rush for the Oki, much more than trying to like let the flash knuckles rock, go for the shoulder check as a frame kill, etc. He always dumps out damage, but also he takes big risk. Chris Tatarian actually going for a reset instead of a full-on high damage combo or carry. Kinda unorthodox.
Yeah, it was a little strange right there. I'm not sure what happened. Oh, and that might end up coming back to my Chris T a little bit. Gets sent away on the level 1, Chris, and then another confirmation to the level 1 after the counter hit jab and the crouch strong. Nice recognition, such quick processing speed from Chris Wong. That's one of the characteristics he's always had.
Yeah, that was a big punish on the table that could have potentially squeezed it out for Chris Tatarian, right? This was a punish off of an ODDP, so not a lot of thought behind it, right?
Yeah.
Kind of interesting to see that drop.
Like, if Chris would have spin his meter, he could have got the kill with that combo 100%. So, yeah, it definitely was ended up playing out to be a huge mistake.
But still, the footsie game, just as strong as we remembered it. Chris T now being able to, okay, very short-lived, my mistake.
Yeah, one of the frame kill throws set up. Oh, after the step kick, both players trading, but nothing that they can actually trade combo off of. And then Chris Wong, just the full faith in the crouch strong, bro.
As you should. That was a god button for a reason. Despite being taken down a couple of notches, still a very effective tool for both counter poking, even just throwing it out there as caution in the wind, and also being able to establish yourself with your offensive pressure. But the punish counter, the footsies, light to light.
That's beautiful. Now Chris T really needs to run his game here in the corner, right? Got a snowball. Chris Wong down a bit, catches him low after the initial meaty. Like, this has been right every time so far. Baited out, but wasn't actually committed to the throw.
Forcing the OD as that punish against the Jinrai. Maximum footsies yet again! Chris Tatarian.
Definitely two-stepped on him a little bit. And yeah, I think level 1 would have came up just short. So has to spin the level 2, but yeah, well worth in the end to get the kill.
Most definitely. Worth every bit of bar spent, all tied up. Still, Chris Wong looking at match point, the perfect parry, not quite any sort of, I want to say like not within the distance to actually get a punish counter perhaps. I could be wrong on that.
Oh, Crowd strong, getting with punish yet again. We've talked about it, right? That button has been mortalized. Not normalized, but mortalized.
No, you're taking it down from Godhood.
There you go. Okay.
I'm there.
You know what's up.
I missed that button. Well, it's still here. You know what I mean, guys.
Yeah.
Capcom doesn't miss that button. I'm so sorry, not gonna ask.
Oh my, another beautiful light kick punish from Chris T. Going with the level 2 as well to put Chris Wong close to burnout. Oh, and Chris bet on the parry.
Oh my God!
Oh, that's deader than dead right there. Recognizing that Chris T just whiffed by a couple of pixels. Able to punish him outright for the kill. Nice response from Chris Wong to put a 10er on the board.
Damn, son. When it comes to whiff punishing, both of them were pretty much on point, but in terms of getting their normals clipped, it's like, man, it's hard to tell when you try to go for some of these normals because they're just barely out of range. That's happened so many times on both ends consistently. It could have gone either way, but no matter how you spin it, Chris Wong still being able to dish out that much damage off of some of these big hits is so impactful.
Yeah, right there, Chris, he tried to press a button after the light into the driver's cancel, right? Because light into driver's cancel doesn't actually, there's no type of true block string or anything like that, right? There's always going to be a gap, but it is a very quick thing to happen. So sometimes you get caught a little bit late, you get counter hit like what we saw what happened there with Chris T.
You see it right here, too. Like we talked about whiffing normals. Chris T was just like outside of the range of that crouching medium punch. He's memorized that normal 280.
Yeah.
No pun intended.
Legitimately like dancing just inside and out. And right there, the Jinrai just whiffed a little bit. Chris Wong did a good job. And Chris Wong did a good job at remaining standing and pressing a standing button in response, right? So his hurt box wasn't widened by a crouching aspect. Maybe if he was crouched right there, the Jinrai would have made him block. I'm not exactly sure.
True, yeah.
You know, it was at that type of range. So really good awareness from Chris Wong to just stay standing and then making sure. Because that was a low Jinrai follow-up too, right?
That's right, yeah. And even so, like he was just out of range where like the low hitbox actually doesn't catch you standing.
Yeah, exactly. So really great stuff from Chris Wong to not think about blocking the low, but recognizing that he was at range to where if he stood up, it would just whiff entirely. So that was extremely sick stuff from Chris Wong at the end there. And now to end it, Red Rooster is going to be sending up KuaiShou in that anchor position, man. And hey, if you send up to somebody when it comes to Mono talk about, right, he was like, this kid, no fear, no consequences, not worried about any of that. We're going to set him up. Well, you're setting him up against the Bull, brother.
Yeah.
Meta RD versus KuaiShou is what I have to imagine is going to be our anchor match.
There's no intimidation that could kick in right now, but if it does happen, it's because of that man, the champion of the world, in my opinion, Mena RD stepping up. No surprise here. He's always going to be in that anchor positioning to scoop up as many points as he can because, again, he's on a mission. He's been motivated. He wants to put a championship ring on his teammates. The pressure, more so on KuaiShou. This is his very first Street Fighter League, and this is the first time I feel like he's going to have to consistently be put up against the big dogs.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just like, when I saw that Meta RD interview, I was just so happy that I'm like, I'm glad I'm a commentator, not a competitive player. Because that was the type of like sicko mindset that like I imagine like competitors of against people like Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant would go up against, you know what I mean? Like, how are you this locked in on the game? He's accomplished everything there is to accomplish. He's a multi-time Capcom Cup champion, multi-time EVO champion, like what a SFL world champion. What else does this man need to do? And nonetheless, he comes up and he's like, yeah, my goal is to not drop a game, 40 bombs. I want to get my boys rings. Like when you're at that, when you've already accomplished everything and you're coming into it with that mindset, you are truly one of the scariest players to ever pick up the stick.
I pray to God he doesn't become a commentator.
I know, he would definitely take anybody's job that he wants, Meta RD will have it.
He might just get best dressed. Tasty, get your heart out. Watch out now, Rob. Hold up. You never know.
New contender entering the mix. But of course, Meta is going to be bringing the Blanca to the table. I'm so glad that he's really settled in on the Blanca as well. It just matches him so well in this game. Of course, KuaiShou, though, he's been one of the young guns on the Ryu. All the youngsters like themselves some Ryu.
Yeah, it's the first time we've actually seen Ryu thus far. There was potential of another one in the earlier matches. But KuaiShou, again, this is who he locks in with majority of the time. Ooh.
He's going with the solar plexus after comment RD looking for the parry, and it's taking a invest that last bit of drive in the OD.
No DP.
Yeah. Oh my God, all these trades. Wow, and then the big roundhouse coming out at the end.
There it is.
Full OD version 2 to make sure the kill comes through.
very effective with the drive gauge usage coming in from Cryme, and also forcing MenRD into that burnout scenario rather quickly. And speaking of which, MenRD rather aggressive with his own meter, both the drive gauge and now the lightning beast. How do we get the setup for the little fella, and more importantly, how do we get this opener?
Oh, we're just gonna take the throw for now. We're gonna activate the lightning afterwards. Not quite. Oh, but instead goes with the air ball after establishing the jab for a tick throw. And then he just drops him right back into another setup, bro. That's
crazy, dude. What a conversion. He tried to dash out of there. He got smoked. The perfect there. He had twin fellas in his back pocket.
Oh, man. Twins, baby.
9-9, baby.
Oh, Cryme starting to fish for the donkey kick a little bit.
Man, it's 14 years old, by the way.
Crazy, bro.
That's wild, son.
He's been consistent with, just applying strike pressure to Mena. Saw Mena looking to escape in that last bit.
A lot of movement from both ends, by the way, but it's MenRD who finds himself in the corner, trying to get that rainbow ball out. Jump back jab, excellent response, Cryme.
Agree with the jab as soon as MenRD landed as well, but that's why I talked about that back medium kick into the hop. It's not just an anti-air, you get the Oki afterwards, it's so strong. Now into the lightning beast, you got level 3, but you gotta pick your spot.
He's locked down, so much chip. Cryme can't even find a spot to breathe, can't even find a spot to let loose any sort of super, no risks taken. He just took the throw, he took all the chip that came with it. The one time he tried to rebuttal, it was in a scenario where he had to guess.
Exactly, Mena's so smart, right? He literally chipped him down to strike throw 50-50 range. Like, you die to strike or throw, and then was like, all right. And then when he got worried about the fact that he would now die to throw, he just shimmied him instead. Like, this dude is a monster.
How do you even do that, man? Like, how do you have that process in your brain so ahead of time, man?
Nah, legitimately, like, we got to do some studies on MenRD before it's all said and done. Oh, nice jump over, though.
The first clean opener we have from Cryme. Let's get in the corner, and now what's the lockdown scenario going to be like? I do like his offensive pressure and the potential coming in from Hashogeki, but also, more importantly, his spacing that he plays at in case a Blanca ball comes in case a jump comes in. We know about the damage that Ryu can deal, but it's about the control.
Indeed, and the heavy Hashogeki came in. Oh, wait a second, especially with Lightning Beast. This could alter around. He tried to bait something down right there with the hop back. Cryme didn't give it to him, though. Oh, the lightning! It just comes through, and it's going to kill Cryme off with the OD command grab. He's always got a new route, Vicious. Stuff I ain't never seen before, exclusive.
That was sick. That was dope.
Like, wow, bro. Perfectly calculating it as well for the last bit of meter he had to do the actual ender of the combo that would kill.
Nice buff. Hey, man, sweet buff.
Yeah.
No sarcasm. I thought that was kind of godlike.
No, 100%, man. The creativity on Blanca is endless. They actually made this character cool in this game. I don't know how they did it. Props to Nakayama-san and Mats. Yeah.
Mats.
Big Mats. Oh, and then baits out the super DI for the inevitable follow-up DI that acts as the checkmate. 2-0 to the world champ.
My man is sending him back to school with the way he's been playing. Cryme immediately off the seats consults with the bench. And that's gotta be, there's gotta be some treason here. Crossover, the first one to give the intel? Damn, dude. Hold up.
Crossover from the Dominican Republic himself, right? Immediately stood up and was like, bruh, I got the info. I got the inside intel. But we'll see if that can help Cryme in this situation, right? It doesn't matter how much intel has been shared about MenRD. It doesn't matter how many people have tried to theory fight this man. He has still taken home multiple world championships.
There is no way to prepare for the way MenRD is playing. Like, there's the ambiguity, the locked in.
Ooh, look at how locked in he is.
He hasn't even blinked, brother. That is not a freeze frame. That is 100% live. My man is locked all the way in.
He is a sicko in the best way possible, bro.
I want to see what the changes are coming in from Cryme thus far. A little bit of a slight introduction in terms of normals exchanged. Backdash away from the throw, one correct guess now leads him into a favorable position. The overhead, he was stand blocking the moment he got up.
Yeah, he knew the overhead was coming. Oh, he's trying to make something out right there. Such a delayed air ball that time, and then hopping through to bait the throw. Mena has already turned this round around. Oh, but just as I say that, Cryme had a huge opportunity.
No. that was a pretty big round for the side of Crime. Now even bigger from NRD, considering it is match point for the Bandits camp.
Beat that chest again here. Oh, the quick down. He actually got the parry, but Crime showed the parry so late.
What an impressive round, but also more impressively, the blocks from Crime withstanding that. Up until this point, though, the throw does get punished with the OD air ball. Here comes Lil Fella.
I love that too. Mena using the end of his lightning beast just to get a knockdown where he gets set up the doll, because this is what happens afterwards. Oh my goodness. Oh, used all 3 of the dolls, and then the back mediums for a 3-0 Mena RD.
God, there is no signs of stopping this man. And just to rehash what Sajam had said towards the end of like Evo, no end in sight. This guy has just been reintroducing himself every single time, and also has just been eyes on the prize the entire time. I'm so thoroughly impressed with that. 3-0 over Crime?
3-0 over Crime, bro. Like, it was 3-1 over Punk, I believe, and now 3-0 over Crime. Like, incredible stuff. 3-1 over Punk, right? Yeah, okay. So, yeah, 3-1 over Punk, 3-0 over Crime. Like, just this showing that Mena RD has had, bro. Yeah, I mean, Sajam put it perfectly at Evo. We don't know when this guy is ever going to slow down. He went to Japan after winning multiple world championships and didn't drop a set to any of the SFL Japan players he played.
Brother.
Like, what do you mean?
What do you mean indeed, brother?
To stay as motivated as he has with all the things he's accomplished, it is a testament to who he is as a human being, man. It is just, like I said, we need to do studies on this guy before it's all said and done. And not just because of his fighting game skill, but because of how he approaches, how professional he goes about playing fighting games in the first place. Incredible stuff.
Dude, he's got recognition around the world and also in his hometown by the government, by the way. And I'm quite curious to know like what his work ethic even is, because he not only finds time for himself to practice, but also like his camp around him. Not even just like directly the players on his team, but also back home. They have full on like schools of Street Fighter because of this man.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, I think it was Gachi-kun that said, after I talked to Mena RD, I realized there was a lot more in terms of studying that I'm not doing. And that's right. Gachi-kun, who is a Capcom Cup champion.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, he is one of the best players in the world for a period of time, could claim to be the best player in the world. And he saw how Mena RD studied and was like, I'm not doing nearly enough.
Wild, dude. Like the work ethic is out of control.
It is, man. And I mean, you can see the results are there, though, right? Like, the work ethic isn't just there. He's not only working hard, but he's working extremely smart. Incredible accolades in his role, right? Evo Japan champion 2 times over. Evo Vegas champion. Capcom Cup champion 2 times over.
Jesus Christ.
The work ethic, I mean, he has showed you why you should work as hard as he does.
Yeah, man. When it comes to like some of the interviews that they have as well, he's like, we're just going to trust in the practice. It's just like, you have no idea how deep that practice goes.
Yeah.
And not even just like him at the helm, but you also have like the rest of the squad. So it's rather impressive, man. Overall, championship demeanor, looking to score another ring. Let's find out what they have to say after that very impressive win, with Bandits standing by with Rob TV.
And just like that, Team Bandits gets it done again. Boost, another W. You just seem unstoppable right now. How did it feel to get yet another dub in that crossover match?
It wasn't. I kind of played slow at first, just kind of see like, because Terry, he kind of wins the Fireball War in that matchup. I had to see if he jumped, and like, he wasn't really jumping or like drive impacting, so I could kind of just play the layer 1 from there. Other than that, like defensively, you know, just kind of gotta stay calm. It's the first hit 2. You can't give them a punish counter. That's like my sort of thing, is anything they want. The longer the match goes on, the better it is for me. So
hold on, Boost. You might be giving up a little bit too much sauce. I can't be having them learn exactly what you're doing and everything. Okay.
Right. What I'm saying is not great to give up like big damage opportunities. But sometimes you have to mix it up. But
That's a huge. All right, well, Boost, that first match right there, actually your second match, another dominating dub. Now, let me please talk to Minna RD as well. Minna, of course, when Bandits first came to Street Fighter League, we remember a situation where you were so frustrated, you literally walked off of the stage and just immediately like left the entire studio. How does it feel to be on the other side of that and be given another player their kind of welcome to Street Fighter League moment?
No, man, it's insane, you know, to have that whole process going on. I remember back then I wanted to even cry. I wanted to look up at the sky and ask God, like, why is this happening to me? But today I just laugh about it. It's just funny because now I know it's just part of the process. You got to have those kind of moments to create a dynasty, and that's what we're going for. Okay, you're definitely looking like a dynasty up to this point, trying to go ahead and win another Street Fighter League championship. So I got to talk about the demeanor that you had. When you went up 2-0 up against Crime, he goes to get some advice from Crossover, of course, your countrymen and all that, and your face is just stone cold. I feel like right now is the first time I've been seeing you smile this entire day. What's going on with your demeanor? Nah, because it's over. The matches are over. I can smile, I can joke around, but tomorrow is the same thing. When I got to play, it's some other guy. It's not me. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Team Bandits, of course, all about that work, but right now they can't relax. Congratulations on both of your victories today. We're going to go ahead and send things over to our commentators.
He cuts the best promos in the business, man.
I'm inclined to agree.
And I don't just mean the FGC. I mean esports in general. I don't know anybody that cuts better promos than RD, man. The fact that he was like, the matches are over. I can smile now. Tomorrow, that's some other guy when I play, bro.
That's insane. And that statement about creating a dynasty,
yeah,
it's not even just on solo efforts, because I think he's just already established that. But he's trying to create Bandits dynasty in Street Fighter League and potentially the world. If this keeps up, especially, right? We've seen what they were about last season. If they can make it all the way to the top and face off against the other champs, I'm more fearful of what they have to go through. Europe as well as Japan. I am terrified to see how those guys face off against most of the contenders here.
Yeah, especially because Boost still has a chance to make it in via the East World Warrior, right? Via that still has the chance to go. But let's say Boost doesn't make it in right there, right? If you got somebody like Boost, Comet, and Christine not actually in Capcom Cup and just strictly focused on SFL World Championships, their minds together and the amount of time they're going to have to prepare for Europe and Asia, it's going to be Japan. It's going to be ridiculous, man.
Dude, it's going to be insane. And that's why it's so cool to see how strong they are coming out the woodwork, out the gate on day one. They were in the hot seat twice over, and they still have had dominant performances. It's not to take away from any of the other teams. They're just looking rather different in day one. But the beauty of it all for this season, it's going to be double round robin, right? They are going to get their lickbacks. They are going to get that switch up in positioning as well. So we'll see how it plays out, right? Bandits making victims out of both FlyQuest and Red Rooster, and Bandits having the both home and away positions pretty much over and done with. Yep. They're very, very comfortable, and they're looking like the most winningest team already out of day one. And speaking of which, we have the perfect headset to accommodate those types of teams here in Street Fighter League. We have the Steel Series. Obviously, when it comes to the Steel Series Arctis Nova Pro, them being the official headset of Street Fighter League, you're able to enhance all of your pretty much sound quality. They got the premium high fidelity drivers. They got Sonar software. The Nova Pro is definitely the ideal for any fight you take on.
Yes, indeed. Of course, I want to give big ups to Corsair as well on the Nova Blade Pro. Get ready to witness the fastest inputs in the FGC, courtesy of Corsair's Nova Blade Pro. You can sharpen your reaction times with it and its rapid trigger technology. Big ups to Corsair for delivering the Nova Blade Pro, the official leverless controller of SFL Pro US. And again, we got one in the building right now. We've been handling it. We've been messing with this thing ourselves, and yeah, bro, the buttons on this bad boy, I love very reactive buttons like this, you know what I'm saying? The clicky ones are all up in my business, so I'm a big fan. I love the lights. I love the clickiness of the buttons. Big ups to Corsair, holding it down.
Yeah, hopefully we get to show that off to the crowd as well. There have been a couple of people kind of showing up for the in-house and live Street Fighter League US, and it's only going to be even bigger as we progress throughout the dates. Again, round one, we're currently going through it with day one. We have it until the 16th, right, for our very first phase. Round two happening in the beginning of December, the 3rd through the 6th. But of course, the finals, you cannot miss that opportunity to check it out all the way live. Again, be sure to come through, watch in person. All of you guys that were talking about it, wanting to see it live, if you guys are in Southern California, or even out, if you could get here financially responsibly, I should say. Be sure to check it out. Scan that QR code or even go to @Capcom Fighters on Twitter and all the social media platforms that they do possess. And make sure to check in and get these tickets as soon as possible because you never know what's going to be coming up from these matches. But I will tell you this. We have our final matchup of the day. It's going to be KuaiShou Gaming versus Shopify Rebellion to round off day number 1 immediately after this. So don't go anywhere. We're coming right back at you with more of that Street Fighter League.
My loyal fans! Look at this body of iron! I'll take on all of you! And it's time to run down! We're gonna fight! The skyward, it strikes alone! The hammer feels the rain! It's time to get serious! This is your last ride! Let's go! Holy joy, Paris!
Last time you were here on Street Fighter League, you walked away victorious, winning a world championship with Team Bandits. Are you confident that you can do the same thing with this team?
It's so difficult. I want to try because last time I have Mana. I have my captain. He's so amazing, so too good. But I'm just over just a few score. I'm not good enough that time. But so this time I want to test. I want to check. Can I do it again? Can I win again? I want to try.
Can you do it again without Mena RD? And you know, when you speak on doing it alone and doing it back to back, we just seen you do exactly that at EWC. You won last year and then you come back this year and you did it again. Is that the biggest moment of your career?
Maybe last year is the most important champion, but maybe this time maybe more difficult than before. But maybe last champion is the most important. I still think about that. Maybe in my life, maybe before my fan, maybe older than me, maybe 40 or 45 or 40. Maybe but now maybe 18, 20, so young. The fan, yes, maybe fan more how to say bigger.
Oh yes,
bigger. Yes. So it's so interesting.
Okay, and you know something I'm interested in, Xiaohai, is after you won that first EWC, of course, I was on stage interviewing you. You had your wife there, and you said that you had to prove to the world and to yourself, I am Xiaohai.
Yes.
Now that you've already proven that, why do you still play? What motivates you now?
I think maybe I'm good enough, maybe, but I never leave my team, leave Chinese player to come here for winning. So maybe this is the reason why I'm here. I want to leave my team, lead Chinese player to win here.
And if there's anyone who can get that done, then it definitely is the man himself, back-to-back EWC champion and Street Fighter League world champion, Xiaohai. Let's go ahead and send things over to our commentators.
It's cool seeing the fact that like some of the teams have altered their approach to Street Fighter League this year, right? Rather than trying to put together an all-star crew from around the world or around the country or whatever it may be, right? They're going with their close-knit friends a lot of the time, right? You heard NuckleDu talk about with Shopify Rebellion, some of the language barriers got in the way. We're going 4 Americans, 4 like homies that we could all know and communicate well, right? And now Xiaohai talking about his main motivation for SFL this season is bringing other players from China here to try to win as well, right? So it's just cool to see that type of camaraderie approach rather than like the all-star building. We've seen that even in real sports, kind of the homie approach, the chemistry approach work out more than the all-star teams.
Oh yeah, you ain't far from the truth, brother, being a Los Angeles native. I'll tell you what. Whoo, I don't want to get into that part of the conversation, but it feels like a byproduct in regards to like the talent, right? Like although you're bringing up like your homies, you are preparing yourselves through like a plethora of different premieres, right? Different like World Warriors. You're still leveling up your teammates at the end of the day, right? Like if you're a champion caliber player, you're by proxy going to be leveling up your teammates regardless of who you pick. And you kind of see that effect coming in with Bandits against like when you have like Mena leading the pack with like Kaba, Boost especially, Chris Tatarian, right? It just becomes a byproduct of it all. But this is what it's going to be. KuaiShou Gaming going up against Shopify Rebellion. These guys on the away side this time. Let's take a look at what the roster is going to be. Dual Kevin up front first. Shine going up second, and NuckleDu in the anchor spot. A little bit of a switch up, and then just the kid for the extra spot if need be. I actually had a conversation with a handful of the different not even players, but also like the production guys in the back. I was thinking to myself, it's like with Shopify Rebellion, it's like who do you even put up as the anchor? Because I feel like Dual Kevin might just be your most consistent spot. But like you also have access to NuckleDu's Mai, who's leveled up severely.
Yeah. That's it, definitely. I can see either one being in that position, right? That's what we saw Dual Kevin in the anchor position last time, but he's kicking it off right now. I think that's because Shopify Rebellion really wants to set the tone early, right? Get the morale up, get the vibes going well. And I think sending Dual Kevin up, which as you mentioned, probably your most consistent player, is the way to do that, right? You have full confidence that he's bringing home the dub, no matter who goes up against them. So yeah, let's send him first, get our 10 points on the board, and then hopefully we get a snowball from there. If not, we got Du in the back in that anchor spot. And of course, in response, they've sent out Shen.
Right, and that was the biggest question we had is like, you know, how much of a killer is Mai going to be for a team like this? They sent out triple Mai's last time. And one of the first things I said is like the one thing to shake up the order is sending out Zhen first with M. Bison. Lo and behold, that is indeed going to be happening. Let's see if it equates to anything in terms of points.
And this is a matchup that Shopify Rebellion kind of dodged in the first instance, right? Where they had DCQ as their first opponent, and they didn't send up Dual Kevin, right? Because we talked a little bit about it. Bison has some answers to the projectile game that Rashid can play. So let's keep that in mind going forward here as Dual Kevin tries to escape the meaty pressure, but he finds himself in the corner getting pieced up.
Oh, a little sneaky too.
My. Little OD head stomp sticking in mad quick. And Shen not looking to let up as well. Just recovered in time for the whirlwind, but still has to deal with all of this. Eventually busts out.
Christ!
And immediately shut down.
This guy, Zhen, is making all the right decisions thus far. He has been on a roll that first round. But let's talk about what happens in the neutral. Zhen trying to enclose that space against Dual Kevin, kind of measuring it out. Testing the reactions with a lot of these lights so far because we know Dual Kevin likes to try to snipe out or at least throw out that medium kick a bunch of times over. But now we get that reversal the first time. Big punish counter, or at least a decent punish counter, excuse me, against the scissor kick, up close and personal.
Yeah, it was off the drive rush, right? He thought Dual Kevin would try to check the drive rush, try to throw out the counter to it.
Damn.
Dual Kevin sniping low.
Here we go, on the way through too. We do get the light rebuttal on reversal, like Zhen being able to snipe out whatever it is that Dual Kevin tried to do, but it was all temporary. We have a level 2 coming in from Dual Kevin. OD scissor kick, back into the tornado! What a conversion and what a punish! Damn, son. Actually, I don't even know if it was a punish because it's OD, right? It doesn't even matter. It doesn't put you at a punishable scenario. I don't even know how he even got hit.
I think he straight punished it because he backdashed immediately after doing the he saw, right? Like he hard called it out.
Oh, I see. Go ahead. Whip. My mistake. My mistake.
Whip. Yeah, exactly. He backdashed after hard called out the Cycle Crusher. Right now, just not letting that get to him. Now we got the level 3. It's the complete control from him in the final round.
Damn, that's how you know the games are intense. I'm gaslighting this. I didn't mean to interrupt you, actually. My mistake.
You're good. It has been an intense day, to say the least. Oh, my! And the perfect spacing harassment pressure from Zhen, right? Like, after everything, after every string ended, it was just outside of Dual Kevin's main range to press buttons back against. And he just got demolished. Wow.
Dude, so much confidence coming in right off the bat from Zhen, understanding what needs to be done. And funny enough, like you mentioned that DCQ and potential Dual Kevin pick or matchup, but you're starting to see like real prowess in terms of the matchup, like Bison's that understand what can be done in this matchup can really equate to so much harassment. Like Zhen's got so many different approaches to it, right? He's really testing Dual Kevin's reactions for one. He's testing whether or not he's going to be committing to the fireball, that's 2. But also what happens under pressure, 3. Checking Dual Kevin's defense when he's knocked down. All 3 of these factors are really starting to add up against him.
And he's done this like really interesting thing of utilizing like these OD head stomps in these weird spots where like Dual Kevin wants to press a button back and he just like gets punished because of the head stomp coming in, or it catches him off guard and counter hits the startup of it. But we didn't really see that in the second round. He mainly just did it in the first. So yeah, he's doing a great job switching up his habits.
And a lot of the strings coming in, a lot of the target combos coming in from Bison, from Zhen, I should say specifically, whether or not the bomb is on. Dual Kevin does get a punish to ring out first.
I can't believe they're going to block that because there was no other reversal for Zhen to actually press.
That's fair. Ooh! I hate it when that hits.
I know.
I'm not going to lie to you. No matter who does it, I could be a big fan of him. Oh! The trade still!
Bruh, it literally fell to his knees in front of Bison. Oh, SRK though puts a stop to it. Dual Kevin risked it. He would have died 100% if he did not actually get that. So good stuff to Dual Kevin right there.
Finding that rebuttal, drive rush forward, standing line. There was a counter hit against Dual Kevin, trying to find the timing. Again, a lot of these target combos are going to be raining out while that bomb is on. Zhen has made that a very clear point. And also the big punish counter again against the OD spinning mixer. I think he's like, what, 2 for 3?
Yeah, I was going to say, they've been baited out more than that. And then again, the OD head stop. This is a really tricky thing that Zhen's been doing this set. Like, it definitely calling out Dual Kevin's reversal buttons with that. Very, very interesting, Brian. I don't really see that strat utilized much.
I've seen a lot of the east side of the stage. Zhen's been in complete control thus far. Counter conversion off of the crouch jab. You do get the bomb implanted. What's going to be the approach? He backs away. Slight hezzy off with the crouching medium punch.
Oh, the hell attack as soon as Dual Kevin took to the sky. Couldn't quite get the kill combo he was looking for, and now it's a little bit dangerous for Zhen. But no, never mind, just wakes up with the jab, calls out Dual Kevin's pressure, and takes it over the Spotify representative.
Damn, son.
Shopify.
Right on. Zhen shrugging it off. He's like, man, I could have got that level 3 earlier. And he's not even like, he's kind of impressed with his performance. Like, he's shaking his head. He's like, man, I could have finished this a little bit earlier if I hadn't messed that up. And I'm sure he's looking to his comrades. He's like, I'm sorry, guys. That was my bad.
He was like, I would have gotten high fights with that one, but unfortunately, gonna have to go about it another day because, yeah, that cool combo, which would have been a kill combo, pretty sure. Yeah, see, that was so sick, the backdash. Because we talked about it, right? Bison has a lot of answers to projectiles, especially the Sar. He's one of the few characters that has a good answer to that, and Dual Kevin knew immediately what he was going to go with.
Yeah, it's funny that you're talking about like high fights clips, right? Instead, Dual Kevin is probably going to be the recipient for it, just based off of that alone. But you might get some off of that, right? That DI was mad impressive. You're still going to be on high fights for it.
Yeah, exactly. SRK wake up, bet it all, but it paid off. At the back throw here, right? I thought I was going to turn around, but yeah, I think he did try the overhead. Wanted a big haymaker, try to get back in the set, right? That would have been big damage, kind of evened it up a little bit, but Zhen called it out perfectly with the jab, beating him to the button, literally.
Yeah, and I don't think Kevin was expecting any of that, too, because he had like a big smile, kind of like he laughed it off a little bit. He's like, man, I didn't expect you to press a button there, but either way you spin it. KSG, KuaiShou Gaming, getting their first set of points on the board with 10 in round 1 in comparison to how they faltered against 2G in match number 2 of today. But with that, it's pretty much established. The next person up for Shopify Rebellion. I got to double check, actually. Let me fix my face on
there.
That
it
one.
is,
It
right
be
here.
Shine, right? Okay, it is. It's on the screen. Hello. VX Bao is going to be the candidate to come up next.
Indeed, they're going to set VX Bao up against Shy, which is very interesting because actually when we saw Shopify Rebellion, when it was the Bison matchup, the DCQ matchup to go up against, they did send Shine up there with the Kimberly. So it's interesting now that VX Bao and KuaiShou having the chance to counter the Kimberly, they're also going to go with their Bison player. And VX Bao, the other character he mainly plays, is JP, which is also thought to not be that bad of a matchup for Kimberly.
Funny enough, I think it's one of the first things that NuckleDu had mentioned in regards to their pilgrimage to Japan. Like, they wanted to face off against the Japanese players, but more importantly, they wanted to isolate certain characters, one of those characters being JP. But we haven't seen that from the bench. In fact, we've seen nothing but Mize in that first interaction we had in match 2. Now, it just begs the question, is it going to be like the character that the current selection that VX Bao has, is he going to stick out with it?
It's going to be the Mai again. That is what he's going to choose. Like we talked about, we already seen the Kimberly as an answer to the Bison earlier with Shine and DCQ, even though DCQ did win that match. VX Bao is opting for the Mai.
Trying to find some spots. He does so. Counter hit on the medium punch against Shine. Just unfortunate timing against him. However, VX Bao needs all of that momentum to go from coast to coast. And now the punish counter off of that shimmy. That fear's just ringing bells in the ears of Kimberly. And so on with the sequence. Full steam ahead. Bao, no signs of stopping in regards to that entire turn-stealing round.
Wow, man. And, like, legitimately, that was all because VX Bao didn't special cancel his 3 lights at the end, right? Shine was waiting for him to do so. He got counter hit and just snowballed from there. But now Shine going to be able to do some of his own offense, some of his own ruthless aggression. Oh, the trade combo, you already know, bruh. Shine out there looking like Rob Pelinka. Bring it home, baby.
I like the fact that he's going for the level 3 immediately, by the way, because it's going to be killing, but also just having that buff for the 3rd round, ever so important. We can't emphasize that enough. But also, he does have maximum potential when it comes to the mix-ups. He has both cans in stock as well. Very important when it comes to the resource game.
Absolutely. Go down with the elbow real quick. Manage to dodge the fan. VX Bao. Oh!
What in the hell kind of punish is that? That was mad for.
All right, then.
Somebody get the yardstick. Check the hitbox on that bad boy.
Legit, bro. I need the hitbox overlay on that one. That was wild.
Sheesh.
Ooh, drive reversal real quick. Get some breathing room here, but that puts Shine very low on drive, and then he risks a slide that is going to get himself burnt out due to the level 3. Nice identification from VX Bao. This should actually be a checkmate because Shine does not have meter to escape.
Oh, and we're chipping to ensure it? Yeah, man. VX Bao Nowhere to run. No escape in sight. VX Bow, first game. Pretty convincing third round.
Indeed, man. And we're going up 1-0 on Shine, who, remember, fell to DCQ earlier. So definitely the frustration's probably mounting a little bit here. He's got to have that short-term competitive memory, shake that off here, and get these 2 games.
I love the face choices from mine, by the way. Nice work. The squinting one gets me every time.
They did an excellent job. I'm excited to see Alex's faces.
True. I want to see if there's going to be DLC faces.
Yeah, oh, that's the facts. That's what the streets need. Oh, the jump over, though. Caught Shine committing to a button on the ground, and that hurts.
The escape option, I like that. ODDP, a little bit of a hezzy, and now way off the mark. Actually, no, slightly off the mark against the elbow drop coming in from Shine. Pick him back up. The Vagabond.
Oh, let go of the parry to get the perfect parry on the second strike. Well done from VX Bow. Installing the fans in the process here. Not worried about the damage, just wants that utility. Oh, did not get caught flinching.
Back throws. Does get the counter hit. Didn't believe. There was way too many jabs there, pushing him way too far back.
Oh, and then the forward throw hit by VX Bow. Oh, he actually perfect parried both, but still got thrown after. Oh, but he threw the DI.
That was I was gonna say bars. That was smart from both ends too, by the way. You saw the perfect parry from the fans. He tried to do it again, but the drive rush timing threw off Shine, and he thought he could get away with a DI. Wow. Really smart counterplays from both.
Jimmy, that was a hard fought one round from Shine. And immediately checking the run pressure right there, right? If it's not the follow-up, it's not gonna be a real frame trap.
Oh, I like that. Shine reacting to the, I want to say like the punish, sorry, the parry option, so like going for the dash too. Out of it. Level 3, a lot of damage incoming. I don't think it's quite enough to kill.
Yeah, I think VX Bow's got one more chance here. The CA on deck as well. This might not be as far-fetched as you might believe. Oh, especially with Shine burnt out here and no meter.
There's no way. And you have full critical art? Oh, the delayed normal. You're actually going to be guaranteeing yourself a kill even after this critical art hits.
Yeah.
You build a bar for yourself. You stunt the growth of that burnout. Sorry, the drive gauge from the side of the burnt out character. Drive rush forward, guaranteed.
Indeed, right. Not even a gap. Even if that was blocked right there, it wasn't enough of a gap for Shine to do a jab and take that little pixel away. He still would have got DI'd. So incredible recognition from VX Bow right there to get the checkmate from very far away.
He was standing on wake up first.
Oh, man, and then crouch. Oh, and then he got the light whip punished by the heavy. This is going all wrong for Shine here. He's trying to fight back, try to get the throw backwards to take the corner, but he'll at least get that.
Confident no Mai does get the parry.
Huge.
Full on punish counter 2. Coming off of that fierce into the teleport. Can 1, can 2, but can you get anything out of the mix?
Bro, her drive gauge got deleted right there. Actually does have the bar now. Just immediately sends it.
Oh, anti-air, please! The DI! Nice work, Shine! Staying alive!
That was the only thing that was a little bit regrettable for VX Bow with busting out that super in the end right there, right? You stopped the pressure that was immediately in your face, but now you didn't have a DI counter. Sure, you got the flame stocks, but you immediately needed to get out of the corner because it was inevitable that Kimberly was going to drag you there and DI you if you did not escape.
I'm loving the back and forth so far. Pretty evenly matched, but it's been pretty much a battle of resources a lot of the time.
Oh, yeah. Now he got caught low right with there with the extended 2B range. That ain't a crouch like it. That's a 2B for mine.
That's fair. That's facts, actually. Oh. Go! Caught VX Bow trying to interrupt the drive rush.
Oh, nice. And again, sniping with the extended range. That stand medium kick.
Damn, son. Harassing away. Had to take the risk. OD uppercut. VX Bow does find the mark temporarily, but again, the pushback is pretty okay. Not too bad for Shine.
Yeah, he's found a couple of these hits where he's like drive rushing in at the perfect timing to where VX Bow's like whiffing stand medium punch. Able to get a couple of whiff punches like that, but VX Bow looks for it a lot. Oh, nice block on the neck hunter. Oh, beat into the button, tried to check the drive rush. Shine, go with the stand medium punch. Stuffing the check attempt, and now is on set point for Shopify Rebellion.
VX Bow running into the normal and now susceptible to the mix. Shine letting it all loose off of that medium and then immediately into the overhead. Wait a minute, the fans though. Immediate tech after those couple of normals coming in from VX Bao. Shine trying to maintain control, but VX Bao with a big interruption.
Indeed, Aho just walking him down now with the protection of the fan. Little insurance policy, tries to get in the grill and does so with the throw. Oh, KuaiShou looking to escape.
Perfect parry, side switch.
You already know, put him in the back.
Let's do it again if need be. Now that's a check at the late button, and it's still VX Bao finding the mark with the crouching medium punch. That was a counter hit, a slight delay from Shine's behalf, and he paid severely for it. Match point for both.
Yeah, exactly, man. Shine, he was like waiting. He tried to like layer his pressure to where he would block a reversal, but then that delay allowed for VX Bao to get the button in there.
Oof. Oh. Now the delayed button gets clipped off of that roundhouse from Shine.
Like, much like the adjustments here, catches them with a fierce. Oh, that was ambiguous, but it was a great block from VX Bao. Goes into the level 1 as well to preserve that drive and then get the flame stalks. What a way to get past the fan, and now Shine here. Tries to smother in the corner. Does escape via the empty jump. Oh. Wow, VX Bao press. He didn't want to get burnt out. He put it all on the line. Worked out against the run pressure. Shine wasn't doing the frame trap follow-up. Oh. Good thing you did OD, man. Allows you to recover in time. Shine commits to the target combo. Oh, no.
I think there was an opportunity for him to drive rush cancel out of that, right?
Yeah.
Not quite dead yet, though.
Oh, just the DI straight up. Catches Shine lacking in that instance, and VX Bao somehow escapes with the victory.
That is actually quite scary, too. I mean, you're forcing Shine to react to either the DI with super or with parry. Yeah. Funny enough, I think, would it have been enough if he perfect parried, did a punish counter sequence, canceled to a drive rush into an extension into level 3 while being in critical arc territory? I think it would have been enough.
Maybe. It definitely would have been on, like the border. Probably could have done the job that Shine needed. It's unfortunate right there. Go out twice, too. That was the way he lost his first game as well. I didn't even realize that the DI has a tough break to happen. But that's what you got to do. You got to know that you are going to get drive impacted when you play Street Fighter 6. It's just how it be. It's the reality of the situation. VX Bao hit them pretty well.
On any level.
Yeah.
Ain't that crazy?
Yeah. We saw, what was it, Tokido get DI'd like 45 times by Goichi at EWC. Like, doesn't matter who you are, what level you play, you got to be prepared for these DIs. And look, I mean, that's how VX Bao lost this match too.
It happens on every Street Fighter league, like no matter what, right? Like especially in Japan, and I hope it follows suit with EU. But going forward, again, Shine, just making the most, at least in some of these corner instances. But there have been moments where VX Bao shows up at the right place with the right button, crouching medium punch. This is it right here. I think taking a look at the amount of life he had left,
he would have
even
died.
with perfect parry scaling. Yeah, it's tough to call, man. Either way, VX Bao. The rebuttal coming in from the entirety of KuaiShou Gaming thus far. 20 points to their name, off to an impressive start, but it's just a matter of who comes up next to face off in the anchor spot. Can KSG come back from an 0-40 deficit with their own swing of getting another 40 for the day? We'll find out, but Shopify Rebellion, they still have a lot in the hands, in the capable hands of NknuckleDu sitting in the anchor spot.
And Shine's got to be so mad because he was about to win that set and he lost the round to go to final round off of VX Bao pressing on a +2 button. The roundhouse +2 and VX Bao pressed and got that counter hit because you mentioned how he delayed his button slightly. But now we are going to have Xiaohai step into that anchor position to try to secure the 40 bomb. NknuckleDu standing in his way, trying to send this to our first extra overtime tiebreaker match where I believe Jack is waiting in the wings for Shopify Rebellion.
Damn, we got Incognito Sherry Jennings with the Family Mart socks on. She's downloading the competition as we speak. It's like she's Sea Viper in real life.
She was definitely incognito as hell back there. I was like, yo. I literally couldn't even see her until you pointed her out for real. But right now, we are going to have two of the best players in the business duke it out right now. And it looks like they're both going to be bringing the Mai to the table. Mai versus Mai being our last match, potentially, today for Street Fighter League Day 1 is so fitting.
I'm making a face on that, to be honest with you. High key. But I mean, like, it's for the better, I think. You know, if NuckleDu is trying to grow as like a professional, I feel like there's certain moments like he can't have counter picks, he can't have like certain choices for certain matches. But I think like overall with the current meta, I think Mai is always going to be like a pretty solid choice currently within this year.
Unless you're in Central America or one of the Latin American countries, apparently.
That is fair. That is fair.
We'll get to that again tomorrow when we get to see 2-game again. But this is going to be potentially our last match again. They're trying to force an extra match here with, like I said, Jack representing Shopify Rebellion. On KuaiShou's side as well, waiting in the wings is Mickey in this instance, right? Mickey, who actually started their first set, going to be in that extra tiebreaker position. Right now, NuckleDu is trying to force that in the first place, right? Or this would be an incredible bounce back from KuaiShou, getting 40-0'd against 2-game.
Damn, that would be kind of wild, right? And then Shopify Rebellion, currently in their stable, they only have 10 points to their name, where they got the W over Cien. That was on behalf of NuckleDu. NuckleDu is the only one with a 2-0 victory thus far from their camp. And Shine, again, just falling just a little bit short of VX Bao and the predictability of when to press buttons.
Yeah, man, that was a tough break. Oh, Badu. All right, taking to the skies early, right? Showing Xiaohai that he's willing to jump against these fans.
Is that yellow or orange? Or is that gold or orange? That's got to be gold. That's got to be like the Capcom color. Never mind.
Yeah, it's goldish.
I was going to say, nice color schemes.
Oh, send down Xiaohai. Oh, try to catch NuckleDu, slipping right there with the cross light. Again, a throw. Oh, yeah, the backdash.
And still the trade-off. Xiaohai willing to press buttons afterwards, too. I mean, like, why not, right? Especially with your life lead and how much NuckleDu has left in the tank.
Precisely. You're just looking to slug it out. Then we get the overhead. You already know the install is to follow. Oh, my goodness. The crouch button, the second hit clicked.
So deceptive, by the way. I would think it's whiffing, so I'm pressing a button.
Exactly. It's one of those buttons that you could, like, get hit trying to whiff punish. You know what I mean? Like, because the second hit comes in, then the counter hits your startup.
We do the background has the target combo as well. The conversion off of that. Excellent way to snipe out from 3-4 to the screen. Kagadu no Mai forcing the burnout. Don't get hit by a wake-up super. NuckleDu actually backing off to kind of like force Xiaohai into thinking about the super, but not necessarily committing to it, and then immediately throwing out the fierce for the counter hit. Well, not immediately, but at the right timing, I should say.
Yeah, super smart. Like, gave him the chance to do it and immediately timed his fears to take up that window if it didn't come. Yeah, just fan games established right there. Dude does have the advantage due to the flames. Oh, damn! Goodness, what a whip punish right there. Just baiting Xiaohai into it with the movement.
That sound is so impactful, too. Damn! Fighting fire with fire. I like that.
Oh, and then, yeah, Xiaohai's really prioritizing the flame stocks whenever he can convert with it, especially being this low on drive. It is the optimal way to go about it, honestly.
Drive, NuckleDu letting it rip with the OD fans. Xiaohai just kind of treading softly, just avoiding it altogether. Just like that. But I mean, still within range, does parry it. Pretty much forced to. Counter hit! You do get extra frames on that bad boy. The link is here. NuckleDu, can you close it out though? Overhead is the choice, and Xiaohai was not prepared for it.
Nice jaw from Du right there. Full confidence, sending the overhead at the end. Knowing if it connects, he gets the dub, and that's exactly what happened. Well done, man. This is the first game of 3 that he needs to bring Shopify back into this set.
Pretty explosive start now from Xiaohai. Did he get the killer elbow? Now a couple of lights to Ryu Enbu. Frame kill again into the throw. Can we do it another time? He does bait out the ODDP. A lot of damage and also a decent amount of drive gauge taken away from NuckleDu. Can he extinguish this first round with his offensive pressure? NuckleDu finds the bust out temporarily. The overhead, speaking volumes in terms of pressure after the fan.
Love the resource management from Xiaohai as well. Didn't opt for a level 1 route in that scenario, right? He had such control and the corner. There was no need really to flame stock up. Now you can save it for this round where you potentially get 2 installs.
It's just a matter of when and where when it comes to Mai. That install comes out more often than not. I feel like upon average you're getting like 2-3 a set.
And dude, once again, right, showing that he's willing to jump against these fans. Xiaohai hasn't really been one to do it. He did it right there, but it was at such a telegraph point. It was an easy anti-air.
Oh. The composure coming in against the anti-airs. Xiaohai's locked in both on the ground and in the air. So far, back-to-back throws. That is so tricky. I thought that was going to be a throw as well. When you fake out the light and still have enough time to get that crouching short, that's so difficult to defend against.
Man, Xiaohai said, don't forget, I've been playing Ma since 94, bro. Don't forget.
I had this Ma in 94.
Yeah, you Street Fighter players might be new to her. I got the old school shenanigans right there.
Where the hell did Mickey come from?
Man, just appeared.
Yo, that dude is 5'10".
Oh, wow.
He is tall as hell.
I was going to say, yeah, definitely.
What are they feeding him out there?
At a stature.
And he's playing Street Fighter?
Yeah, like, what are you doing,
Play
bro?
some basketball, man. play both.
We need
play
you.
both.
I saw what the Lakers said, what happened to the Lakers against the Thunder. We need some players.
Imagine, dude. #1 draft pick, Mickey. He declines it to play in Street Fighter League. What a beast.
Yeah, there we go. That's what I'm talking about, Mickey. Show him where your allegiances lie, bro.
Pretty sick. No, he's actually quite tall. I'm not even like messing around with that. I saw him over at the Evo stage, and I mean, I've seen him like sit down most of the time, and I couldn't really tell from that perspective being that far away. But then I saw him at League. I saw him stand up like, oh dear God, like, you are gargantuan, sir. I would want to shake your hand, but your hand's probably the size of my face. Like it's
yo, yeah. That's one of the funny things about being in the FGC, right? Is that you almost always have no idea how tall people are because you always see them sitting down. And you just get jump scared like left and right. I've been told so many times that, wow, you're so much taller than I thought you were, Range. I'm like, thanks, I guess.
Never gotten that a day in my life, I'll tell you what.
That means your energy matches your height. I get offended. I'm like, so I got short energy? What are you talking about? But anyway.
I don't know what that means.
1-1, Xiaohai and Knuckle through here. Oh, yes, sniping low with the crouch medium kick.
Already off to the races is Xiaohai with his corner control. Knuckle Dude trying to create some space, and he does so pretty well off of the OD fan initially, and then getting the big bait against Xiaohai. Look at the drive gauge, already pretty decently drained. And Knuckle Dude willing to spend that cash, right? I think we've talked about this with Mai. She could be an expensive gal.
Yeah, most definitely right there. All designer. Here, though, Xiaohai being able to shut down some of these Knuckle Dude jump-ins. He really needs, oh my goodness, to respect these reversals, either on the ground or in the air.
Yeah, and it all came from like the startup of OD fans, and Xiaohai taking note of that, trying to do the same. Still within a space to kind of whiff punish. That roundhouse could have been severely whiff punished, speaking of which, but Knuckle Dude a little reluctant to do so.
We actually got the perfect parry, but Dude did such a good job filling that gap, right? It was a drive versus light, so Xiaohai, whatever he tried to do after the perfect parry, got stuffed, and then that time, not pursuing after the fan, clearly dodges the DP.
Now the pressure is on. Does catch the drive rush with a very on-point throw, really, in terms of timing.
Yeah, I felt like he read that, right? Because he pressed throw like outside of throw range. But now, unfortunate for Xiaohai, Knuckle Dude, though, going to make the most of that error. Go up 2-1 in the set.
Damn. Quite the switch up. Knuckle Dude making the most of some of Xiaohai's defensive tendencies.
Yeah.
Right? Like he's showing off some of like the bigger weaknesses with some of like the throw baits, reluctancy to try to contest after fan.
Yeah, 100% right. Like that throw was a hardcore call out on him drive rushing after that first parry. Like, cause he threw him outside of throw range where he just knew he was going to drive rush into it.
Especially with that timing, it makes sense.
100%.
Good call. Really good call.
Installed up as well. Thrower in the corner here. Dude is in complete control with the flame stocks as well. Wait a minute.
What a way to weave through it. Xiaohai still looking a little dry.
Damn. Sent the OD here.
Damn, that was brave, too. He just walked up to his face, tried to get the grab. Xiaohai still trying to clutch on to as much as possible. Gets clipped with the standing medium kick, nice and easy. Knuckle Dude at match point, by the way. We could see our very first potential tiebreaker scenario.
Yeah, that round inning stand medium kick already off to the races, but that time Xiaohai finds the stand medium punch he's been looking for. Installs up, but immediately gets cut off with the pass, the counter hit conversion all the way through.
The forward throw, just walk up, fierce to the OD fans, back-to-back fierces. Xiaohai, he's taking note of it, like he knows Knuckle Dude is looking for the drive gauge more so than any sort of big opening.
Yeah, precisely right. Just wants to rats with it that time. He actually whip punish the stand medium with his own roundhouse. Finds some breathing room here, respecting the fan. Knuckle Dude trying to mess with his timing via the drive rushes.
Pumping the brakes a little bit as Knuckle Dude not willing to throw out anything OD just yet unless he's forced to. But that was Xiaohai's turn to strike. Like, he understands, right? Once he sees Knuckle Dude's drive gauge, he understands, like, all right, well, this guy's going to be so reluctant to even throw out OD fans.
Yep.
Even, like, if you were to jump in on him, he might be reluctant to do OD uppercut. Like, I'm going to just kind of, like, creep on in and get my offense going. What a whiff punish. Medium to medium, just within range.
Legit, man. Dude, that was insane stuff. Oh, but Xiaohai right back at him here, setting that one up. Both players now with full flame fans.
Multiple mediums being shown off from NuckleDu. Trying to stay away. It's still good call against the drive rush. Dude, NuckleDu's been spot on against a lot of these drive rush approaches from Xiaohai.
Yeah, like Xiaohai. Wait a minute here. He's getting down to the wire. Oh, the DI though. Xiaohai found it. He's still very much in this game. That level 1 actually burst him out due to the extra hit as well due to already being installed.
Oh, so within range for the Ryu engine too.
Oh my goodness, Du is very much in danger. Getting chipped out. Xiaohai spit the meter on the last gambit and it pays off. Forces a final round. Oh, dangerous decision. But my goodness, the confidence of the 2-time EWC champ on full display.
My man is hydrating. He is comfortable and he is hydrating. He was taking some slow sips.
Long drink right there. My goodness.
Damn, son. What a rebuttal. And good awareness, just situational awareness, right? His game sense when it comes to like what happens for a player when their drive gauge is down is remarkable.
Yeah. Like when it comes to composure and like resource awareness, Xiaohai, I mean, almost nobody does it better.
That might be the case, but we'll find out. The way NuckleDu's been chucking out a lot of these fans and also throwing a lot of these ODs in the previous games. He did lock down Xiaohai significantly, but now the tables have turned. Xiaohai does have the corner positioning. He does have the range within roundhouses, fierces as well, crosscut DP in case NuckleDu tries to get froggy.
That was sick too, a walk forward, and then Du predicting the parry. Oh, and then setting him up perfectly to jump over the fan because he was ready with the level 2 anti-air. Du back on set point.
Damn, son. Again, really expensive, and NuckleDu willing to spend that cash.
Yeah, especially if it's the first round, right? You feel pretty okay with spending the resources if you get the lead.
True. Damn, that's a conversion and a half. It just feels bad. Multiple fierces within the same string, and also a punish counter. The throw against the parry attempt. NuckleDu, as quick work as he did with Xiaohai in that first round, it's being paid back in full.
Oh my, yeah, I mean, your drive gauge was getting surrendered one way or another. Du chose the drive reversal, got himself some space, and honestly, bought himself an opportunity, but nice. Identifying that was one of those jumps that the 5-frame DP can blow up. We're at a final round.
Xiaohai with a little bit of an advantage in regards to, okay, nothing at all actually. He tried to parry and catch NuckleDu walking forward after the fan, assuming pressure was happening, went for the OD uppercut. No shot.
Nice response with level 2 here as Du was charging up the fan, but Du beat him to every button, but then dropped the special. Oh, buddy, this is still anybody's game here.
With the forward throw, pretty even in terms of life, drive gauge, and super. NuckleDu spending first of the OD fan. Wait a minute, you can build that level 2 if need be. Pop him up and send him back. NuckleDu keeping Shopify Rebellion alive. It's tiebreaker time, baby.
Oh man, that overhead came in at like the perfect timing for Xiaohai to flinch in its face, right? Like, it felt like it was just a heartbeat or two after you usually do the overhead after the drive rush, and it like exposed Xiaohai's fuzzy defensive timings perfectly. Counter hit into the victory. NuckleDu gonna force this tiebreaker match between Jack and Mickey.
Damn, son, you've awakened the Stairmaster. My man was looking at the camera on the bench the entire time. It's going to be the first time we actually get to see him in the spotlight. Mickey, this is going to be his second go-around. We saw him fall short to Brian Yob earlier with that My Pick and also the Cammy a little bit earlier on. But taking a look at the amount of control, the back and forth between these two competitors, NuckleDu off to a really, really solid start. And just like, I think this is the first time we really emphasize the usage of OD fans, right? If you don't have that buff, you don't have that level 1, and you're in an awkward space, like throwing out that OD fan is not going to be a bad choice because of the follow-up potential.
Yeah, precisely. We saw that time and time again here. Both players looking for those opportunities, right? Both prioritizing the install as well to make sure that they had the projectile superiority. Just very smart identification of the win conditions from both players. That's why I went to a final round, right? It could have been anybody's game. Dude just at the end and coming out clutch. Mickey rolled up on him, bro. Hands in pockets, too. Like, Xiaohai owed him money. Like, did he walk away like that? Like, yo, give me that check by next week.
He's like, I like that chain on. My grandma gave me that chain.
But, yeah, it was very intense. Obviously, Du just slipped out of his grasp right there, honestly. I was a little bit worried that the momentum was going to go all Xiaohai's side as we get the extendo drink.
The extendo drink for sure. And did you see his angle too? He was just big sipping. He was big lounging and everything. But again, a very critical drop. That could have gone towards the wayside. That could have been Xiaohai's game to win just based off of that mistake alone. But NuckleDu, full composure, finding another opportunity against Xiaohai with the thing I feel like doesn't get Xiaohai the most, right? That overhead actually sneaking in like that at the very last second, quite surprising.
Yeah, it legitimately felt like I want to go back and watch it again because it felt like it was just a drive rush that lasted a heartbeat longer than usual, and it kind of just threw off his timing. It was very, very strange for sure. But hey, that's exactly what you need when it's that close and everybody's so aware of the optimal routes and decisions that everybody can make. So big ups to Du, bringing his team back into this one, putting the team on his back and forcing a tiebreaker match. Again, this is going to decide the winner between Shopify Rebellion and KuaiShou Gaming. It's going to be Mickey versus Jack.
Damn, son. Again, it's going to be our first time being able to see Jack on the stage. That jury been rather impressive. And even NuckleDu, sometimes he says, when it comes to Just a Kid, sorry, the artist formerly known as Just a Kid, when it comes to Jack, he could beat the best, but sometimes he gets beat down by the best, right? It's just, it depends on how you roll the dice when it comes to this guy. But Mickey, we haven't seen too much of him in general from the stateside in terms of like studying. Like we've seen him like Evo, his impressive, very highly impressive top 8 run. We've seen him at like the other CPTs as well, even in World Warrior. Outside of that, man, I'm more curious to see what Mickey has to present against someone like Jack.
Yeah, he's still relatively a very new face to the mainstream scene, right? Like you mentioned Evo being his first like international offline where he had incredible top 8 showing. Obviously, he did well in his World Warrior throughout the years, but no real exposure into that Evo movement. And then afterwards, right, we're definitely seeing a whole lot of momentum start to build on his side, obviously getting picked up by KuaiShou for SFL. So it's just exciting to see more and more gameplay of his. While Jack, on the other end, Jack kind of grew up in the spotlight, right? He was on SFL very early on when he was even younger than he is now. So yeah, it's going to be fun to kind of watch Jack as his maturation process and Mickey just coming into the spotlight.
The first time we've seen Jury being represented in its entirety thus far, at least within the first day of Street Fighter League. I feel like that's a character that we don't really get to see represented as often. Whereas on the offhand, on the other side, we have Cammy a bunch of times all over the world. So Mickey, let's see if he can bring on that pressure that we've seen and known him for from that Evo run.
Yeah, but Jack already showing a throw tag early. Nice discipline the second time around. Oh, but just a dash button from Mickey as well. Oh, is that a micro walk combo?
Uh-huh.
Oh, my.
Kind of nasty.
Oh, my.
Still throws me off how like Cammy gets hunched over during like the burnout phase, right? I think it's a kind of funny the animations that we get from a lot of the burnouts from these characters. But either way, Jack, let's see if we can get that corner pressure going. No DP. I mean, I get it because of the threat of the dive kick perhaps probably whipping.
Yeah. You can't let Cammy dictate your decision making that much, right? Sometimes you still gotta try because stuff like this starts happening where you get jumped in on, your buttons just get countered. Oh, tried to parry afterwards, but just got thrown out of it. Tried to parry again, and now you're gonna die for it. That blue stuff is in the wrong neighborhood, fam. Mickey and KuaiShou Gaming on the board in game 1.
Bang! A huge difference in comparison to last season, by the way. The 4th player obviously playing up on the stage. But is this going to be 2 out of 3?
Yep.
Do not get it twisted. We have another game to play. Mickey feeling real good about himself.
Yeah, again, no longer first to 1 like it used to be, right?
What is happening? Hold on.
Yo.
What is this stance?
Is this a stretch?
What? Oh, my goodness. Jesus Christ. How did he do that with his arm?
I was going to say.
Yo, Just a Kid is also a giant.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, how do you be flexible like that?
I don't even know what that was.
I'm trying to do, okay.
I try to do it right now.
Younger than me. I guess I can chalk it up to my age. I'm not that flexible anymore.
Jesus, dude. Come on, man. Mickey's like, this guy's moving, contorting his body in ways I've never seen before.
But Jack here, looking to relax a little bit. It's tough to gather intel after that first game because you kind of got ran over a little bit. I would say like the anti-air thing is probably the biggest thing you could take away from it. Maybe try to put yourself at a space where you can consistently anti-air a little bit more. Because right now, yeah, that first game was tough, bro. Oh, what a call out.
It's funny, just like understanding the sequencing that some jury players can go to to keep themselves safe and also stock up Fuha. Really smart decision making from Mickey.
Exactly right. Like that was that standard jury block string, and then you try to press back with a crouch medium kick. Got exposed by the Cammy dive kick. Something she is adept at, to say the least. Puts him on a pixel. Is that mundane or magical? You show me, Jack. That is mundane as hell. 1 round to go for Mickey.
Looking real confident in his demeanor, honestly, making all the right reads, no overhead. You had to keep yourself safe because that option select was coming regardless, right?
Yes, sir. And then checking the regular dash. Remember we saw Mickey do regular dash in a button, try to get the air-to-air.
Nice call. And now he's catching all the marks so far. Jack has made, what, 4 right decisions against Mickey?
Yeah, just got to snowball that offense. Luckily recovered in time. Not get punched by that drive rush, and there's the anti-air. Starting to fix it up a little bit. But he got caught committing to the Renko kicks. Ow.
Jump back. I like that. Meeting him air-to-air. Jump back medium punch as well. I like that. Back throw now coming in from Just a Kid.
Oh, man, this is so scary because Mickey, nice overhead to clutch it out. I was going to say, any hit Mickey gets, he's building the CA and you're dying. So, nice clutch out.
Excellent drive reversal choice. Damn!
Oh, that was a cool way to combat that, right? Puts out the crouch medium kick. He's like, if I see a dive kick, I'm sending to the level 3, catching the recovery landing.
I like that a lot. I like that so much. Now the counter hit, everything's coming up, Jack. Uh-oh.
Man, and now applying the pressure ends up burning Mickey out of this instance. Mickey this time, the one that gets caught, committing to the big button. Yeah, absolutely. I love that from Jack, right? Because either you get hit by the dive kick or you recover in time, and you know you recovered in time to punish that super. I love that.
Nice work. From both ends, really. Impressive start out the gate from Mickey, and what a rebuttal coming in from Jack.
Yeah, what an answer showing off. Gonna be 1 up here. We got 1 more game to decide the final winner of SFL 2025 Day 1. My goodness, bro. I wouldn't have had it any other way that it comes down to the only tiebreaker match we get. And, of course, we got 1 game to decide it all.
I got to say, it's been quite a privilege to see these guys duke it out live. I'm glad you guys are here for the very first day of this season. It's this wild already. Here we go. The final game for our tiebreaker match and final match of the day. Mickey and Jack already swinging.
Harass gets in there with a dive kick. Ooh. Starts to make it, but yeah, Jack already representing the backdash a little bit, right? We haven't seen him tech as much since that first game. He's starting to opt for backdash, DP, parry a bit more.
Stopping out the air approach is Mickey. We saw Jack just kind of like walk out of the light pressure a little bit earlier ago. I hope that's going to be intel for Mickey going forward.
Yeah, maybe snipe with a crouch medium kick as he walks away.
Exactly. Oof.
Trying to establish the throw.
Oh! Sorry, I got freaked out by that low medium kick, dude. I felt like I got hit. Get off of me.
Another driver reversal. That is a meter efficient for Jack, considering the 3 for 2 trade.
Damn! And stopping out the dive kick. Well spaced and well timed. Back-to-back medium punches, stealing turns. Just a Kid! Putting himself at match point.
Very nice, bro. He's staying so consistent with the pressure, not letting Mickey have any gaps to jump or doing any dive kick shenanigans.
Damn.
Stomps him straight down and gets the throw afterwards. Oh, man, and then just pressing buttons. Figured Mickey was going to want to get close after that Fuha stock.
Oh. Back-to-back counter hits. That wasn't even a trade combo. Jack didn't finish his play. The overhead is blocked.
Okay, there it is. Jack somehow scrambles his way to victory to secure the W for Shopify Rebellion. Very close, very scary, but they can all laugh and breathe a sigh of relief.
God bless.
Oh, man. Yeah, rub that heart, brother. My goodness gracious. Camera can't even focus on you right now.
What a showing, dude. I had no idea what we could have expected from Jack, but I am thoroughly impressed by his clutch decision-making towards the end. Like, even if he dropped that combo, he was still trying to keep the mix alive with the overhead as well, coming in with the lights.
Yep.
Man, so difficult. But either way, you saw how much Mickey got away with, not even get away with really, but how much like he was pressuring Jack to make some really incorrect decisions in terms of spacing and like decisions to even like move out of the way. Mickey looked very convincing in game 1.
Yeah, Mickey did whatever he wanted in game one, right? And I don't know if it was something his teammates told him or if he just really like woke himself up. But Jack, after that first game, was like, okay, I'm going to go back to playing my game. I'm not just going to sit here, play defensively, and let Mickey just run over me, right? It was a really good job not reaching anymore on the throws either. He started opting for stuff like drive reversal. That was one of the sickest things I'd ever seen with the level 3 covering the whiff crouch medium kick on the dive kick. That was like very Cammy-specific counter strat right there. Like very, very cool. And just in general, he made sure that he wasn't at this like not playing too defensively anymore. I just really liked the tempo and pace he implemented in games 2 and 3.
Yeah, I mean, we see the sequencing too. Just a kid, actually. I got to start saying Jack a little bit more, but Jack had an opportunity. You see him shake his hand too. He's like, I can't believe I dropped that confirmed, dude. Not going to have been the level 3 way earlier, but still keeping his composure. And then, of course, give me that signature, brother. Let me see the oh, okay, well, we skipped over. Don't worry about it. But I will say this, though. It's one of the biggest questions I had. There it is. You know, the guy on replays, he's pretty damn good. Yeah, he's got me like mixed more often than not. But Shopify Rebellion clutching out the 30. But it's not to say without any significant damage taken to them, right? KSG, KuaiShou Gaming getting 20 points on the board. Not bad, as long as it's not a full-on blowout. Again, we were looking for as close of a set as possible throughout the entirety of the day, and I'm glad we got it in Match 5 between KuaiShou Gaming and Shopify Rebellion. I will say this, too, going into the matchups, when we talked about Mickey and his overall prowess in terms of his presence at EVO, being his first real offline major, and also just how much he's improved in getting picked up for Street Fighter League, my biggest question was, what happens if he's in an isolated environment where he has to face off against the big dogs consistently, right? When it comes to EVO, it comes to like floating through pools, being able to take down player after player after player with much ambiguity to it in terms of like the player and also the skill level. When you're against super consistent players that are traveling all the time and also like really well-known players that understand what needs to be done in terms of preparing for a matchup and pretty much focusing on a target, it's kind of difficult. I feel like that pressure might be getting to Mickey just a little bit, but
indeed. But right now we are going to talk to the winners of our last match. I know Rob's gonna have a joy talking to them. Let's go to Shopify Rebellion and Rob TV.
Shopify Rebellion with yet another major W. Knuckle Dude, we just saw you go ahead up against Shao Hai in the mirror match. Recently, in general, I feel like you've been playing so calm, so relaxed, and of course, clutch. Just take us through that match you had right there with Shao Hai clutching out, and overall, how good you've been doing.
Yeah, I played Shao Hai at EVO France in the mirror match, and I beat him there. But it was, first of 2, but this time was first of 3, and I'm glad I was able to clutch it out. And yeah, just recently I've been doing really good because it's actually attribute some of it to you because you made a YouTube video about how to be a pro, and I watched it just to support. And then you said some real stuff. You're like, if you're not going to a tournament, I forgot what you said, but it really helped. Like it was like, no, I'm serious. Like we always give you trash for being a host, but no, like that video really helped. And literally in my notes for Shao Hai, I typed in Shao Hai. I was like, yo, where are my Shao Hai notes? And I was like, okay, the most recent notes is. Like you went to Japan, you're better than most of these people.
Oh,
that's it. Yeah.
Bro, that's actually insane. Really cool, bro. Yeah, and I know we definitely always talk trash, but that's dope. And as far as trusting your teammates, man, I see that this time you guys even switched up. Dual Kevin, usually I think we was in an anchor spot, at least last year, first match he was. This time you're in an anchor spot. And then, of course, trusting Jack with that first to 2 at the end. Just talk to me about why is it that you trust your teammates so much and you're willing to switch up the order?
Yeah, well, I mean, respectfully, Dual Kevin is amazing, but he usually be getting slammed by Shao Hai. So
slammed is crazy.
Yeah, but no, I mean, yeah, no, I do trust them. Like we planned all this accordingly, so we knew who our opponents were coming into this like months in advance, and I'm just glad Jack was able to score 10 points for us at the end because we really needed that.
Shopify Rebellion, of course, even in this situation as the away team, the other team able to counterpick, but they were not able to get it done. Shopify Rebellion, big W on the board. Let's go ahead and send things over to our commentators.
Dude's phrasing is crazy, bro. I'll say it. I'll definitely say it, chat. This guy, he needs to be checked. Brother.
Slammed.
Yeah, man.
Slammed by Shao Hai. That was OD.
That is wild. That's a real thing to say on the streets, huh? Shopify Rebellion getting the first big W here in day 1. I mean, some of these teams had played twice over. They get their full-on rebuttal. In total, they do have 40 points under their belt because they faced off against Falcons a little bit earlier on. They did kind of fall by the wayside, but not to like a significant degree, right? There was a potential here, even coming into it, right? KuaiShou Gaming could have had their 40 bomber. That's insane.
Wild stuff, 100%, of course. But you know what else is wild? The fact that so many lovely sponsors and partners will make sure that SFL happens. Asus ROG coming through as per usual. Level up your gaming with Asus ROG monitors designed for both console and PC gamers. Asus ROG offers various panel types, including stunning OLED displays and the ultra-high refresh rates. Select models feature dual mode, letting you enjoy 4K at 240 Hz or Full HD at 480 Hz. Don't miss out on the exclusive SFL deals available for a limited time. Visit asus.com. Use that code on your screen right now, ASUS-SFL, or visit the QR code. Either way, you're getting a discount.
I'm so glad you picked it up. I couldn't ask for a better wingman, I'll tell you what. Unless it's the Wingman FGC2, you know, play your way. Seamless PS5 and PC support for over 150 wired controllers. Just plug in and game. No limits, no hassle. I didn't get to mention obvious logo on the top left, right? Brook Gaming has been a pivotal part of Street Fighter League US this season, but not even just that. They've been a pivotal part towards the success of a lot of players in the FGC for about a decade plus. Again, the armory is open. Claim your championship gear on Brooks.
Man, oh man, yeah, it was an incredible way to end it, right? Jack clutching it out right there. Also, to giving props to Rob's video without actually, you know, talking about the video at all. But yeah, Rob made a bunch of great points about the sacrifices you have to make being a professional player, right? And how much time you lose doing so many things you love to make sure you accomplish the greatest feats that you could possibly do. So definitely understand why that resonated with you, even if you can't recall the specifics right now. But we are going to take a quick break, everybody. Before we get back, we're going to recap day one, let you know what's in store for day two, and then set you adieu. We'll be right back.
You ready? Top player,
We've seen you on the scene! Prepare. Poison's on the menu.
No mercy for you.
Ready? Then show me.
All right, let's get it. Game over, yo. Too easy. Beast mode, baby. Sure thing. Let's dance. You know what they say. If you're off the boat, prepare to get washed. Let me play.
Make way for the ninja star. Domo arigato. From the Mochino. Behold. Mochino, as I command this stage. I'll make you proud. When poison prevails, it's a wonderful feeling. I have you.
Another mission awaits.
Do you plan to fight us all? Target acquired. I'll show you the power of my company. Now you understand. Don't underestimate me. Are you ready yet? It's go time!
welcome back to week 1 of Street Fighter League. Again, this is our first live season, and guys, I do not believe day 1 of Street Fighter League, and I do not believe that it could have been any better than the way that we started it out. What's going on, Ren?
First and foremost, hey man, good stuff on the hosting stuff. Live, you know, a big change up. Nice work, man.
Appreciate you,
I'll
dog.
make sure you let you know.
Hey, how about my man's, I know it's not the biggest thing that happened, but Dual Kevin usually gets slammed.
I knew you were going to bring it back to that. I knew it instinctually. I was like, dude, phrasing, I'm going to fix my chair a little bit. Sorry, I'm trying to get cozy with my boys a little bit. But what kind of work?
How you going to say respectfully before that?
There's
there
nothing
ain't no,
respectful
exactly.
about that.
There is none.
Ain't no way to be respectful about
Why are
that.
you going to throw your homies under the bus like that?
I feel like if you don't do that, then it's not really your homies. You know how it
That's
goes.
Yes.
Dude was on a disrespect speed run because then he was like, I watched your video, but I you know, like.
Yeah, he's like, oh yeah, bro. He's like, yeah. He's like, honestly, I started winning a lot because I watched your video and you said, I do not remember what you said.
Maybe it was like he didn't want to watch the video. He's like, I'm going to just practice, bro.
Okay, anyway.
Thanks,
he watched it and it helped, bitches. It did help.
Exactly, it's subconscious.
Now, our first match of Street Fighter League today, we have FlyQuest versus Team Bandits.
Yes.
Which, I mean, to start off like that in the first place is just
Rematch.
absolute insanity.
Crazy.
We know about the rivalry, of course, between that team. What did you guys think about that first match?
Well, like right off the rip, I was thinking to myself, I was like, are you really sure you want to put this like in the beginning? I thought that would be like the marquee matchup for the end, but I'm glad it played out the way that it did because that was mad ambiguous in terms of the actual results, right? You can't just say like them taking their pilgrimage to Japan is going to like level them up to a whole different territory of professional play because they both took that trip.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of who wanted it more, I felt like. At least for the first day, although it's kind of early to say it, Bandits is just looking completely different. They have just zoned in a lot harder.
Yeah, I'm really scared of Bandits in this one, mainly because like then with the addition of Boost, right, and the way Mena talks about the team, and he talked about how Boost on his own and Boost with Bandits is a whole different monster, right? And we've been talking about how like Boost is one of my favorite minds at fighting games, and the way he's so studious and meticulous, it's very similar to Mena RD. So when you put those two gigantic fighting game brains together, like it feels so difficult for anybody to overcome. Boost, I mean, looked prepared beyond anybody's other preparedness, right?
The way that Boost breaks stuff down, man, I'm telling you, that's the super computer. As long as he keeps himself in check as far as his outside of the game, in the game, he's one of the best players in the world.
And who's better at outside of the game than Mena?
Yes.
Like, who is better than that?
It's a perfect.
That's what I'm saying. When I saw that, I was like, bruh, what a pickup.
Okay, and now, and just quick side note about that match, Riddle's first ever match of Street Fighter League.
What a beast,
And he
dude.
just gets a double perfect and everything. I mean, that dude is just absolute insanity. Now, KuaiShou. Who did KuaiShou play first? No, I don't know if it was their first match. Two game was their first
40-0? Nobody expected
40
that.
bombs.
I
What?
genuinely did not see that coming. It wasn't even just like a just because like they're rookies or whatever, but it was more so like we have so much data on Blaz and we don't have enough coming in for like the rest of the group. Like they are household names at this point, at least for the North American scene. Like we've heard of a lot of these names. We know what characters they're going to play, but how does it fare up against the big dogs? That's always going to be the underlying statement. So seeing this performance, seeing the way that they smoked the entire army of mice, forced characters off of their players off of their main characters, forcing into that switch up, that was unprecedented to say the least.
I mentioned divisions at the top of that set. I was like, I've been talking to some people, and there's some people that believe Latin America, South America, Central America, they are the best region against mine. Like at the top of the set, we said that
before they even played.
Before Street Fighter
exactly,
6,
exactly. They've been playing against mine forever.
That's a good point.
Legitimately.
That's a good point.
They're like, bro, we think we're scared of Drive Rush Mai, you know, the type of Mai incarnations that we've seen. So yeah, man, and like legitimately, they shut all the Mai's down on 3 different characters.
And then how about, first off, let me make sure I clarify. So we were given, shout out to my boy Jamil Ross, it was a bad translation.
So a little bit of context missing.
Yes, he did not say Ryu is better than Sagat. He said that Ryu is better than Sagat. I mean, Sagat is better than Ryu for the My matchup particularly.
Or he's giving you a hard time.
How amazing, though, did he play that matchup? I mean, just like jabbing the fan, like with the punish.
With the roundhouse after,
You think about it, too, like most of the time when you see Mai operates, like they want to go in for the fan and try to get conversions off of that. If it does get blocked or countered, they're looking for like a whiff punish space. Sagat kind of clears that a bunch of times over with so many things that he has. Signing medium kick easily converted into like the rest of the target combo. Even Fierce, if you block that Fierce, you're taking 800 damage points to your drive gauge, and even more so, crouching heavy punch, confirmable and cancelable. There was just so much range that Sagat possesses that really excels him against that matchup against Mai.
And he does great drive gauge damage, as you said, right? He really easily makes you block fierces, and Mai needs that drive gauge to operate at her premium level, right? So I think it all just added up. It was a really great stuff from Boss.
And then, of course, we had Shopify going head-to-head with Falcons. Shopify, of course, another team that went over to Japan to get that practice in, which just side note, I really think it's amazing that Street Fighter League has gotten that serious and that far that people are taking 14-hour trips to practice. But Team Falcons ended up taking it 30-10.
That was actually kind of wild. Like when you looked at the interview that you conducted with the team, they were kind of looking for like specific players out in Japan, and they also focused on like JP to kind of get certain practice in. We didn't even get to see that in the roster with Falcons, right? DCQ, Shen, and NL was what came up on the board. The only one who got a W was NuckleDu over Shen. But I mean, honestly, it's still difficult to call, like, because DCQ has been looking sharp. Even where we saw him in the Chengdu premiere, he was looking unstoppable. He actually eliminated Punk from the tournament, if I'm not mistaken. Either that or put him in losers with that Bison. So he was looking as sharp as ever. And then it's not even a question to see, like, if NL can deliver the pain with his Akuma. Because, like, if we saw him adapt to where he was at in the beginning of the season to how he progressed in CEO and finding counter maneuvers against, like, the handful of characters there, and then up until this point, I know for sure, like, he's suitable for being in that anchor position. The longer you put him in a set, the more dangerous he becomes. He's definitely that type of player.
Yeah, and to me, NL, I was very, like, wary of what I was going to see from NL today, because he qualified for Capcom Cup, getting second place at CEO. That was in June, right? Like, it was months and months ago. And he hasn't really been competing in the World Warriors, right? He's just kind of letting the rest of, like, South Korea do their thing and not really being in the bracket or anything. So I haven't seen him in a lot of elite level competition as of recently. Looks as sharp as ever, man. Looks like he's ready to take the whole tournament himself. So, yeah, man, it's a impressive showing from them for sure.
Hey,
Falcons.
when you talk about, oh no, my bad, go ahead, bitch.
That last moment where he understood what he needed to do to get that drive gauge, where he waited specifically, because we mentioned that was a big highlight. Like, if you were to mash on that button to try to DI right back, if you don't have the drive gauge ready, you're going to get a heavy button.
Yeah.
So he waited at the precise time. If you waited any longer, you would have blocked, you would have been splat, you would have been dead. So he did it at the precise time he got his drive gauge back.
Yeah. You know, speaking on Shopify in general, this is going to be Shopify's best season they've had so far. I'm willing to say that off the dribble. It's not just because of team composition. It's because Knuckle Dang is back.
Yeah.
Okay. He won both of his matches, if I'm not mistaken. He won his match at Falcons up against Shin, and then of course he just beat Xiao Hai as well in the anchor spot. And he's the one thing I feel like that has been missing ever since his Team Gale days. Honestly, at that time, ever since then in Street Fighter League, he hadn't been himself. And he's back and better than ever, I feel like.
Yeah, because he's always relied upon to be that captain, to be the best player on the team, right? That's just his position. So you can add players like Thul Kevin, who are, like, legitimately as good as him, but he's always looked at as the mature leader, you know what I mean? So he needs to sometimes set the tone and smack other leaders up like he did today up against Xiao Hai, right? And to be fair, low-key, I feel like Dude's, like, the best mirror match player. Like, I've seen him mirror match Giles, I've seen him mirror match DJs, I've seen him mirror match Cammies, and now he mirror matched Mai and came out on top again.
Okay, and now can we please take a look at the standings right now on day one of Street Fighter League? As you can see, we start things off. Team Bandits, 60 points. They are back with a vengeance. 2 game, 40 points, tied with Shopify Rebellion, even though, of course, you see the plus minus means that 2 game is up higher. Team Falcons in 4th place with 30. KuaiShou with 20 and 5th. And then, of course, FlyQuest and Red Rooster both with 10 points. It's surprising to see. Oh, no, never mind. FlyQuest only played 1 time today.
He only played 1. That's right.
Okay, so, of course, so you guys know every day one team, at least, I think it's 1 team, will be playing 1 match. Where most of the teams play 2 matches.
Right.
2 game, I think, is the most surprising situation that we have there. But a big thing that I noticed storyline-wise so far, guys, even looking at these standings, it reminds me, we see Bloss cooking up, of course, the young guy. But then we didn't talk about Minna beating Crame, right? Like, really, he beat Crame really bad.
Yeah, in the Red Rooster roster, yeah.
There's a lot of a narrative right now about the new region, not new region, but the new age coming through and taking over.
Yeah.
But we're also seeing the OG show, or the great players that's been around show.
Yeah.
No, not yet, little buddy.
Yeah.
I'm gonna stuff that conversation right now. I feel like if you look generationally, English is hard. Generationally, when it comes to like different Street Fighter games or even like versus games or Tag Fighters games, you'll see like the history of some of the big up-and-comers. There are a ton of that throughout the years. I'm just thinking people aren't really, or the people that make that statement isn't really like looking from the books, really.
It's just that we have a bigger spotlight on fighting games than we ever have, right? And the spotlight continues to grow year after year. They get more and more popular, right? So some of the history that we are been around for is lost just because there's so many new people in the situation now, right? So it's cool. Like, you're right. It's always been that way, but it's cool to just celebrate the new generation in general.
Absolutely.
And seeing the generational clash, because, like,
and I
as
think
you
that's
said,
what it should be.
It's motivation for both sides,
Exactly.
right? It's like the new generation coming up trying to challenge the OGs, and the OGs saying, nah, bro, it's not your time yet.
Yeah, and I like that. As long as it's like a positive celebration of both ends, I think I'm definitely about that conversation rather than just like, oh man, these young cats are like proving a statement with the way this game operates. That's not the case ever.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, and we're about to see exactly what the case is for the next day of Street Fighter League as we take a look at our schedule. What do we got? Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Tomorrow, Team Falcons going head-to-head with 2Game, who has not even tasted defeat. They don't know the taste of their own blood. And then Shopify Rebellion up against FlyQuest. We might have maybe a dual Kevin versus Punk the God, the two best placing American players in CPT overall this year. So I think that might be our anchor match there. And then finally, we have Red Rooster versus KuaiShou. KuaiShou very strong, but they did not have the day one that you would expect. And Red Rooster themselves, I would say.
Oh my, these
what's this?
matches, bro.
It's 5 matches throughout the day, baby.
We still got 2 more matches, ladies and gentlemen. Team Bandits versus Falcons. That is going to be an absolute banger. Falcons back again. All the same team, the longest tenure guys on Street Fighter League. And then finally, FlyQuest versus 2Game. I'm going to put you two on. I'm going to put y'all on the spot right now. In that match 5, if we get Blaws versus Punk, and you had to pick, who you got?
I like Punk if he pulls out the Sea Viper.
Damn, you like Punk if he pulls out the Sea Viper.
Specifically for the pick against Sagat and Ryu, yes.
Man, it's tough. I was going to favor Blaws until I remembered that Punk has played a lot of Sagat himself. It's tough. You're going to put me on the spot. I'm going to go Punk.
Okay.
As fire as Blaws looked today, I think Punk's going to be a bit more ready for the Sagat than most.
Okay, I definitely think that the studying-wise, Blaws is on a crazy level right now. I like what he said in the interview about what he changed against Shanghai versus what happened in grand finals of EWC. I think if I lost that match and lost that much money, I wouldn't have been able to watch the match. So the fact that he watched it again is a W, says a lot.
He gave you specifics.
He did.
Like, usually people are just like, man, I don't want to think about that match anymore. Yeah, I was like, all right.
Okay, and I do want to make sure you guys do know that you can go ahead and get your tickets for Street Fighter League. We live, baby, right here in Los Angeles, California. If you want to make sure you pull up right here to round 1, round 2, or the finals, or all 3 of them things, go ahead and scan that QR code to get your tickets so that you can watch Street Fighter League live and in person. You do not want to miss it. That's been it for your boy Big Hollywood Rob TV. Of course, my dogs, Vicious and Renge, for the first time ever. We are live with Street Fighter League US, and you do not want to miss the rest of it. We will see you guys tomorrow.
That's going to be doing it little by little, but sooner or later, he's going to get out. OD rising tackle. That's going to be parried on the way through. Drive rush fierce. Punish count. To even throw out a normal or even a dive kick. But now the Lightning Beast does come out to apply pressure. Blows up the drive reverse on a very sharp angle. My man Blanca doing the math.
Oh my goodness, bro. Geometry major Blanca? Get this man to
Still a shot. We still critical territory coming in from Brian. Any big conversion into the critical line. Tying it up 1 game apiece. And Brian immediately going to the bench.
Indeed, you know, I'm interested in seeing specifically CA. Oh, jump, but yeah, it was a little bit too far. OD for the plus raise, and Juninho Ross takes down VX Bow 2-0. Telling you, man.
A single hit will do it. He still got 3 bars. The jump in against Shanghai. He dashed up right into the elbow. Bang!
And that's going to be it, Blas. You can see him getting up already. He's like, I know my damage. 3 miles down. Incredible performance from 2Game. And I'm telling y'all, we highlighted it at the
choice to catch any sort of delay or any movement, really. The bomb! Help me out! Bam!
Love that from DCQ, right? Not going with the anti-air, just letting the mind do the heavy lifting, getting out of the subsequent follow-up to the jump-in. Oh, drive reversal baited and punted.
Great Desert Storm. How do you protest against him? NL forced on defense. Good. Not going to use any sort of drive reversal. He's just toughening it out, but we do get the big opener. Dual Kevin, dump out the rest of that gauge. Desert Storm, how do you contest against him? NL forced on defense. Not going to use any sort of drive reversal. He's just toughening it out, but we do get the big opener. Dual Kevin, dump out the rest of that gauge. What happened?
I thought we were going to see the GDS followed by the SRK, but instead, we're going to see the level 3 from Akuma, the CA version as well. You can't block me.
Strongest fingers known to man. Like I broke the guard.
Wow, and yeah,
unbelievable.
Bet on the crouch medium gig as well. I thought he was going to do some type of fireball shenanigan to cover the level 1 and then get some chip in, but
Such kind of crazy.
He didn't send the driver's cancel. Oh! Where it's Boost takes it 2-0. Both his sets so far today, I believe, 1-2-0. Now right there with the hop back. Crimey didn't give it to him, though. Oh, the lightning! It just comes through, and it's going to kill Crimey off with the OD command grab. This is what happens afterwards. Oh, my goodness. Oh, used all 3 of the dolls, and then the back mediums for a Meta RD.
God, there is no signs of stopping this man. Whatever it is that Dual Kevin tried to do, but it was all temporary. We have the level 2 coming in from Dual Kevin. OD scissor kick back into the tornado of the OD fan. Wait a minute, you can build that level 2 if need be. Pop them up and send them back. Knuckle Dew keeping Shopify Rebellion alive. It's tiebreaker time, baby.
Oh man, that overhead came in at like the perfect timing for camera can't even focus on you right now.
What a showing, dude. I had no idea what we could have expected from Jack